They got
Oh,
the second coming of Tom Brady, Joe Milton.
Joe Milton, Patriots.
Sorry, everyone. It's 1 a.m. on a Sunday night, Monday morning. We apologize. Obviously, we were doing some.
Chill.
We were doing some charity for the blind kids in Africa. World didn't want to join. He just started kicking them. He's an evil person.
Okay.
So I don't know what's wrong with that guy. Anyway,
No, you were literally beating the shit out of them with a baseball bat. I had to save them.
To be fair, they said roll tide and let's go Cowboys.
Okay. Moving on.
All right, welcome back to Sportsville, guys. We have NBA playoffs and the NFL draft. NFL draft was crazy, unexpected. And I think this could be one of the best draft classes because we had stars getting drafted in the third, fourth round. There's just so much great players that happened in this draft. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to give our opinions on it. And we're going to say who had the best draft, the worst draft, obviously our teams who we drafted. Obviously, I'm happy. I think World's happy. Zone, he's moderate. I think. I don't know if he's.
I'm happy.
Okay. Pass on Troy Franklin.
What am I?
Well, you didn't get a tight end. Didn't try to put Johnny Newton.
Why would I be mad about Brock Bowers going to the Raiders? Why?
If you guys are wondering why I have a Texas Longhorn hat, because I'm getting ready for the quarterback 2025 for the New York Giants, Quinn Ewers, who's going to be a future Hall of Famer. I love this guy, and I want him on the Giants next year. Him and McNabers will be next Brady and Moss. Or no, sorry, Manning and Odell. Better receiver quarterback duo.
Karate, tearing down walls in the fifth dimension.
What? All right, let's get to this draft. Whatever. Oh my gosh.
What the hell?
I spilt my drink everywhere. Sorry about that. All right, so let's get to this draft, everyone. Okay, get it pulled up. So yeah, I'm a bit sad it's over because we did so much mock drafts and so much stuff.
Yeah.
I'm already looking at 2025. 2020. We were talking before. There are so much teams that need a quarterback next year. You're gonna have the Broncos, the Giants, the Broncos, Giants, Saints, Raiders, maybe Cowboys if they trade Dak.
We'll see on Bo Nix. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Seahawks, maybe. Who else? I know there's one more.
I think that's it. I don't think there's anybody else.
Yeah, maybe Panthers, Browns, Panthers.
No, Browns signed to freaking have 3 more guaranteed years with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, but if he's bad this year, they're say frick it.
They washed. Can't. They'll be in debt for 10 years.
Well, he can still be on the team. They're just not going to start him. They're just going to get quarterback first round.
Just have him sit or just bench him.
Okay, if I can find a actual, all right, here it is. ESPN. About damn time. It took me like a year just to find where the draft is. All right, so we live streamed the draft. Real joined. He was late. Zone wasn't here. He came at the end though, and then Tristan was here for a while. Anyway, let's start with pick number 1, Caleb Williams. Mr. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that joke. Caleb Williams to the Bears. Huge shocker here. I really thought it was gonna be Joe Milton, but I guess
I did too. I thought it was gonna be Sam Hartman, but
got another name. Yes, the iconic beard looks beautiful. What team did he go to again?
The Commanders signed him.
Oh, rest in peace, Jaden Daniels. I'm sorry. But anyway, so obviously Caleb Williams. I mean, if all the jokes aside, he was amazing. I don't know if that will. I don't think that will transfer to the NFL, and I'll say why. Because a lot of his plays, like he is basically, if you watch his highlights in the play, he basically is like a living highlight reel. He makes insane plays, strong arm, but when it comes to being under pressure, like in clutch moments, he just does not show up, and that's part of the reason why USC was not so successful this season. And I think he is just a bit reckless at times. And I don't think that all these cool moves he does are going to work in the NFL as much as people think he is. With all due respect, he's going to the Bears, which is in a great position. So obviously, he could develop really good and become that star. But we have to see how he is. Obviously, there's a lot of questions about his character. Obviously, it goes all the way back to like him crying to his mom, not being there for his teammates after a loss, and just him being looked at as a little bit soft, with like the whole dress stuff and just the way he talks and acts and his like nail polish, all this stuff that people criticize him for. We don't know if that's actually gonna matter to his skill play in the NFL until it happens. But we do know that we need a leader, and he never made the SEC playoffs or CFA playoffs, and I don't think he did. So I don't know if he really can go to that level. We'll have to see how he does. But with all due respect, he's going to the best position for a rookie quarterback in this draft. So I think this is a great pick. Obviously, they're not going to pick anyone else here. Maybe in 10 years later, after doing a redraft, he won't be the pick here. Maybe he will. We'll have to see how he does. Obviously, I'm not rooting for him. I do not like Caleb Williams, and I also do not like the Bears. So it's just like a perfect match in heaven. Jordan Love, please save us. So Caleb Williams to the Bears. I'm going to give it an A. I mean, not an A plus because I still think there's some struggles what you could do. I think I'm going to give it an A because it's not like really a crazy pick. Like, obviously, you're taking Caleb Williams. I think same for the Bengals taking Joe Burrow. Like, duh. Like, it's not really an A plus. Like, oh my gosh, what a insane blockbuster move. Like, you just. I mean, I guess they did get this pick from the Panthers, that trade, so that maybe an A plus trade. But I'm gonna give this a net because
plus trade. DJ Moore, 3 firsts for freaking Bryce Young.
I'm gonna give it an A. What do you guys think about Caleb Williams going to the Bears? How do you think he'll do?
I love it. I mean, Caleb Williams loves it in different ways, but I think he will be good. I don't think he will be great like people are saying. That's just how I'm gonna put it, and I pray on his downfall. Just saying.
Okay, let's move on. Quarterback.
I'm just gonna give it an A because we all expected this to happen. Like,
yeah,
there's no way they were not gonna take him. Like it was just expected, and there's obviously concerns with the off the field stuff, but if you just focus, keep his head on straight, and his steps up, matures a bit, I think it will be good. I don't get the Mahomes comps. I really don't. I think he's going to be anywhere near Mahomes. I joke around and say, oh, he's going to be better than Mahomes. That's just me spitting jokes. Like, I don't think he's going to be anywhere near Mahomes, but I do think he could potentially help the Bears turn it around, and I better see them win at least 10 or 11 games with the squad they have put together.
Yep. All right, then we got the second pick, the Washington Commies, Comrades, Askins, whatever you want to call them. They get Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. I'll go first. I love Jaden Daniels. Been watching him for a while. When he transferred here, he looked really good. He had his. I mean, this year right here was his only really good year. All the other years he was decent, but this year when he was put in the right system, he played amazing. Obviously, his rushing ability, his downfield talent reminds you a lot of Lamar Jackson in a way, and obviously won Heisman. And then I think if we actually had a good defense, we could have made a run for the finals, or not the finals. Sorry, this is not freaking Anthony Edwards. A fun for the championship. But yeah, I think I don't think this is the right spot for him. I think Jaden Daniels is the type of guy that needs a good offensive line because one of his biggest criticism is he's very clumsy and reminds you of Jameis Winston in a way. Where Jameis Winston, because if you watch him, he runs around, he just throws balls wherever he wants. He's a gunslinger almost, and he just does this crazy stuff, and he has no consideration of anything. And I think that's part of the reason why his stats are great, but it's also that's not going to work in the NFL. It's worked in college. And obviously he had Malik and Brian Thomas. So I think Jaden Daniels with this offensive lineman is awful. And he has Dan Quinn as the coach. I think he's a terrible coach. And he also has, I don't think he's going to be developed right here. Okay. Yeah. Right. And I think,
good on the Falcons.
48 points allowed in the first, okay, whatever. Back to what I was saying.
That was the playoffs. Cowboys.
Yeah, and what happened in the Super Bowl and Super Bowl 51. Yeah, Dan Quinn's awful. Anyway, back to what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Jaden Daniels. Obviously, you do have Terry. Do have Terry Scary. He's a great receiver, and he's been looking for a quarterback one. And I do think he will be good if he's developed. I don't think he should start week one. I think they should have Marcus Mariota start for a while. I don't think they will. I think they're going to be so excited for quarterback. They're going to rush it, and he's going to rush it actually. And I think he might get injured. Look at with RG3 back in the Redskins days. He was such an electrifying rookie, and he's actually just like Jaden Daniels. Then he gets injured, and then he just falls off. And I do not want Jaden Daniels to have his destiny, even though he's on the Commanders, and I do not like the Commies. I hope he does good. It's not against the Giants, and I hope he develops right. I think the better pick here would have been Drake May, because I think he would have done better with that, because Drake May had a terrible offensive lineman in UNC and no receivers, and Jaden Daniels had a good offensive lineman and good receivers. So I think Jaden Daniels. But last thing I'll say about Jaden Daniels, his potential is higher than any player in this draft. Like, he has potential of being insanely good. If he's developed right in a good position, he's the best player in this draft by far. We have to see if he does, because Commanders is obviously one of the worst front offices and coaches and staff in the NFL, right next to the Bengals. Those are the two worst that were ranked by.
Okay.
You didn't see that list where the players literally said how bad it was, and the Bengals
It was not the front freaking office. It was the locker room. The locker room.
The locker room, the food, the staff, all that stuff.
Locker room.
That's probably why T gives it Trey Hickerson wants to get the hell out of there. But anyway, yeah. So I rate this I'm gonna give it a B plus. I don't think it's an A, mainly because I don't think it's the right pick for this time. Maybe if they had the most cap space and they got a bunch of washed people. They did get two offensive linemen from the Cowboys, and that's fine. But you hire the Giants. You hire the Giants offensive lineman coach. Like, it was just awful. Who allowed 83 sacks. So
yeah,
they didn't do anything to help him. They got freaking washed players.
I'm gonna give it a B plus as well. I love Jaden Daniels. I hope he does well. But the Commanders did not seem like a good fit for him. If the Patriots did not sign Kirk Cousins in draft, we all know Michael Penix, I think he would have been a great spot for Atlanta. I know he wasn't going to go there, but I'm saying if I were to pick a team, it would be Atlanta, because I think Atlanta would be a great team.
Okay, let's move.
Wait,
Vice, something else. All right.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm just going to give it a B. Daniels is one of my favorite prospects. I just love how fast he is, like just how his ability to just take off down the field is pretty impressive. Accuracy's there, good arm work, or what? I don't even know what I was trying to say. However, he needs to add a little weight to his frame, because right now that O-line is awful.
6 foot 4, 210 pounds.
Like, he's gonna he's gonna get thrown around like a rag doll. So I think his frame's a bit concerning. So if I were him, I'd just get in the locker room, try to add a little weight, not too much, but because then that'll hinder your ability to run.
By the way, do you guys see Lamar lost a lot of weight? Lamar looks really skinny. Which, by the way,
Daniels does give me a little Cam Newton vibes, like a little bit, but not.
I don't know about Cam, because Cam was like 270 pounds. Yeah, Cam was a beast.
Is huge and fast.
Cam Newton, I think, the best college football quarterback of all time. Him in Auburn was absolutely insane.
No. The best college quarterback of all time is Spencer Rattler. Sorry.
Let's move on. The Carolina the New England Patriots select Drake May. This is the first a little shock for me, because there was a lot of rumors going around that they were going to trade down. Excuse me. And there's just a lot of rumors. And I thought, with the Vikings wanting to get a quarterback, with all the capital they had, with the Giants getting interested in him, a lot of meetings, I really thought they were going to pull the trigger, and the Patriots were fine in trading down, building around a team, building the holes, and then maybe getting a quarterback in second round or late first. I thought that was their strategy, and I'll just be fine with that. But they got offers, and they got good offers. Vikings offered 3 first-round picks, 2 first-round picks this year, and the first round next year, which is probably the highest you're going to get out of any trade in draft history. And then the Giants didn't offer too much. They only offered, I think, a first this year and a first next year. And I'm actually happy the Patriots declined that, because I think Drake May is good. I don't think he'd be good on the Giants, and I definitely don't think. And even if he is bad, then we have no first round pick to help him. So I think I'm happy they declined that. But yeah, I'm fine with the Patriots doing this. I think trading down would be a little silly. But if you really want, I probably would have took the Vikings trade if I'm being honest. But you want to get your quarterback, and Drake May is a great prospect, and I think he fits the Patriot system really well in a way where he has no good offensive lineman in USC, has no good receivers in UNC, and still plays amazing. And I think the only problem with this is, with Drake May being here, is that this is not a team to develop quarterbacks currently. I mean, you have a middle linebacker coach who never coached in the NFL. You have a team that is in shambles, one of the worst, front offices in the NFL, and have been awful at developing quarterbacks in the last couple of years. I don't think this is a good place to go for the youngest quarterback in the draft. I don't think that's a good place for him to go. Obviously, he's going to sit a couple games with Jacoby Brissett, but let's be honest. After Jacoby Brissett sucks for a little couple games, you really think they're just going to keep him on the bench? They're going to put that guy out there. They're not going to keep him out there. I mean, the fans are going to yell for it, and they're going to do it. And whether he plays good or plays not, I do think this is not going to be his year. I think next year will be his year if they do it right. But right now, if I'm the GM, I say you have him sit half the season. I mean, you got Jacoby Brissett because he's he's old, and he's going to go out there and just take the blows for him. He's going to get hit by that terrible offensive lineman, and Drake May's going to look at that like, oh dear, I do not want to do that, and he's going to learn. That's what we got to do with Drake May. You don't need to rush him. If you rush him, he's going to turn out like Mac Jones. If you don't rush him, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That's what I think, because he has the talent.
This surprised me. Drake May is only 3 pounds more than Jaden Daniels. Just saying.
3 pounds? He's 10 pounds. Yeah, I don't know. Jaden Daniels looks so much skinnier. I don't know what it is.
Oh, wait, 13. My bad.
210, 230.
They're the same height, too. I don't know. Drake May just looks a lot bigger.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think about? And obviously, the biggest flaws with Drake May is he has terrible footwork. He cannot break out of the pocket. He's a pocket quarterback, and that is not good for your for a bad offensive lineman. That's why you cannot start him this season, because if you bring his confidence down and you mess up his footwork and you make him get uncomfortable staying in the pocket by getting sacked, that's going to be so bad for him. And that's what's wrong with Bryce Young. He's not comfortable in the pocket. That's wrong with Daniel. That's also what's wrong with Daniel Jones. That 90-yard pick six was because he's not comfortable in the pocket. Do not start him. I'm begging you guys, because I don't want Drake May to be bad. I want the Patriots to be bad. I don't want him to be bad. He's a really good kid, a really nice kid, and I do not want him to be bad. And I also want him to be a giant a little bit. So please, guys, do not have him start at all. Like, honestly, I would go that far and have him just sit the whole season. Because if you mess this guy up,
I don't know about
maybe a couple games.
Yeah.
All right. Zone and World, you got anything to say? And we might have to bring the yapping down a little bit, because we still have
especially
a lot of
freaking you. We haven't goddamn talked to.
Okay. I'm sorry. I have a lot of stuff to say. Go on, guys. World, World, it's your pick. You go. I know you're really happy when you got him, even though you were saying he was going to be a bust a couple months ago.
I'm just thankful we didn't take JJ McCarthy's clown ass. I'm thankful we didn't trade down, because that would have been stupid and set the team back 15 years. But yeah, you made the right decision. You got your quarterback. Don't be surprised if he doesn't play at all this year. I would just sit him the whole year, because I don't want him getting injured. And he's got to learn a little bit. And like Karate mentioned before, the footwork needs to be improved. But I believe there's room for improvement in every prospect. So he can certainly work on that. And I love his attitude. He's not being negative at all. Like, he's happy to be here. He's willing to put in the work. And he's excited.
I like Malik Neighbors. Freaking sorry. Go on.
But I like his mindset, like his attitude, like his work ethic. And he was actually supposed to transfer to Alabama, believe it or not, but he decided to stay in North Carolina, because his entire family went there. His mom was a track star. His brother actually plays for the basketball team in UNC. Yeah, and his brothers. So I like that a lot. And he did pretty good with no weapons. His best receiver was Tez Walker, who went to the Ravens, and he never eclipsed 1,000 yards in his college career. And like you said, the O
Well, just
line wasn't very good. So he was pretty good for what was available for him to work with. But I wouldn't start him until like
yeah.
week
I'll say
15 or
this
just
one.
start him at all.
Yeah.
You gotta
We
at
can see him.
least
We can
go.
see him. I think they'll start him in the preseason games. I think we'll see him in the
Yeah,
preseason.
yeah. He can start in the preseason. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
I
but
wouldn't
I think
start him.
this. One last thing I'll say: next season, I mean this next draft, there's gonna be so much good wide receivers out there, and if you guys are bad, you can go get a star receiver. Or how about not that? I think if I'm GM, what I do is let them sit, keep your defense. Your defense is good. You just got to hold on to that defense, and then I think next year you either go trade for River. I know AJ Brown wants to be a Patriot. He loves the Patriots. AJ Brown
They just
wants to
gave
be
him
a
an
Patriot.
extension though.
Well, they're working on
He-
extension, which, by the way, I don't know how they work on extension of both Devontae Smith
they
and
gave
AJ
him-
How do they
Brown.
have all? Where is this money coming from?
I have no idea, but I just can't wait for the day it bites him in the back. Anyway,
All right. I'll
anyway,
give this-
go get a star receiver next year.
Yeah, I was
Who's
about
that guy?
to say
Not Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson. I almost said Jalen Brunson. It's like Burton the third. That's the receiver you're going to get. Mbuka out of Ohio State. If there's a receiver in Ohio State, get him. I'm just saying. If there's a receiver in Ohio State or LSU, just draft him. I don't care.
Yeah,
And yeah,
offensive line needs to get better.
and then
But yeah,
McMillan.
I would sit him until either next year or you make a trade for wide receiver. Like
Yeah, but I'm gonna give this
throw a haul.
I'm gonna give
throw a
this,
haul
an
to
A.
Higgins or Ayuk, or if
Yeah,
AJ
I'm gonna
Brown
give it-
requests a trade, make a trade for AJ Brown. But I doubt it. But I'm just gonna
Okay.
give it an A for now because
Hold
this
on,
is
hold on,
probably the
frick.
best. Because it's probably the best fit out of the three quarterbacks because
Yeah.
he had less receivers than
Frick on,
Williams.
Cardi,
and
you
Higgins.
freaking talk for 5 freaking damn minutes. Okay.
All right,
Go on.
apologize.
I give the Drake May an A+. I love this pick for the Patriots. I hope he develops well. I hope he plays the last few games. And yeah, freaking Cardi said freaking everything. He said every freaking word in the freaking dictionary. Just
All right. These are the top three guys. We'll make it a little lower.
also my phone
Marvin
is
Harrison Jr.
7%. So
All right.
we'll see.
I'll hold the yapping for this one. Okay, I might yap a little, but all right. The fourth pick, the Arizona Cardinals get Marvin Harrison. I was a bit shocked here because I really thought that they were going to trade down and trade back
Bro,
up.
They were
but
not ever going to trade down. They were not ever.
Listen.
They traded
would-
down
it
last
would-
year. Who would have caught the ball? Who would have caught the ball?
Roma Dunze. But anyway, I think, yeah, I did think they're going to trade back. I think they're going to trade down, trade back up, and get Taron Arnold and get Roma Dunze. That's what they're going to do. But getting Marvin Harrison is not a bad pick at all because this guy is great. I think he has Hall of Famer written all over him. He reminds me a lot of, Justin Jefferson, AJ Green. He reminds me of who else? He reminds me of. There's really like those fast slot receivers that have amazing route running. He doesn't make the most creative catches, but like he has insane route running. Devontae Adams is another one, but quicker. So I think he'd be great here, and this is going to give Kyle Murray no excuses because he's had a lot of excuses these last couple of years. If he can't click with Marvin Harris Jr., it might be time to move on from him. And I'm just being honest. I think the two QBs that aren't there. Yeah, but that was like 2 seasons ago. I think that was 2021. I think if the two quarterbacks that are on the hot seat this year, actually 3 quarterbacks, is Trevor Lawrence, Kyle Murray, and Dak Prescott. 3
Trevor
quarterbacks
Lawrence
that,
is done. I'm sorry.
well, he had 2 awful seasons and 1 good one. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest.
So if T-Law, but if they get rid of T-Law, who's starting for them? Mac Jones.
No, I'm just saying the quarterback draft is stacked. And by the way, Dak Prescott's going to be on the market. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you move on from Trevor Lawrence next season. I'm just saying if he's plays as he has been playing this last season, you might be interested in like maybe franchise tagging him or maybe not extending him a huge contract as they want to do. But anyway,
A 5-year option is not a 5-year contract.
I never said it was. I'm just saying they're doing the 50 option now. The next, that's because I didn't know what it was. I know what it is now. All right, they're doing the 50 option now. Next year, if they give him a $40 million contract, it's gonna be a bad deal unless he plays good. We'll just see how he plays. But back to what I was saying, Kyle Murray, he needs to do good with Marvin Harrison. If he's not, I don't think they'll move on from him now. But 2026, might move on from him because Marvin Harrison Jr. is so good. He cannot be wasted by Kyle Murray trying to turn to Michael Vick running down the
I
field.
agree.
But yeah, good pick here. Not much to be said. It's Marvin Harrison.
I love that pick. I'm so happy they
I'm gonna
didn't
give it.
trade
I'll,
down.
I'll give it an A plus. A plus.
I'm also going to give it an A plus. I love that they did not trade down. Marvin Harrison Jr., in my opinion, is a far better receiver than anyone else in the class.
Okay, whoa.
Honestly.
Malik Neighbors had way better stats. I mean, way better stats.
I'm taking Marvin Harrison Jr.
I mean,
any day.
Daniels was throwing him the ball. Who was
Okay,
throwing him
yeah,
the ball?
Okay, he had C.J. Stroud last year and still wasn't better than Malik this year. But anyway, zone. I'm fine if you saying Marvin Harris is better. That's not a big debate, but like Malik, it's saying way better. Like, come on now. Let's not disrespect
Okay.
this wide receiver class. Malik Neighbors is
No,
probably
he's
the
a
most
great
physical,
receiver.
dynamic receiver. Because can Malik Neighbors play? Can Malik Neighbors play? I mean, can Marvin Harrison play in and out? Can he play slot? Can he go deep? He can't do any of those.
I think he can.
He can't.
For
I mean,
sure.
he can't. No, he doesn't play slot at all. Malik Neighbors does. Malik
Like,
Neighbors plays in and
5'12",
out.
freaking
He plays
goddamn
slot.
insane.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that's
So you're
wrong.
admitting he's a slot receiver.
No, I'm saying Malik Neighbors plays every single way as a receiver. He plays in, he plays out. He can run down the field. He can do everything. He's the most dynamic receiver. He's not. I mean, his talent is not as much as Marvin Harrison, but his dynamic and his physicalness is way more superior than him, and that's why I think that they are around the same. I think Marvin Harrison is obviously better, but I think Malik Neighbors' potential. I mean, obviously he's in New York. It's not going to reach the potential, but his potential is just as high. But anyway,
But I give this an
take
A
him.
plus.
Yeah, no
think he's
crap.
gonna be really good, and he's my favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year next year.
Me too. But I will
I think
say
it's
something.
McCarthy.
I think it's Caleb Williams.
Well, Justin Jefferson got 1,000 receiving yards, 3 different quarterbacks. Come on. I think JJ McCarthy, if he just plays like the Brock Purdy role, where he just kind of doesn't do too much and he just kind of lets the relies on his teammates, he can get an Offensive Rookie of the Year. Because Caleb Williams, I feel like
We'll see. Good
we'll see.
job.
All right,
No
fifth pick, a
shot.
little bit of a shocking pick. A little bit of a shocking pick for some people. They really thought they were taking Malik Neighbors. They took Joe Alt, and I was really happy when they did that. Now, before everyone freaks out and say, "Oh, they have
Great
no
pick for the
receivers,"
Chargers.
it's an amazing pick because
Amazing.
listen, if you have a star quarterback, you can have decent, and plus they got Lamb McConkey. We'll get to that in a little bit. You can have decent receivers. If you have Malik Neighbors, that's not going to do too much. I mean, Malik Neighbors is like the more cooler pick because he's a receiver.
Yeah.
But like this is a lot more superior for the team. This Joe Alt is one of the best offensive line prospects I've ever seen in my life, and he is going to be amazing. And I think Joe Alt is probably a future Hall of Famer. And I think this is going to make it so much better because, listen, offensive lineman is the only position where its talents only relies on them. Because a quarterback can play amazing and the wide receiver play bad. Quarterback, that doesn't matter. There's plays doesn't matter. A wide receiver can play amazing, quarterback plays bad, and the wide receiver's plays doesn't matter. Offensive lineman, you're standing there, you're blocking, it's all on you. And that affects the passing game, the receiving game, the run game, all the stuff that Jim Harbaugh is good at. Jim Harbaugh, what he does best is running. That's it. And where does that come from? The offensive lineman, and that is not good. So you get the best one in the draft by far. Good pick here. Justin Herbert's still a top 5 quarterback. He is, by the way, and he can get it done with different receivers. And Lamb McConkey, which is a great receiver, better than freaking Ricky Pearsall. So great pick here. I love it. Joe Alt. He looks like an 8-year-old kid, like a 500-pound 8-year-old kid, to be honest. But yeah, 6'9", 321 pounds, no pressures allowed. What more do you want from this guy?
I've said this before, and I'll say it a million times. If I were to pick one person out of this class to be a Hall of Famer, it's him. And I love this pick. It's not the flashiest pick. It's not what LA wanted. But I will say, amazing pick for the Chargers. And Giants, maybe they would have considered.
Compared to Andrew Thomas.
Okay, shut the frick up.
All right.
I give this an A. This one
A+.
surprised me a lot. Or A plus, yeah, that's fine. This pick surprised me a lot. I thought there was a chance they might trade down with Minnesota and get those 2 extra picks, or I thought they would have either taken Malik Neighbors or Brock Bowers, but they go with Joe Alt, and you can't go wrong with this pick because you get a guy.
I have no idea.
You can get a guy who can protect Herbert's blind side, and that's important. And
That Cowboys game was bad.
And real quick, the Vikings and the Patriots attempted to trade for Justin Herbert, and they were quickly shut down.
Why did he even? It's okay. I know there's some stupid rumors that he trades him, and then he takes JJ McCarthy. I'm sorry, you can't even be that biased. He's like, come on, I'm not taking McCarthy over Herbert. Even though he says, oh, JJ McCarthy's the best quarterback in this draft. Yeah, whatever you say, Harbaugh. Whatever you say.
Because I coached him.
All right. Anyway, oh buddy.
All right,
buddy.
All right, zone. Set your timer for 40 minutes because that's how long this is going to take.
It's gonna be 3 minutes because that's how long I would. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that joke. Malik Neighbors is a New York Giant. Malik Neighbors is a New York. I've been fantasizing this in my head. Him getting drafted. Let me clarify. Him being drafted. In my head, the last year. Obviously, huge LSU fan. And this guy is the all-time receiving leader in LSU history and touchdown leader. He is unstoppable. This guy, he is physical. He reminds you of DK Metcalf and Calvin Johnson in a way where you can just break free, do crazy things. He doesn't make the most spectacular catches, but he can catch the ball. He can jump high. He is the most athletic. He's super fast, and he can play anything. He can play slot. He can play in. He can play out. He can do dig routes. He can go long. He can do everything. And I love this pick. I know a lot of people say take a quarterback, trade it for a quarterback. If you do that, it's going to be the exact same outcome of Bryce Young. I'm just going to be honest because you do never draft a quarterback in a bad position because if you do that, you ruin his development and you just don't. It's not a good idea. You know, there's more seasons to come. We need superstars. We lost Saquon Barkley. We have no superstars. I just want a superstar. Like, I don't care if we are the worst team in the NFL. If we just know you have that receiver and you know you have a superstar, you're going to say, oh, but the Giants are bad, but they got that guy. You know, the Giants are bad, but they got that guy. You know, that guy. I want that guy, and he is that guy. And he is a guy I'm going to like for a long, long time. I'm sick of Tyreek like, oh, he's like Malik Willis. Whoever says that, frick you. And I do think Malik Neighbors is going to be great. I don't think his stats are going to be as flashy this season. I could see him getting – I think stat prediction is going to be 1,200 and like 6-7 touchdowns. That's how much he's probably going to get. But when he gets a real quarterback, hold on 1 second. Damn, it's not letting me go full screen. So one other thing I'll say, last time we got a receiver from LSU 10 years ago, that day we drafted Odell Beckham Jr. for LSU. It's just perfect. And I know he might not be the happiest, but frick you, you're a Giant. Welcome on board. Welcome to the suffering, and welcome to Giants pride.
You didn't seem upset. He was showing off the inside of his jacket.
Yeah, I know. He was just people are reaching too far. He's probably just tired when he got there. But yeah, I'm never gonna feel bad. Do you really think someone's really bad for getting paid millions of dollars to catch a ball? Like, come on. Well, I mean, maybe not catch a ball, but like run by a ball.
I think this is a great pick for the Giants. I think it would have been stupid if they took JJ McCarthy because you're just going to get the same result as last season with Daniel Jones. But this year, you finally get him a weapon, and I'm not discrediting any other receivers on the Giants. I think the Slayton dude is cool. But, you know, huge upgrade. Your wide receiver core looks a little better. I think Neighbors will help Daniel Jones have a bounce back year, and your O-line got a little better, so there's a lot to look forward to if you're a Giants fan.
Yeah, we got 2 new starters on offensive line, so that's nice.
And you got a huge upgrade on defense.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit.
I love this pick for the Giants. I know I've been joking about them drafting J.J. McCarthy, and I've been joking about it all year. And it pisses me off that it didn't happen, but I am happy.
Yeah, frick you.
I am happy for Malik, and he's going to be an instant wide receiver 1. He's an instant impact player. He's going to be a good player. And also, I hate that comparison with Jalen Waddle. He's not the same receiver as Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Jalen Waddle is a fast and like skinny, smaller receiver. I don't know how that's compared to Malik Neighbors.
He's always injured too. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, if anything,
what is it with all the Dolphins players getting injured? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know. Probably offensive lineman. All right, but yeah, receivers. The receiver I would compare to him now is DK Metcalf. I mean, that's the one. But anyway, we'll
I
move
would
on from
even
this
go
before I
scary
start.
there.
Before I start levitating. Also Jamar Chase. Remind me of Jamar Chase a bit. Because just like the explosiveness, because like he is like when he starts, it's just like the second the route start, it's
Nothing
bang
else, yeah.
right away. He's just explosive. You never know what he's gonna do. And that's what Jamar
he could
Chase is.
He's one of
Both
the biggest
LSU legends.
in impact. Mhm.
Yes, Jamar Chase, 2020 at like 1,800 yards, right off the Cordell Joe Burrow, obviously. No, I'll be nice to Jamar Chase. He was fun to watch 2020. It's just, he kind of pissed me off. All right, this is a weird pick. I've come to terms a little bit on this pick, but it's still a bad pick. Titans take J.C. Latham here. Now, here's the thing. You got an offensive lineman last year. You got Kakaski, whatever his name is. He was pretty solid. Obviously, offensive line's still not the best. I would went for one in the second round. I think Brock Bowers would have been the right pick here. Because now look at Brock Bowers' block. He's explosive and amazing. And you need more weapons for Will Levis if you want the best potential out of him. Yes, you still got Hopkins, who's like 80. He's on his deathbed tomorrow. And you got Calvin Ridley, who's always in trouble and like gambling. So just get Brock Bowers. He is an elite receiver. You could have got Roma Dunze if you wanted to too, and he can block. You get J.C. Latham here. I think Fugo was better and Officiu was better. But still a good pick. Obviously, I think those guys don't play guard, and I think he does. Or does he play tackle? I think they took him because they need tackle position more. Still, I don't like them taking number 7, especially with the others available. But hey, you help the offensive lineman. I mean, you're not getting any worse with this pick. There's just better options. So I'm gonna give this a B, just a B. B minus.
I'm gonna give this a C minus.
Whoa.
Because they need a left tackle and he plays right tackle, and apparently they're gonna have him play left tackle, is what it sounds like.
That's
and
strange.
like, I'm not saying Latham's a bad player. I think he'll be good, but you had better options on the board. You had Fashanu, you had Fiaga, you had Amarius Mims.
I would not take Mims over him, but
I don't even know who's better. Like you said, you have Bowers on the board, who's a good playmaker.
You got a Dunze, Dallas Turner. You could go Dallas Turner.
Yeah, you could have.
By the way, real quick, there was no defensive players drafted till like pick 13?
15.
Yeah, it was insane.
15.
Or 15. The Colts took the first defensive player, I believe.
Which, by the way, not the best pick there, but yeah, that just a little weird pick. All right, guys, here is the draft pick that shocked the world.
Hold on, I have to hate on J.C. Latham real quickly.
Okay, what don't hate on him too much. Come on now, right.
Have been hating on J.C. Latham these past few months. I do not like J.C. Latham. I may look.
Wait, hold on, real quick. One other thing I'll say. Do you guys see when he walked out there when he got drafted? And he grabbed Roger Goodell and swinged him.
I know.
Roger Goodell he had back surgery, and he told him not to do that.
That was fucking hilarious. I don't care.
He's like, I don't care. Roll Tide, baby. I don't know.
I think it is a horrible pick. I in my mock, and you can see this, I had Mims getting taken before freaking J.C. Latham because I think he's a horrible pick. I don't think it will be good.
Whoa.
I don't think he will be good. C pick.
Okay, I want to look at his stats real quick to make sure we're not casuals.
No, look at his stats. I've looked at his stats. I've looked at his highlights. They're not that even
highlights. Do they really make highlights for offensive linemen?
Yes,
So
I watched Amarius Mims highlights.
Because all they do is block this.
Bro,
watching
just
offensive
down there.
Unless
it's like really cool. Like they grab by one hand, like push him on the floor.
Okay.
That'd be pretty cool.
Amarius Mims had a sweet highlight. He pushed a dude over his own offensive lineman's back and then go block.
Bro, it's not Evan Neal.
Oh, sick.
Okay, that was pretty cool. Okay, so he had it's not really showing his stats here. It's not showing how much sacks. Do you know the stats in your head? Because I can't find them.
No, the frick.
Like, how do you know? Okay, well, how the frick do you find offensive lineman stats? What the frick? Did they even make stats for these guys?
I think PFF has how many blocks and shit they have or whatever.
Oh yeah, I see this. Okay, so he has 874 snaps, 2 sacks. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not amazing. It's not anything insane.
2 hits, free hits, and then Run block snaps was 431. Yeah, I think it's run blocks. We only have like one tackle for loss. I think it's the run. Which I don't know. They had Tony Pollard. I don't know.
They
I
could've
I
had-
still don't like the pick, but like let's not pretend like he's bad.
I'm not pretending he is bad.
Okay, whatever. Michael Penix to the Falcons. I'll go real quick, and I will go quick here. When I first heard this pick, I was freaking shocked as hell. I thought it was fake. Here's the thing. They're trying to do what they did with Jordan Love, the development thing. And I understand that. But he is not a development project. He is 24 years old. He's been 6 seasons in the college. When Jordan Love got drafted, he was 21. By the time Jordan Love started, he's as old as Penix is now. And what makes this work, if you would have done this without getting Kirk Cousins a long-term contract, it would have made some sense because Kirk Cousins, yes, he has 36 coming off ACL tear. Like, who knows if he's not good anymore? Like, that makes sense to me. And I think Penix is a good quarterback. I think he fits that system well. But why, if you're gonna do that and you don't have faith in not Jordan Love and Kirk Cousins being a long-term option, why would you give him a long-term deal? Like, why, if you don't think he's that guy, why pay him that? You have him $160 million on a 4-year deal. So clearly you have faith in him. So why not help the team now if that's what you're focusing on now? You could have went Dallas Turner. You could have went Taron Arnold. You could have went Roman Dunze. So much options. You could have went offensive lineman if you wanted to. You take Michael Penix, which, by the way, if you want a development guy, take J.J. McCarthy, because he actually is a development guy. He's younger. He can learn a lot. He has a great arm. Obviously, reading coverage is not so good, but he can learn that if you want a development. You take Penix over him. He's 24, two ACL tears. By the time he starts, if the contract continues, he'll be 28. 28. This is not a guy who needs to sit under with like a clipboard. This is a guy who's ready to start and play. It makes no sense. It's an awful pick. Even if he comes out and he's great, let's say it's like what's his name, Kirk. He plays bad and he comes in and he's great. It's still a bad pick because not only because it just doesn't make that means you gave $160 million for nothing. So either no matter what happens with this, it's still a bad move.
I don't care. I don't care if you pay a man that much money. You go all out for those 4 years, and they are doing the exact opposite of that, giving him his replacement in the first freaking round of his draft.
I mean, if they sign him to a 2-year deal, I'd be fine with this pick. But it's a 4-year deal.
His contract,
and he's 24.
Runs out that exact year, like an idiot.
It makes no sense to me.
I'm giving
it a C minus.
I am giving this an F minus. What the hell is going on over there?
I'm gonna give it a C.
What are you doing? Like,
wait, did you guys see the Falcons reaction on Twitter? That was hilarious. The guy was screaming at the top of his lungs.
You passed on Bill Belichick just to make a Bill Belichick move. What the fuck are you
Okay,
thinking?
to be fair, Belichick would not take a black quarterback. Let's be honest. He would take McCarthy. Or you take Bo Nix, if that'd be better.
Okay. Like you signed Kirk Cousins to a massive deal, 4 years, $160 million, guaranteed money, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And you, instead of taking a defensive player, a wide receiver, offensive lineman, or just like something to like
trade, you could have traded away, got capable too.
You could have traded down and gotten picks back, as well. But instead, you take his replacement, who is 24 years old, and by the time you start him, he's going to be pushing 30. He has a long injury history, specifically knee problems. He's been in college for 6 years. He's not a developmental piece because he's older than that. He already has 6 years of college experience under his belt. He's ready to start now. So you're going to have him sit behind Kirk for 4 years, and then when Kirk's deal is done, you're going to start him when he's 30?
Yeah, or Kirk, or Kirk just, they have no faith in him. Which if you had no faith in him, why give him $160 million fully guaranteed money? Yeah. Either way, it's an awful deal. But I still have some idea. All those Falcons fans like screaming. I have some feeling that that's gonna be taken in like an edit one day when he turns out to be like a Hall of Famer. I don't know why. But even if that does happen, it's still a bad pick because you put $100,000 down the drain. And by the way, they didn't even tell Kirk Cousins about this. So this is not, they just thought of this. They just thought of this. Like this happened a couple days ago.
It was a classy move. He called Michael Penix to be a good guy. I love Kirk Cousins.
And Kirk is a great person. He's a great person.
Great person.
But I'm sure he's not happy. All right, let's go to our next pick.
Yeah,
Rome and
like,
Doomsday
You could have done him
to the
in the
Bears.
second round. Just saying.
Now, I'm fine with this pick. Obviously, Rome Doomsday is electrifying and great. Obviously, he was number 1 in receiving yards this season. He was amazing. Yeah, 1,600 receiving yards. But I would have went Dallas because you still have great receivers, and I know Keenan Allen's on a 1-year deal, and you know if you want to get Caleb Williams in the best offensive position now to make sure he turns out to be a superstar. That makes sense to me. But your defensive lineman's not that great. You could have went Dallas Turner, which the way Dallas Turner fell, maybe there's some things we don't know about him that's like maybe medical stuff. But still,
No.
I would have went Dallas Turner. But with all due respect,
Dallas
this is still a
Turner
good.
looked like a freaking dork in the draft. What do you call it, though? Sorry. He was
Whatever,
freaking
whatever.
Talking to himself. I'm sorry. It was so cringe.
Whatever. Rome Odunze, this is not a bad pick at all. I think the reason they took this is because obviously he's young. He's gonna be on a rookie contract for a long time. Who knows if DJ Moore contracts happen and you can't pay him. And obviously Keenan Allen's on a 1-year deal. He's like 33, 34. It makes sense. And obviously you just want to get the best offensive position for Caleb Williams to make sure he develops to be the superstar he needs to be, because you just need a franchise quarterback. You never had a franchise quarterback in your career. You had Jay Cutler for a while. I didn't even know who the quarterback was in 1985.
Don't forget about Big Bitch Mitch.
Okay. Okay.
Big Trubisky.
So I like this pick. I just would have went other options, but with all due respect, it's Rome Odunze. I can give this an A-. Great pick. Good pick.
I give it an A. I probably would have went defense because defense needs a little work, but you get Rome Odunze. I understand the pick because Keenan Allen's on a 1-year
Whatever.
deal. He's getting older. So like if
One last thing I'll say. Hold on. Rome wasn't. I'm sorry. I have to say that. I'm sorry. I literally have to say this. Rome wasn't built in a day, but Odunze was.
Okay, but
Well,
you know, if Keenan
Still
Allen
need-
potentially
still need-
leaves or just retires, you have a guy that can it frees up rep for him, and like you have DJ Moore as
Go
well.
Charger.
So I think this pick is really good.
The real
think
que-
Give me one.
The real question is who's wide receiver free on this team? I think starting now it's gonna.
I mean, all
Probably
three of them are wide receiver ones, but
Rome's got to be. Rome could be wide receiver 2 midway for the season. I think Keenan Allen could move to number 3.
I mean, I think everybody
it
had him
depends on how they all
adding to that
like.
defensive line.
For now, I'd say Allen's 1, DJ's 2, and then Adon's 3 because these are.
I take more. I take more 1 because Keenan Allen can't go down the field. That's the thing.
Yeah, everybody had the Bears adding to their and boosting up their defensive line, but they added another monster to their.
Wait, hold on. So I thought this is gonna be a Saints legend.
What?
I thought Rome Odunze is gonna be I thought it's gonna be a Saints legend. Is that what you picked?
No, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's gonna be a Saints legend. What do you need?
Bro, what are you
I don't
talking
think he
about?
was gonna fall that far.
You had him going to the Saints in your mock draft. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Him and Derek Carr, next Brady and Moss. All right. Go on.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. 7 picks is not
Odunze. 14th pick.
14th pick. 5 picks.
That's what the Saints had.
You also
Would have had to
freaking
trade up to make that.
JC Latham for the frick. Okay. But I will say I like this pick. Adding to the offensive line. I mean, freaking wide receiver core. Defensive line, I would have added. Who are these signatures, dude? Like freaking
Dude, this hat is real.
Dollar Tree.
These are people that played in Texas, like in the damn BC, in like the PC. I don't know, but I have them.
Okay, well, Roman Dunze.
You got it
I'm
from a flea
excited to
market,
see this
probably.
electrifying receiving core. I'll just say,
Guy at a garage sale, $20.
bro, he probably just signed all those signatures before and then just threw it out there.
Well, we'll never know. All right. JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings. We all know what we're saying about McCarthy for a long time. And I'm gonna be honest, my hatred was a lot more at him because I didn't want him to go to the Giants. I'm not gonna play soft on him and softball him now that he's on the Vikings and he's not on the Giants. But I gotta say this: McCarthy is a second-round quarterback, but a second-round quarterback in that offense is going to perform like a first-round quarterback. That's why this is a good pick, especially since they were projected to have to trade 2 first-round picks this year just to get him. When all they had to do is trade up 1 pick for like a fifth, sixth, like a bag of chips with the Jets. So great thing by the Vikings. And I think this is going. I think McCarthy will do good if he's developed there. We don't know how they are at developing quarterbacks, but if they can develop him, he's young, he has potential. He can't read defense the best. Maybe he doesn't start week 1. I don't know if they want Sam Darnold. I don't know. We'll see. But I think developed right, and he's in that offense. They have. Let me remind you, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, who had 13 touchdowns last season. He was amazing. T.J. Hawkinson, and you also got Aaron Jones in the backfield, and also a good offensive line. You got O'Brien there, good offensive line. So I think he's in a great position, and I don't think he'll be a elite quarterback, but he'll play like a Brock Purdy role a little bit, like a watered down Brock Purdy. You know,
Okay.
he's Brock Purdy. Brock
if
Purdy, a midget Brock Purdy. That's my pick.
Okay. I think if you develop him right, and please do not start him week 1. Please do not start him week 1. Please give him some time.
But it's JJ to JJ and MN. You can't pass that down.
I actually hate you so much.
You can't pass down. You can't pass down, Mr. McCarthy, Mr. 15-0 in week 1 against the Packers.
So I'm gonna go quickly. They put him with an elite offense, and I think he is a second-round quarterback. But I think the Vikings needed to do this either way. Defensively, they added on the defense as well. But I don't want to talk about the Vikings. McCarthy, good pick for the Vikings. I do hate on him, and I will continue to hate on him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. His face pisses me off. I'm sorry. But yeah, one last thing I'll say. I am rooting for him though. He's on Minnesota. I do like Minnesota. And I hope he proves me wrong for everything I said. I hope I look like an idiot. But I'll say this: his potential is high. Because if you watch his highlights and you watch his plays, his strongest suit is like his passing ability. Like his balls are.
Whoa.
Time out.
Oh my God. Add that to the compilation.
His balls are amazing. Like, I'm sorry. The way the ball moves in the air. Like, I'm sorry. You had to watch it. It's like a perfect spiral. It is beautiful. And it goes right in. Right in.
I'm sorry.
It goes, it's accurate.
His highlights that they were playing at the draft was freaking horrible. It was the receiver.
Okay, yeah. Okay. No, I know. But you have to, all right, I'm trying to say this without sounding like a homosexual.
Yes, his balls are good.
The way he throws the ball is amazing. Like he has a great arm. It's just the reading defense is the problem, and he's good under pressure. He has great footwork, and he does a little bit weird too. He does like his meditation, like this stuff every time. I don't know what the hell he thinks, like freaking Bruce Lee or something, but I don't care. Develop him right. He's gonna be good. You just gotta help him to read defense. If he can read defense good, he can be top 15 quarterback. All right, let's move on.
I give this a B. I think there's a
Jake
huge
Plummer.
drop off. I think there's a huge drop off between Caleb, May, and Daniel. And I think he should be a second round quarterback, but the Vikings are desperate. They need a quarterback. Because they lost Kirk in free agency, obviously, so they're desperate and they needed a quarterback, and they didn't have to give up much to get him.
Just take out the funny part for Zoom. Then I agree.
Take
All
out
right.
the smart part for karate.
Okay. Yeah.
Smart. If you're talking about sports, and yes, fucking karate spends all his damn day.
No.
Look at sports.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Pick 11 for the Jets. They get Ol Fusha. They take the fish guy.
Alu Fashanu.
Okay. I got it.
Also, my phone.
I'm fine.
50%, by the way.
All right. I'm fine with this pick. I just think they really should have Brock Bowers here. Brock Bowers is not only an explosive weapon, he is a great blocker. And officially, yes, you want to build an offensive lineman, but you kind of addressed that in the offseason. And I think you really should have got Brock Bowers here. I'm still fine with this pick. I mean, you build the offensive lineman, nothing wrong with that. But I really think getting Brock Bowers would have been a way better pick. And I think they don't regret that after he becomes the greatest tight end of all time. And I do also think Fuga's better. But whatever. So that's what I have for this. I'm gonna give this I'm gonna give it a B plus, mainly because they missed out on Brock.
I'm gonna give it a B. I think Brock would have been a much better option. I think Fuaga would have been a much better option. But I understand the official
Not much
hype.
better.
But yeah, or even, they could have even traded up for Roma Dunze. Just saying. But
I don't think that would be necessary. I mean, you still got Gary.
Mike Williams and Gary Wilson.
Yeah.
But Brock Bowers.
I'm gonna
you
give
should have
this
taken.
I'm gonna give this a B. I probably would have taken Brock Bowers because he would have been an upgraded tight end, good blocker, explosive playmaker. We've said this already. But I do understand the pick because Tyron Smith he's never played a full season in his career. He usually gets injured at one point. And Morgan Moses is getting older. He's like 32, I think. So you get a guy who can replace one of them once one of them hangs it up and retires. So I think it's a solid pick.
I concur.
Yeah.
All right, then we got the Denver Broncos select Bo
Shut the
Nix.
frick up.
6 quarterbacks in top 12. I'm sorry, this is an awful pick. I mean, you guys can look at the stats. Just look at his face. You tell me this guy's that this is a face you look at as like a meme of how bad he is. You can't tell me that guy's going to be a starter. I'm sorry.
He looks like an
Well, he's
older
gone.
version of
I think-
Zach Wilson.
Now here's the thing.
I
Bo
would
Nix
say he's
is
in
a great
development.
dude. Yes, he is. Yeah, and he had 45 touchdowns and he was great. But I think he played in Oregon. Not a lot of great competition there. And I also think that you're taking the 6th best quarterback at pick 12. And then Sean Payne says, "Oh, I was trying to trick. I was trading up. Ha ha. Yeah, sure, Sean Payne. Shut the hell up." Now, the thing is a thing. No quarterback wants to go to Denver. Not only is that an awful team, you have Sean Payne as your coach, which is a good coach, but as like a
He's a good.
no, you shut the frick up. Yeah, I just said that. It's like almost like I just said that. He's a good coach, just not a good player coach. Like if like a quarterback plays bad, he throws a temper tantrum. It happened with Drew Brees. It happened with Peyton Wilson, and he is just almost a man child, and he's like freaking smoking bongs with teenagers at like a 70-year-old man. He is just a weird dude, and he is just I don't think he is good at developing quarterbacks at all. I mean, he got Drew Brees. Drew Brees got traded there, and Drew Brees was already a stud, and he trained like 15 hours a day. So
I think he still developed Drew Brees.
Drew Brees was already developed. If anything, he carried him to that Super Bowl. But anyway, yeah, Bo Nix. This is just a waste of a pick, honestly. And you could develop and be solid, but like he's not going to be. I don't think he will be a franchise quarterback. And if you're not going to get a franchise quarterback, it's a waste of pick. I know Sean Payne doing this because he wants to hold on to his job, and he cannot go out there with Zach Wilson as the starter week 1 because he'll just get flamed. But dude, just go defense. Get Dallas Turner. He could have been the second coming of Von Miller. Go get Taron Arnold. Build the team. Tank for a quarterback next season. Go ahead and get like freaking Dak Prescott. Go get who knows. Get Russell Wilson back for all you know. I mean, he'll be better than this guy. Or go get a quarterback in the draft, and then you have a good team again. No need to waste the pick on Bo Nix. And you could just trade it down for him too. I mean, maybe the Raiders would have took him. I don't think they would have. Maybe I don't think they would have. I mean, right here, he's compared to Dak Prescott. I mean, that's red flag right there. So I don't understand the pick. I understand he's doing it because he doesn't want to get fired and he just needs a quarterback that's not Zach Wilson. But
I think
waste of a pick, in my opinion. I'm going to give it a C plus.
I think
Well,
the
I'm going to
Broncos-
give this a D minus. You could have made better decisions. I would have traded
give him
down
that D?
because I'm trading it. I would have traded down because they didn't have a second round pick. They didn't get to pick again until the 3rd round. And I don't
They got,
remember who they picked in the 3rd round. I don't remember.
They got
but
Troy
you
Franklin
could-
on the 3rd round.
Yeah, Troy
That was
Franklin.
a great pick.
But which I do like that pick, by the way. But you could have traded down,
Could have had
gotten extra picks in this draft, but instead you stay pat. You take a quarterback who's probably going to be a backup at best, You had Brock
Whoa.
Bowers on the board, which you need a better tight end anyway. Who's their tight end right now?
Greg
You could have
Dulcich.
upgraded
Oh
the
yeah, I
defense.
forgot about Brock Bowers.
You could have upgraded the defense with Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Byron Murphy, even if you
Luther
wanted to.
Alpaca.
You could have taken Arnold and paired him with Sertan. Like, there are just better choices here. And like, I don't know what's going on with ownership over there, but you're probably gonna have a top 5 pick next year.
Oh, for
You're
sure.
gonna probably take a new quarterback anyway, whether it's Sanders,
Exactly.
Ewers, or whoever.
No,
And
God, no.
he's not, and Bo Nix is not in a good position because he has to play against Mahomes and Justin Herbert twice a year. That's not good.
All right. I hate this pick too, and I think it would have been so smart if the Bengals, if the Broncos traded down, maybe even to the second round. Okay, at least.
And Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. Late, bro. Okay, hold on. Late first round or early second round, taking Bo Nix at another second round pick, another future first round pick. It was a dumb pick, but I think Bo Nix.
Sean
has
Payne will be
potential
Sean
to be
Payne.
good. Not great.
He's also 24 years old. All right. And the Raiders take Brock Bowers. I'll go real quick. I think this is a good pick here. I know a lot of Raiders fans were a bit upset, actually. I don't know why. I guess he wasn't in a position of need. He took a tight end last year, but you could have went Terran Arnold, could have went Dallas Turner. All think I would have been good picks. But I feel like the best pick because he is the best tight end prospect probably in history. And not only can he block, which is that when you need offensive line, he can block. He's explosive. And now you have an amazing offense with Devontae Adams, who's still a top 3 receiver. You still have Jacoby Myers, one of the best receiver 2s in the NFL. And then you got Brock Bowers in there. He can block. He can play explosive. He is amazing. And I think Gardner Minshew actually was really good. Almost got to the playoffs And I think it's pretty good. And also, Antonio Pierce is a great coach. I mean, he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. And their defense is also one of the best. So I think they are a great team now. Brock Bowers, I think he has potential of being one of the greatest tight ends of all time. I mean, he reminds me right of Gronk. Like when I look at him and I watch him, he reminds me of Gronk. His block ability, his explosiveness, his just leaping ability, no one can take him down. He is a tank. And the fact that dumb fat Raider fan, I forgot his name, Joe, he's over there crying that, oh, why did I watch Brock Bowers? I guarantee you when he's wearing a golden jacket with a Raiders jersey, you won't be whining. So great pickup by them. I hate the Raiders fans, but I am rooting for that team. Love Antonio Pierce. I love Gardner Minshew. I love Brock Bowers. This guy I think is going to be amazing. And go Raiders, go. Is that what to say?
I give this an A+. I like what they did. They took the best prospect available that was, on the board. And you get an upgraded tight end because Michael Mayer didn't have the best rookie year last year.
Yeah,
and I'm not really expecting much from him, but Brock Bowers, much better. Great blocker, great playmaker. He's a freaking beast. So I love this pick for the Raiders.
Already better than Travis Kelce.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being a playoff team this year.
Yeah. I think this.
Oh, yeah, they're getting the playoffs for sure.
Because they have Wilkins and Crosby on the defense. Like that is.
By the way, Max Crosby, defense player of the year this year. That's my prediction.
I agree.
Here's a tank.
Of all teams,
I mean,
before the Bengals,
you know how much Zone wanted him.
The frick? No, I wanted the Bengals to get him. But why the Raiders? Okay. You drafted a freaking tight end last year. All right.
It's still a good pick.
And no, it's a great pick, amazing pick, A+ pick. You took the best player on the board. I concur with it. It's an amazing pick for the Raiders. Absolutely agree. But
yeah,
this pick just pisses me off, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't like them on the Raiders either. But don't worry. But hey, I'll tell you one thing about the Raiders though. They look badass. I'm just saying. If you look at Max Crosby, you look at the all black with the black visor. Oh yeah,
that is pretty.
Brock
cool,
Bowers, and if he wears like that awesome face mask, I think they got rid of those. But if you can have that with the black mask, those highlights are gonna look really cool.
Brock Bowers, I guarantee you, he will be the best tight end in the league in a few years. Calling it right now.
Yeah,
I think George Kittle is the best right now. I don't think Kelsey is because
I
Kelsey
agree.
can't block. Kittle can block.
Yeah. And Kelsey's starting to regress too. He's starting to slow down.
Kelsey's just a receiver. I don't know why people even think he's the best tight end of all time when he can't even block.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our next pick. Fuga goes to the Saints. Amazing pick here. They need an offensive lineman. They got him. Fuga's a great tackle, and obviously we already know the guy in the second round, which is a great pick. So Saints had a great draft. So great pick here. Offensive lineman is going to be good. Obviously, you still have freaking. Oh, there goes zone. You still have Derek Carr. You also got Spencer Rattler, which we'll get to that a little bit. But I think this is a great pick. I'm gonna give this an A+. Best player available, best offensive lineman available, and honestly, I think he's better than C.J. Latham and the Fish guy. So you got an offensive lineman that fell to you that I think are better, and I think he's going to be a great position, and it's a great position of need. You didn't have to move up, you didn't have to move down. You got your guy, you got out of there. Good job. A+. All right.
Yeah, it's a good pick. He was the best available. Offensive line was a huge need, so it's good that they addressed that and sets them up for the future. Because obviously we all know Derek Carr is not going to be the future of this team. It's just not happening.
No. All right, then we got the Colts. The first defensive player, Latu. Now, I like him, but I think he's heavily overrated. I don't think he's better than Jared Verse. I don't think he's better than Dallas Turner. And also, the Colts did not need edge as much as they needed, corners. And there's no corners taken. I mean, who would have thought the Colts would have a possibility to take the first defensive player in any corner? You could have taken Arnold. You could have taken, Kayvon. You could have taken Eugene, Kool-Aid. You take Latu, which I'm not going to diss on him. Like, he is a good guy. Like, he is a great player, and I think he's going to help that defense even more. But you got your defensive lineman's already pretty set in stone, at least for the most part. You got Butker. I would take a corner here. I would take Terran Arnold, but if you want to go Dallas Turner, I would not knock you for it. But I don't understand taking Latu. Still a great pick. I'm gonna give this a B+. I'll give it just a B. Not the strongest position need, and I also don't think the strongest position at the position, but still very close and still a great player. Obviously, with this pick, your defense is going to be elite. Elite defensive line, and I think he is a great player. Not as good as people say he is, in my opinion. Obviously, 20 free sacks over the past 2 seasons. He's been pretty good. I just don't think he is as great as the others. So I'm going to give this a B.
I'm giving it a B. He's good. He's a good player. The thing is, there were concerns with his medicals. So that's something you need to keep in mind if you're the Colts.
True.
And this isn't a bad pick or anything. It's just not ideal. Like, they needed a corner because really the only corner I can name is Kenny Moore. Like, he could have gotten Arnold or Mitchell or whoever. This isn't a bad pick. It's not amazing either, but I think he will help the defense as long as he just stays healthy. It's a B. I think that's fair.
All right, another little strange pick for me. The Seahawks take Brian Murphy. Now, I think the position of need here for the Seahawks are defensive tackle and offensive line. And the free big offensive linemen are already gone, so you take defense. I'm fine with that. And you take the best defensive tackle available. Brian Murphy obviously is great. I'm fine with that. But it's just the guy you passed on. Obviously, you need defensive tackle more than edge, but you have Dallas Turner there. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care that you need defensive tackle more than edge. If you had to pick a defensive player, Dallas, you're taking Brian Murphy over Dallas Turner. I think Dallas Turner I think he reminded me a lot of Micah Parsons. Like, he is explosive, fast, strong. That's what it reminds me of. And the fact that he fell so low is shocking. So Seahawks, if I'm done, I would have taken Dallas Turner here for sure. Or I would have just helped the secondary more. You obviously have Witherspoon, but besides that, you need better corners. You could have taken Terran Arnold. You could have taken a better corner. I think Brian Murphy is going to fit in that defense good. I think he's a great player. I just think it's not so much that the player they took is the players they passed on. So I'm going to give it a B+. Obviously, you need defensive tackle. I would have preferred getting in the second round and taking the best player available, and that best player available was Dallas Turner, and you passed on them. I think they're going to deeply regret that. So I'm gonna give this a B plus. What do you think?
I'll give it a B plus. It's not necessarily about the player; it's just who you passed on. Like when they were on the clock, I was expecting them to take Dallas Turner. I've actually mocked Dallas Turner to the Seahawks a couple times. So because it made sense, it was a perfect fit, and they ended up taking Murphy instead, which he's not a bad player. I think he'll end up being a good player. They needed defensive tackle. I just felt like it was a bit of more of a need because you let Bobby Wagner go, and he was getting older anyways. So
Linebacker,
I think Dallas Turner would have been a perfect replacement. But Byron Murphy isn't a bad pick. I just like if I was the GM, I would have taken Dallas Turner instead. But that's just me.
All right, then Vikings trade up with the Jaguars, and they go get Dallas Turner, which is an amazing thing here. So Vikings were projected to lose their 2 first-round picks and get JJ McCarthy. So what they were projected to get in the first round was JJ McCarthy, and that's it. Instead, they got JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner. And that is insane. Obviously, he is overall ranked number 7, and he got it at number 17. And the defense is not so good. You lose Darnell Hunter. Defensive line is not so good. Your corners and safeties are solid. Your defensive line's not good. Now you get Dallas Turner. Now that defensive line's scary. And your offense is already one of the best in the league. So this is an A+. You trade up for him. You didn't trade too much for him. And you got the best defense player in the draft at pick number 17 when you were projected to not even have this pick here. Great pick here. Dallas Turner's going to be a beast. And I'm happy he's on Minnesota. So this is a great pick. Really fast, too.
I give us an A+. They traded up to get him, and they get a replacement for Darnell Hunter because that was a huge loss for them. And, I think he's going to make their defense a lot better. And that division's looking scary. You got the Lions, you got the Packers, you got the Bears potentially if things pan out for them. And now you get the Vikings. So,
yeah, it's going to be very competitive. I think that division will be a lot like the AFC North this season, where almost all of them make the playoffs.
The North divisions are looking scary.
Yeah. I think we're at the Bengals. Zone's not here to yap about this, so we'll yap for him. I think Mims, which is a all right pick. I mean, obviously you take offensive linemen here. I think that's the right move. Joe Burrow obviously been injured so many times, and you helped a little bit in the offseason, but there's still never too much for offensive linemen. And I think I said many times, I'd rather have, let me think. I'd rather have Joe Burrow 10 seconds to throw to Jamar Chase than Joe Burrow like 3 seconds or 5 seconds to throw to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Like I think getting offensive lineman is better than having Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, because that Jefferson and Jamar Chase would not even matter if your offensive line is that good. Not only does that affect your run game too, so I think they need offensive line more than anything. And I think they get a good offensive lineman, that could be a Super Bowl team because Joe Burrow is a elite receiver, quarterback. Jamar Chase elite receiver, and they can just have time like they did in 2021. They can get stuff done, and I think they're working towards that. Now, the only problem I would say here, I don't think this was the best pick. I still think Troy Falalaki was better, and what makes it even worse is he fell to the divisional rival Steelers. But Mims is still a great offensive lineman. Obviously 6'8", 340 pounds, and he was great, all pro this season for the Georgia Bulldogs. I'm gonna give it an A-. It could be an A+ if they got Troy, but I'm gonna give it an A- mainly because there's a little better one, and I'm gonna give it an A-. Still a great pick for them. Obviously, their team's not getting any worse with this pick. I just would have took Troy over him. That's all I'll say.
I'm gonna give it an A. I like this pick, and I think he'll end up being their starter eventually because Trent Brown is not reliable. He's had injury problems. He picks up penalties every game. And he has wicked bad attitude problems. And I think, and he's getting older. So, once he's done, I think Mims takes over that starting right tackle spot. So I actually like this pick for them.
Yeah. Okay. Then we got the Rams taking Jared Verse. Now, solid pickup. Jared Verse is a beast. He reminds me of Kayvon Thibodeau a lot. who is edge rusher for the Giants. I don't know why. I don't know where they see Trey Hendrickson's in him. But yeah, he reminds me a lot of Kayvon Thibodeau. Fast, strong, smart. Just a really great edge rusher. I don't think they should have gotten him here. If I was them, I would have took Terron Arnold because I think Terron Arnold is a stronger position of need and a better player. Yes, you have Tre'Davious White, but he's old and he has 2 ACL tears. I think you need a corner more. And you have the best corner on the board, Terron Arnold or Mitchell, whoever you think is better. You could have got anyone you wanted. You say take Jared Verse, which yes, you lost some defensive pieces. Obviously, Aaron Donald. And obviously Kobe Turner is gonna be defensive tackle this year, so he's filling in that spot. So you need someone to fill in for the edge. So you got Jared Verse, who is a great pick, but I still think corner was a stronger need, and you had the best corner. I would have took the stronger need, best available, rather than the third best edge rusher. That's not the strongest need. So I would have took that. Still not a bad pick. Jared Verse is going to be a beast. And that Rams defense is looking really scary, at least the defensive line. Kobe Turner, Jared Verse. Even without Arnold, this defense is still looking good. I think secondary was a bigger need, and that was clearly evident inside that wild card game where freaking Amon St. Brown was going off in your secondary. Obviously, Javius White is a great corner, still top 10, but he's old and he's not reliable, and that's only one quarter. So I would have took Arnold here. I'm still gonna give it a A minus because still Jared Verse is a beast, and you still do need an edge rusher. So I'm gonna give this an A minus. What do you think about the Rams getting Jared Verse?
I give it an A. They needed to get a replacement for Aaron Donald because he kind of just retired out of nowhere. We weren't expecting it,
Yeah.
but with without Aaron Donald, they kind of knew like, oh shit, we're fucked. But they got a solid replacement for him, and I do understand the argument of taking Arnold instead because yes, corner is a need. Trey White is coming off an Achilles injury, and he's getting older, not really that reliable. But I do really like this pick for them, and I hope it pans out for them. And I think he'll end up being a beast for them. I don't think he'll be nearly as good as Aaron Donald, but I think he'll be pretty good for them.
Yeah. Then we got pick 20, the Steelers taking Troy Fautanu, whatever his name is. Great pickup here. I would Brian Thompson here, honestly. I think your offensive lineman is obviously not good, but I think it's decent. Obviously, you did some work of it on the offseason. And I think with all of the other picks they had, I think I would have went Brian Thomas Jr. because he is a great receiver. I think he is just as good as Rome Odunze, as crazy as that sounds. But hey, let's be fair. Justin Jefferson got picked number 22, and he was wide receiver 2 for the LSU. And look how good he is now. I'm not saying Brian Thomas is going to be as good as Justin Jefferson, but I'm saying he has potential of being just as good as Malik and all the other guys. And you lost your Deontay Johnson. You still have George Pickens, which he is a great receiver, but he has mood swings. Like he has caused a lot of problems. He sit out games, and you have 2 quarterbacks that could have great potential for your team. And I think you get more weapons here. I think offensive lineman's good, and it's not a bad pick. And obviously, I think it's a great pick because I think he was a better than Mims. But I still think I would take Brian Thompson here for the potential that would have brought to the team. But obviously, offensive lineman is never a bad pick. Offensive lineman is one of the most important positions in the league. And you got a really good one here. Troy Fautanu is a great pick. So I'm going to give this an A. Yeah, I'll give it an A. So Troy Fautanu is a great pick. I just think Brian Thomas was that A-plus pick. And they just didn't pull the trigger, which is fine. But I feel like they're going to regret it. What do you think about it, World?
I give it an A. Offensive line with a huge need for them. They get an offensive lineman who can play all over the field. You can plug him in at guard. You can plug him in at tackle. You can have him play a little center if you need him to. So you got the flexibility there. And I do understand the argument for, they should have taken Brian Thomas instead, which is a fair point because receiver is a huge need because of Johnson, and they really only had George Pickens on the roster. So getting another guy for Russell Wilson to throw to would have been nice, but
Roman Wilson.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. But this is not a bad pick. This is a good pick. I actually think besides the Vikings, the Steelers won this draft. But yeah, this is
Okay, hold on one second. All right. All right. Next pick we have. Now this is an awful pick. The Dolphins take Chop Robertson. Now, Chop Robertson isn't necessarily bad. Solid defensive edge rusher. They don't need deep edge rushers. They need an offensive line. I'm going to be honest. They need an offensive line, and the picks that are available for offensive linemen were still really high. You had JPP still on the board. You had Graham Barton still on the board, which is actually a really underrated offensive lineman. And you take an edge rusher who's projected to go early second round. I mean, yes, your defense is not that great. You did lose Christian Wilkins, but he's a defensive tackle. This is an edge rusher, and you don't need that as much as offensive lineman. I mean, Tua needs help more than any time, and you really just got a second round edge rusher. Doesn't make sense to me at all. Not a good pick. Not a bad player. I think he'll do solid for the defense. It's just such a questionable pick, especially if all the other players are available. I mean, you still could have pulled the trigger on maybe one of the corners if you wanted to, because you are losing Xavier Howard and Jalen Ramsey's old as hell, and you did get that guy out of Washington, but whatever. You still had top tier offensive linemen. I mean, corners on the board. You could have pulled the trigger on that if you wanted to, but get Chop Robertson. Not a good pick. I'm giving this a C minus. Honestly, he's solid, but like, why? What do you think about this?
I'm gonna give it a D minus. This is a stupid pick in my opinion. You didn't need an edge rusher. You need offensive line because Tua was getting destroyed by that offensive line. He was fumbling the snap. He was tripping over air. You had a ton of good offensive linemen still available. You had Jackson Powers Johnson, who you need a center.
JPP, yeah. Connor Williams
Williams
went to the Vikes.
Yeah, because Connor Williams is sitting there. Connor Williams is sitting there unsigned, injured. You needed a center, and you had Graham Barton still available. You had Guyton still available if you wanted him.
Guyton, forgot about Guyton, yeah.
Like, there's a ton of better options, and if you wanted to go corner, you still had Mitchell available. You had Arnold available.
Best corner.
Yep. You had Nate Wiggins available. When you go edge rusher, DeJean as well. You didn't need an edge rusher. Like, this pick just makes no sense to me, and I want to know what the GM was thinking, because, like, did he not watch Tua getting sacked and thrown around behind that injured offensive line like so many times? Like, go back and watch the Bills games. Go watch some of the other games, like
even the wild cards.
Yeah, go watch the Titans game as well.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
Like, it's
not a good pick.
I'm not saying Chop Robinson's going to be a bad player. I think he'll be solid.
He has a cool name though, Chop Chop. That's what they call him, Chop Chop. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. But come on.
It just wasn't needed. It just wasn't needed, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, then the Eagles get Quavion Mitchell. Of course, the Eagles have a good draft. What else is new? So, yeah, obviously this is a great pickup objectively because you get the best projected corner in the draft at pick number 22. Obviously, last year you lost all those games because your terrible secondary is the worst secondary in the league. You had the 5th worst defense in the league, and obviously you lost a lot of defensive pieces, and you lost Lester Cox. You lost Hasten Reddick. But even though your defensive lineman is bad, you still have Jalen Carter there. So I think secondary is even a bigger need because look at the Bucs game. Like, they couldn't even tackle. It was 31-9. Darius Slayton freaking got an 80-yard touchdown on the secondary, which I don't think he's bad, but still. Corner was awful. And you get the best projected corner. Now, I still think Quavion Mitchell is highly overrated. I don't think he has a good people say he is. I think he's the 3rd best or 4th best corner in the draft. But still, his potential is to be great, and that's why they got him. We'll see how we know that they're not the best at developing defensive players, in especially corners in Philly. But if they get a defensive coordinator, if he's good and they can develop this is a great pick. I'm gonna give it an A+, mainly because this is the best corner available, and you need him in corner, and you got him. I picked 22 is great. But I don't think he's as good as people say he is. But still, we don't know that. That's just my opinion. Objectively, this is an A+ pick, and it's going to be really good. But have fun with Malik Nabers, buddy.
I give it an A. I would have taken Arnold instead because I think he's slightly better. but Mitchell isn't a bad option either. And they ended up getting 2 really good corners, which we'll get to later. So, of course, the Eagles get 2 of the best corners in the draft. So, we'll talk about that later. But good pick. We'll see how he does against guys like Neighbors and AJ. Oh, wait, no. Why did I just say AJ Brown? They're on the same team. Never mind.
Maybe in the practice.
CeeDee Lamb and Scary Terry. We'll see how he does.
I'll tell you this: Malik Neighbors will cook him up. But the Dalen Jones will throw like 80 feet over his head. But hey, he'll still cook him. All right, Brian Thompson Jr. to the Jags. This shocked me a bit because I don't think they need a receiver that much. You have Ridley. You got Gabe Davis. You still got Zay Jones over there. Not Ridley. Sorry, Kirk. You still have Evan Ingram there. I think you're just bigger positions of needs. Your defense is awful. Like that was a big part of the thing. I mean, you could have gone offensive lineman too. You still got Tyler Guyton on the board. Still got Grant Barton on the board. I mean, that was a part of the reason why you guys didn't make the playoffs because you had Trevor Lawrence itching in pain, and he's fighting with all his heart to get back on the field and play out there, and he just couldn't perform. And instead, you give him another weapon, which he's not going to really be able to use that weapon if he can't throw. And I think Trevor Lawrence I think is a bit overrated. The stats prove it. I think his potential is great. I think you should just keep developing him because I think he's still in. I think yes, he has a playoff win, but I still think he's still in the developing place. He's still really young, and he's had 2 bad seasons. And I think you should build the offensive lineman, build the team around him because you still have great weapons. Now, with that being said, I think Brian Thompson is great, and I think he's going to be one of the best receivers. I think he'd be better than Rome Odunze. And I think he's going to revive, Trevor Lawrence, career a little bit. But with that being said, it's still not a position of need. You have corners on the board. When you need a corner bad, your secondary is like name one corner in the league. You pass on Taron Arnold, you pass on Graham Barton, Tyler Guyton, and you get a receiver. You don't need a receiver that much. Now, even though I think he's going to be really good, we don't know that. So right now, if I'm being objective, personal feelings aside, this is almost an F tier F signing. Like, I'm sorry, this is an F. My first F. And not because Brian Thompson is bad. It's because you don't need a receiver. You have 3 great weapons, which has been great for you, and you guys missed out on the playoffs because your offensive line, and because your secondary and your defense, and you don't do any of that. You pass on Taron Arnold, Graham Barton, Tyler Guyton to get a receiver when you already have 2 wide receiver 1s or wide receiver 2s maybe. Doesn't make sense to me. I still think this is a good pick. Is going to be great in the future, but as I speak right now, it's not a good pick at all. What do you think? What do you think, World?
I'm just gonna give it a C, and he's like, this is not a bad player. I think he's a really good player. Yeah, he could potentially end up being wide receiver 1 on the Jaguars. But you really did not. It wasn't a position of need. You needed defense because your defense was not very good. You cut one of your corners this year, Mario Williams, or however you say his name, something Williams. You cut him to save money. You had Arnold on the board. You had DeJean on the board, Nate Wiggins. Yeah. And you had some O-line still there. You still had Guyton. You still had power. Well, you didn't really need a center because you signed Mitch Morse, but he can play guard as well. So that's what's good about him. You had Guyton there. Like, there's other options you could have explored, but instead you take another wide receiver, which you are already good on wide receiver because you have Christian Kirk back, and you sign Gabe Davis, who's a solid slot receiver. And I don't hate this pick. But I don't love it either. So I do think he is. I still think he's one of those underrated players in this draft, but I just. That's just my opinion. My opinion isn't valid to what's the reality. So I think as we speak right now, it's just not a good pick. I think this pick will be good in the future, but I don't. As is for now, you could have went so much better options on the board. All right, let's go to the next pick. Pick 24, the Lions get Taron Arnold. If you would have told me the Lions would have got Taron Arnold at pick 24, I would have said you're crazy, but they got him. I mean, you lose your corner to the Eagles, which, by the way, that guy's not that good anyway. Your secondary is not the best. And you get, I think, the best corner in the draft. I think Kool-Aid's slightly better when healthy, but obviously got injured. But yeah, Arnold is a great pick. Obviously, he is the son of Malik Neighbors, but still,
he is a great pick. And getting at number 24 is insane. I think this is an A plus plus just because of where they got him and how much the position of need corner was. Such a good pick. This guy should have been top 10 pick in the draft, and you got him at 24 without trading or anything. Great pick up here. I think they trade up. Did they trade up a little bit? Yeah, they trade up a little bit, but still
with the Cowboys
with Dallas. Yeah, Dallas. But still a great pick here. I'm going to say A plus. Amazing guy, and he's going to help that defense and could help for another maybe a Super Bowl run.
I'm going to give this an A plus. I think this is a huge steal. Highway robbery. They get an upgrade at corner. And he was getting burned out by Malik Neighbors, but it's Malik Neighbors. Give him a break. I think he's really good. Could potentially be the best corner coming out of this draft. But I really like this pick for the Lions. They needed upgrades at defense. And, they got one. So, good for them.
All right, and this is another strange pick for me. Packers take Jordan Morgan. Now, I like Jordan Morgan. I thought he was a pretty underrated offensive lineman. But what the hell? First off, a lot of things that can go here. Number one, you could have went receiver. Your receiver core is trash. And if you want Jordan Love to have that strong receiver one connection, you could have gone 80 on Mitchell. You could have gone Xavier Worthy if you want the speed. You could have done a lot of different things. Now, to be fair, he did just good at the receivers they have now, and the receivers they have now are still developing, so we don't know what they're going to be. So you want to pass on that, that's fine. You also need a corner, and you don't take a corner. You pass on Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean. You pass on, Kool-Aid, all these guys. Now, if you want to go offensive lineman, you don't take the best one available. There was still Grant Barton, as you can see. Obviously, there was who was it? You still had JPP, which I don't think they need a center, but you can move these guys around, and you could have traded down to Jordan Morgan if you wanted him that bad too. I thought this was just a bad pick. I think offensive lineman is fine. As you want to offensive lineman, that's fine. I don't think that's the strongest position they need, but that's fine. You have a lot of picks in the second and third round. You have 2 second-round picks. You want to take offensive lineman first round, that's fine. It's still a position of need. All good. But Jordan Morgan at pick 25 makes 0 sense. I'm giving this a C. Probably a D plus. What do you think, world?
I give it a C minus. I think if Arnold was still here, they would have taken him, but he wasn't. So they just went offensive line, which I would have taken Graham Barton instead because he can play guard and center, and even Powers Johnson, he can play guard as well. So Jordan Morgan's not bad. I think he's good. I think he'll be a starter for them eventually, but not right away because they're offensive. Because they already have a left. I'm pretty sure they have a left tackle already and a right tackle. But
they did lose Runya, who went to the Giants actually. So I think they might put him there. Who's a right tackle or a left tackle, I believe.
I don't think this is a terrible pick, but it's not a great one either. It's all right. Maybe he'll be a starter for you eventually. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah. All right, we have the Bucks and Graham Barton, which is a little odd pick for me. I still think offensive lineman is a great need for the Bucks. You want to keep Baker healthy. You want to keep Baker and that Mike Evans connection alive because that connection almost got him to an NFC Championship. But with that being said, the big reason why you guys lost those playoff games and a lot of games overall was your secondary. Your secondary man-on-man coverage was awful. I've been saying it all season long. You need a star corner in there. You have a good safety. You have good people in the zone. But man-on-man coverage is awful, and they just get burnt up every single time. And I'm fine with taking this pick if there's no good corners on the board. But you still have Nate Wiggins. You still have Kool-Aid, Cooper DeJean. So much picks you could have went here. I think Grant Barton is a great person. Obviously, ranked number 18 at number 26 is a great pickup here. So I'm still going to give this a B plus, but I still think it was not the strongest position of need, and you still have great corners on the board. So I'm fine with this pick. You obviously need a center. You got a great one. I still think that's JPP is better slightly, but it's still around the same level. I'm not gonna go all crazy that they passed on JPP over Graham Barton, but man, you really missed out on a great corner that could have helped your defense a lot more. Your offense still got your offense was still amazing without the offensive linemen of help. So I still think you should have got that. But with all due respect, offensive lineman is a lot better. This is a decent pick, just not the ideal pick. I'm going to give this a B. What do you think, Rob?
I give it a B. I'm actually kind of surprised they made this pick because I don't think O-line was that big of a need. Like, yeah, like you can never have enough offensive linemen.
They were missing a
But-
center, I believe. But you still have you still have Tristan Wirfs though.
Yeah,
He's like
but
great.
I felt like corner was a bigger need because, like, in the Lions game, they were getting burned out. They were getting torched left and right. Like,
Yeah,
they
Baker
just
was playing his heart out too. Like Baker and the offense were playing great. Mike Evans was going off. I'll tell you right now, if they had Cooper DeJean or they had Kool-Aid or Nate Wiggins on that team, they would have beat the Lions. They would have beat them,
They would have.
and they would have
Yeah.
the NFC Championship. Now, would they have got a couple more points with offense with a new center? Maybe, but they probably still would have lost that game. That's why this is a bad pick in my opinion. So
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
Like,
All right, though.
I think like they get a
He's-
starting center out of him, like that's fine. But like you could have gotten what Nate Wiggins or DeJean or whoever else was available, because like I just felt like corner was a much bigger need, and you know they may end up regretting it because I don't think they upgraded the corner position that much.
All right, then we got the Arizona Cardinals taking Darius Robson. Now, I like Darius Robson. He's all right. He's really fast. Great edge rusher. Obviously, Cardinals need better defense. Still an awful pick, and I'm gonna explain why. Yes, your defensive line is not the best, but your corners are way worse. You have to get Buda Baker, but your corners are so bad. I think it's the worst secondary besides the Eagles. Obviously, the Eagles secondary is good now, but before it was awful. And this pick is fine if Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid and Cooper DeJean are still on the board. I mean, if you left this draft with Cooper DeJean and Marvin Harrison Jr., like we would be building a statue for you right now. We take Darius Robson, which is a decent edge rusher. You need to give us edge rusher, but you pass on Johnny Newton. I think Johnny Newton would have been a lot better in the defensive tackle position. And I don't think you need a defensive line. Even your defensive lineman is trash. Corner's a big, stronger need, and those great corners on the board. With all due respect, Darius Robinson's still a solid edge rusher. I'm going to give this a C+, mainly because they pass out on the strongest need of the team. I think you need corner more than receiver, honestly. That's how bad your corners are, and you still have great ones on the board. And you take a guy who was projected to go at the end of the first round, or maybe the late second, or early second, I meant. I don't know. I don't see it. I mean, I see you need defense, but I don't know. I think that corner would have been a lot better pick here. So I'm going to give this, a C+. What do you think, Rob?
I'm gonna go C-. I like him as a player, but I just don't like the value they got him at because, again, there were corners on the board that you should have taken because your secondary looks terrible right now. Like it looks putrid, and like those guys are gonna get burned out by guys like Marvin. I did it again. They're gonna get burned out by guys like Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson, whoever. Like they're gonna get torched by those guys.
No.
Like, if you got a
Cooper
guy
Kupp,
like,
Puka,
yeah,
DK.
Like, if you get a guy like you get a guy Ayuk,
Debo, Ayuk. Well, one of those are gone.
Metcalf,
Ricky Pearsall,
yeah, Ricky Pearsall,
maybe
yeah, whoever else is in that division, but
Jackson.
you could have
Liger,
traded.
serious.
You could have traded down and gotten extra picks and taken
Yeah,
them. Like
yeah, you could have.
round.
Yeah, I don't
you
think
could have
any of these,
taken-
none of these teams right here would take him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like you could have taken Newton as well. Like you just again missed opportunities and like I like him as a player. I just don't like the value they got him at. I don't like the position they got him at. I feel like they could have traded down with a team in the second round and got him in the second round. Like that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But C-
All right,
for
now
me.
here's one that is the Bills. You guys never learn. I'm sorry. You guys traded your pick to the Chiefs and they got Patrick Mahomes and they terrorize you every single year. The only reason you guys end up making Super Bowl is because of this team, and you guys trade down and give him Xavier Worthy. Now, if I'm the Bills and I hear, and if they give me a call, I'm slamming that phone down and kicking it. I am not hearing crap. If anything, I'm going to hear who they want to get, and I'm drafting them just because they want them. That's what I'm doing. Because, bro, you have the – I'm sorry. You have the smartest coach of all time. If he wants a guy, he's willing to trade up for him, and you're going to just let him do that for like a fifth round, sixth round pick. Are you out of your mind? It's the team that terrorizes you. And this is not just any random guy. This is Xavier Worthy. Now, Xavier Worthy, obviously, I think he is a bit overrated because he doesn't have the best catching ability, but he is fast as hell. And that's what that team needs. Patrick Mahomes is the best long passer in the NFL, maybe in NFL history. I mean, look what they did with Tyreek Hill. Didn't Tyreek Hill like what 300, almost 300 receiving yards in one game? I mean, if you didn't get down the field and you're open, Patrick Mahomes putting it right in. And that's what's going to happen. And this is going to help their free Pete even more. And it honestly makes me mad that Xavier Worthy is going there. So it just, I don't know why the Bills did this, but obviously this is a great pickup for them. They need receivers. Yes, they did get I did not know he was 165 pounds. Wow. I guess that's why he's really fast. But anyway, obviously 141 seconds, 40-yard dash, the fastest in NFL history. And I think that obviously you need a receiver because I know some people will be a little strained that they passed on Adon Mitchell, but there were some things. Adon Mitchell had some off-field problems, I guess, and then also character problems, and obviously, passing on Keenan Coleman and other guys. I think Chiefs need speed. Like that fits their system. And this guy is the fastest of all time, so take him. So I like this pick. A+ for them because they need receivers. Obviously, Rashee Rice is in jail. Who knows when he get out? And yes, you did go ahead and get Hollywood Brown, who's a good receiver, but even he has legal problems at times. You just keep getting receivers. That's all Mahomes needs. Mahomes gets a receiver, he's set to go. And you got one. A+ for them. You got your guy, and he's going to be really good for the Chiefs. And it's Bills. You did it again. What do you think? What do you think about this world?
Okay. The Bills are fucking stupid for doing this. Wide receiver is one of your biggest needs. Why didn't you guys take Worthy? Like, why didn't you guys take him? Like Josh Allen.
Hey, you could have stopped the Chiefs from getting them. I mean, do you want the Chiefs?
You traded Diggs away, making Curtis Samuel your best receiver right now. Xavier Worthy's on the board. The Chiefs want him. They're your biggest rival in the conference. The team that's been whooping your ass every year you face them.
In the postseason.
Yeah, in the postseason. Like, they've beaten you every year. They beat you in the AFC Championship
3 times.
in 2020. They beat you in the divisional multiple times. You could have stopped them from getting this guy, and you guys could have taken him yourself, and you would have gotten Josh Allen, a weapon because of his speed. He's a guy who can get down the field relatively quickly. But instead, you trade down with the fucking Chiefs, and you let Mahomes get another weapon. Just what we needed.
And not just a weapon. This is a guy that can go deep down the field. And if Pat Mahomes has that, that's gonna be insane. And you know how good they are at developing receivers. I mean, Rashee Rice was a 3rd-round pick, and they developed him. I mean, they developed Kadarius Toney out of the Giants to be a good receiver, at least 2022. So you get this guy who is projected a little lower because he doesn't have the best route running. But if they project him to be right, this guy could be coming out with Tyreek Hill. So way to go, Chiefs. Honestly, you guys deserve this, and I can't wait to see Sean McKay's dumb face, or not Sean McKay. What is that the guy's name? The coach's name?
Sean
McCow or whatever.
McDermott.
Yeah, McDermott. I can't see his dumb face when he sees an 80-yard pass when he's cooking up. When they could have no corners, you got no Tre'Davious White, you got no safeties in the backfield. So congratulations, Bills. Congratulations. All right, next pick. The Cowboys take Tyler Guyton. Awful pick here. Now Tyler Guyton is not a bad offensive lineman, and taking offensive lineman is fine. You lost free offensive lineman. You lose free. I think you lost free. Yeah. 2 went to the Commanders, and then 1 went to the Jets. Obviously, Troy. So you lost free starting offensive lineman. That's rough. So you take Tyler Guyton. It was not bad. but you pass on JPP, especially when you need a center. So you pass on, I think, the greatest center in this draft, and you need a center way more than you need a guard or tackle. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. And he is all right. Like, I think it's a solid pick, but I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. You could have got something better here. Tyler Grant is not bad. He'll be decent, but like, why would he pass on JPP, and why would he trade down to take him? Doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna give this a. I mean, you're still getting a solid tackle, and you need one really bad, but they're just better available, and especially a center is, I think, a stronger need. The center not only does it snap the ball, you do a lot of stuff. So every time you're having a backup center as your starter, it makes no sense to me. I think center is the strongest position in the offensive lineman, and you have no center, and you have a great one on the board, and you pass on him. So, Jerry Jones, he'll be Jerry Jones. So I'm gonna give this like a C plus because he's still good, but like, maybe a B minus, but still. What do you think, Rob?
I kind of had a feeling that Guyton was going to end up on the Cowboys one way or another because he was one of the most popular mocks was Guyton to the Cowboys. Like, I'd seen it in almost.
I thought he was going to the Ravens. I had him going to the Ravens.
Yeah, and then like I was mocking him to the Cowboys a lot. I mocked him to the Dolphins a little bit, and then these past couple mock drafts I've mocked him to the Ravens because they needed a right tackle because they traded the one theirs. I'm gonna give this a C plus because he's not a bad player. Like, yeah, he does what he need, but you had Jackson Powers Johnson on the board and you don't have a center. Like, yeah, you got another O line in like a later draft. I think it was Cooper Beebe. Like, you can experiment by starting
Cooper
him.
Beebe, all right. Well, he's gonna be a starter no matter what because he's being a starter. I don't think he's gonna be a center.
You can try to start him at center and see how it works, but I would have taken Powers Johnson.
That'd be a bad idea.
I'm not saying Tyler Guyton's a bad player. I think he's good, and he is a good replacement for Tyron Smith. But again, Powers Johnson would have been the better pick, and I'm surprised he fell out of the first round. But this gets a C plus for me because I respect that you at least tried to address a position of need.
All right, now this right here is insane pick, and Nate Wiggins fall into number 30 is insane. Now I want to talk about this. I actually gotta go to the bathroom zone. So I already called you zone. So I'm gonna need you to talk about this, and I'll be back, and then but I'll say real quick before I go. A plus plus. This might be the best steal of the draft because getting this guy right here. But I think Nate Wiggins is better than the what's the guy the Eagles got? Mitchell, whatever his name is.
They got Mitchell and DeJean.
Well, we'll get to the Jeans, but I think this is a great pick. So, World, you talk about him. Talk about how good this is for the Ravens because obviously secondary is a need. Obviously, offensive linemen also a need, but Wiggins is on the board. What are you gonna do? So yeah, you can talk about that. I'll be right back. You guys can look at Quinn Ewers, starting quarterback for the Giants 2025. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I really love this pick for the Ravens. It's an absolute steal. I give it an A plus plus. I did not think he was going to fall this far. Like, it was crazy how far he fell. Since there were teams that needed corner and he would fit perfectly, but this is great. You get an upgrade at the corner position. You get a guy to pair with Marlon Humphrey. That Ravens secondary is looking really good. I think Nate Wiggins has the potential to end up being the best corner out of this draft. I think a lot of people are underrating him a lot. He's actually my favorite corner coming out of this draft. Love the way he plays, good coverage, good speed, good IQ. So I really like this for them. I think they were planning on taking, a guy like Worthy Worthy, but the Chiefs got him. So I think they just went ahead and took Nate Wiggins. I think this is absolute steal for the Ravens, and I'm very excited to see how he does because they're in a very difficult division. You have the Bengals, you have the Steelers on the rise. You have the Brownies, so it'll be interesting to see how he does against guys like Jamar Chase. T. Higgins, if he plays this year, I don't even know if he's going to play a single game for the Bengals. We'll see. George Pickens, Amari Cooper, Jerry Judy, Elijah Moore. Like those are the receivers that he's going to be going up against the most. So I really love this pick for the Ravens. I think he makes their secondary a lot better. So A++ for me.
All right, I'm back. All right, so yeah, Nate Wiggins. This guy is amazing. This guy can play slot. He can play a lot of great positions. And the best thing about this guy is he blocks like he's running a route. Like it looks weird the way you have to watch tape. He is just perfection. It looks like he's just like a what do you call it? Like a veteran corner. That's the way he moves, and he's really young. So them developing in Baltimore, he can be insanely good. And I like him. He's also really fast too. He had a great combine. Right here is ran a 4.22, insanely fast. So he can get down the field. He can play zone really well, and he's just really smooth, really good. Also a hard hitter. So I think this is just he fits Baltimore's aggressive defensive playing style. And that defense I think is the best in the league with this pick. Yes, you lost Patrick Queen, but that guy, it doesn't even matter how good that defense is. So great pick for them. Love it here. Great. All right, let's go to the next one. Here's the one that shocked us. And before I even say it, I will say a lot. We posted a clip, actually, of our reaction, which is, of course, was being shocked. A lot of Niners fans got mad. Let me turn my camera back on. Sorry. A lot of Niner fans got mad, saying you guys don't know ball, you don't know anything, all this other bullcrap. You know, let me just talk about Ricky Pearsall real quick. I am not here arguing that Ricky Pearsall is a bad receiver. He's solid. Like he's a solid receiver. He works a lot better in the slot and going middle downfield and going in the middle field. Maybe Kyle Shanahan sees that working in the offense. I understand. Here's the thing. First off, receivers are your strongest need. Even if you lose Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk, you're most likely losing one of those guys. You still don't need a receiver because you still have one of them, which is a great top 15 receiver. Either it's Deebo or Ayuk, you have one of them. And then you have Jennings, who was amazing. I think what would have been Super Bowl MVP if the Niners would have won that game. So, and then let's not forget you still have Kittle. Like, do you really need another offensive weapon? Like, if you guys think Brock Purdy's so good, then I don't know why you guys need so much offensive weapons to help him. I mean, if Niner fans think he's a top 10 quarterback, then why do you need so much weapons? Why not go offensive line? Because you lost a lot of offensive linemen. You lost 2 starting offensive linemen, I believe. And you still had Jackson Power-Johnson on the board. You still had a lot of great players on the board. So this is not me saying that this guy's bad. It's me saying there's just a stronger position to need and stronger receivers. And also, you have 2 still stars on the board in Cooper DeJean and Cooley Minister. These guys, you don't need corner as bad as like maybe offensive line. But these guys are stars, like projected top 20, and they're still on the board. Why not take them? You have one good corner. Why not make that defense even scarier? Instead, you get a slot receiver at best, a wide receiver 2 or 3 at best. We needed that bad. Ricky Pearsall played 4 or 5 years in the SEC. Never had +5 touchdowns. Never had a 1,000-yard season. His last season, which was this year, he had 900 yards, which is solid. But like, even when he had Anthony Richardson, he didn't even do that good. I mean, it's only this one-handed catch where everyone freaks out about that he made, which was cool. But like, come on now. And he had a solid combine. And the thing is, the way the receivers fell in the second round, you guys could have got this guy in the second round. So you guys could have got Ricky Pearsall and Cooper DeJean or any offensive lineman or Jackson Power-Johnson. You guys didn't, because you guys didn't do your research and you guys made a bad move. Now, even if Ricky Pearsall does end up being good, I'm not going to be embarrassed of myself like, oh, whoa, me, or oh my gosh, I was so wrong. It's still a bad pick, regardless if he's good or not, because you don't know if he's going to be good or not. And I'll tell you what you do know. Stats and mock drafts have him not going here. They have him going lower. So you could have got him then. So it's still a bad pick no matter the outcome. So I'm just going to say that right there. With all due respect, I think Pearsall is still a solid receiver. I think he'll do decent. Not a position of need and not even the strongest receiver. You could have went Adrian Mitchell. You could have went Keenan Coleman. Could have went Xavier Legant. You could have went Troy Franklin. I know Trey Flicken fell down a lot because people say he's not passionate about the game, whatever the hell. Still, Xavier Leggett had what, 1,300 receiving yards? With who? Who did he have? He didn't have AR-15 like he did last year. Doesn't make sense to me. He's a solid slot receiver. Why do you need that more than offensive linemen or corners when there's a lot stronger ones on the board? Makes no sense to me. I'm giving this a D+. Still could turn out to be really good, and I hope he does. I do like Ricky Pearsall, but still a bad pick. World?
I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason they made this pick is because of this picture right there, that one-handed catch.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's a bad receiver. I wasn't expecting him to get drafted until back into the second round, middle of the third round.
Which is where he would have went.
Yeah, and the first round just blew my mind. I was like, huh? Because you had bigger needs, like offensive line. Trent Williams is not going to play forever. He's getting older.
Yeah.
Like,
and you lost, I think, one or two starters.
That can sit behind him for a little bit, and then when Trent Williams hangs it up, you start them at left tackle. Or you take a corner because
I also forgot.
Either.
Real quick, you could have got Johnny Newton. Didn't you lose? Who did you lose? You lost Chase Young.
Oh yeah, they cut Armstead to save money, and he signed with the
Jags. You lose Armstead and Young, and you pass on Johnny Newton, Montez Sweat, Chris Jenkins. And you get another receiver. Like, I'm sorry. Basically, what the 49ers are. Basically, what you guys are saying is Brock Purdy is so bad that we have to pass on top tier prospects on defense to give him another receiver. That's basically what you're saying. And I know Niners fans just never want to admit when they're wrong. And I'm not even a Niners hater. I mean, I think they thought I was a Cowboys fan because Tristan had that Cowboys profile picture on. We thought we were a bunch of Cowboys fans. Let me say I am not a Cowboys fan. Oh my gosh, God rest my soul. And I actually like the Niners, but honestly, the way how insufferable the Niners fans are, can never admit when they're wrong. Like I was talking before, when they lose the Super Bowls on the refs, when they lose a game, it's on this. When Brock Purdy throws 4 interceptions, it's on the offensive line. And this. You can never take accountability for nothing. And if I'm a Niners fan, I'm mad here. And actually, a lot of Niners fans weren't mad at first, but now they just want to cope with the fact that they had made a bad move, and they don't want to be the laughing stock. So they just change it around and say, "It's not a bad pick. You don't know ball. You don't know what you're talking about." I do know what I'm talking about. I know I'm talking about a lot more than you do. And I think the NFL mock drafts that ESPN experts spend hours looking at also know what they're talking about too when they project them going 47th overall. So, and that was also proven right the way the receivers fell. Troy Flicken fell to pick 100. You're telling me Ricky Pearsall wouldn't fall to pick 40? Anyway, bad pick here. Niner fans, you guys need to calm down.
Yeah, and if you wanted this guy, you could have gotten him in like the third or fourth.
Yeah,
round.
just trade down, get capable. Like I'm a huge believer. Yeah, I'm a huge believer. If you see a guy and you think he has potential, you take him. I mean, you trade down, you make sure you get that guy. Even if there's better on available, if you have potential, if you see something in a guy, you get him. But that's not how you draft. You can trade down and get him. You probably didn't have to trade down. You probably could have just got a guy and still got him with your next pick. That's literally what you could have done.
Yeah, because
you didn't.
Because like you could have taken like a corner or an offensive lineman, and he probably would have fell to you in like the second or third round because that's where he was projected to go to.
And what's so funny, real quick, I'll say, like, all this stuff says cool, awesome stuff about him, like what they can do. The only thing that sets Ricky Pearsall is his catch. Like, that's all it's talk about is the catch that he made. That's the only thing is.
Like, yeah.
Come on, guys.
Like, yeah, and like in a video that the NFL put together where they showed the best play from each prospect, his was obviously the one-handed catch, and it was kind of a weird catch, if I'm not even going to lie. Just the way he caught it.
It was a great catch. And by that quarterback.
It's a spectacular catch. I just thought it was weird the way he went up to catch it.
Yeah, he could have got injured bad because he went up against two safeties, got hit bad, held into the ball though. Yeah, great play, but still, one catch is not
reckless. All
right, then we got the 32nd pick, Panthers taking Xavier Leggett. Now I've come to terms with this. I first thought it was a really bad pick, but I've kind of come to terms that it's not as bad as people say it is. Obviously, you need more receivers. I still think you should have went offensive lineman here, taking JPP. I still think your corners are still trash. You could have got you lost your corner to the Pittsburgh. You could have got obviously still Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid still on the board, and you would lose Kool-Aid to your rival, the Saints, which is probably going to lock up any receivers you have. But you still have Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen, who had 1,000 receiving yards last season. Receiver's not your biggest need. I understand getting a receiver because you still want to help Bryce Young out. And Xavier Leggett is a solid receiver. I still think Caden Coleman's slightly better, but it's still not a bad pick. I mean, he did have a lot of receiving yards this season. But he obviously played against weaker teams. But still, I just don't think receivers are your strongest need. And you had superstars still on the board like Kool-Aid and DeJean. Offensive linemen are still there. You could have went a center if you really wanted to, like JPP. You could have helped that defense even more. You could have got Johnny Newton. So I think this is not a bad pick, just not the right pick. So I'm just going to give this a B.
I like that they traded up back into the first round because they did not have a first round pick this year because of that Bryce Young trade. However, I would have went defense here because you lost Brian Burns, you lost Dante Jackson, so your defense looked a lot weaker. So I would have went with a defensive prospect. Like, I understand getting I don't think this is a bad pick because Leggett is a good, big body X receiver on the outside. So you get another guy who can get open for Bryce Young to throw to.
Averages 17 yards per catch.
I don't think this is a bad pick, but I think I would have just rather went edge or corner because that's your biggest need right now because your defense looks a lot weaker without Burns and Jackson. So that's just what I would have done. But
all right, guys. So we have the full first round covered or reviewed. We're not going to go for every single pick for the second round. We're just going to look at every single team and see what they got, and we're just going to rank their whole ranking. So let's start with the Cardinals. Obviously, Cardinals, we already covered Marvin Harrison and Darius Robson. But then they go get Max Melton. Max Melton actually, I think, is a great corner. Not as good as Terran Arnold would have been, but still a good corner. Cooper DeJean. So I think that's a good pickup there. You also get Trey Benson, which is actually a really good running back out of Florida State. I don't really think you need running back that much, but you still have James Conner. But James Conner, obviously, you never. It's not too bad to have two good lethal running backs. So I think Trey Benson's a good pickup there. You also get more offensive linemen. You get a tight end. You get more corners, more safeties, edge. You answer a lot of problems. So I think this was a pretty good. So I think this draft, I'm gonna give them a. I still like Darius Robson picks. I'm gonna give it a B. What do you give the Cardinals out of the full draft?
Probably a B. I love the Marvin Harrison pick, obviously, but I'm just not a fan of the Robinson pick. But do you like what they did in the later rounds? They went out and got Max Melton, very underrated prospect in my opinion. You got
I wanted him a bit,
which I think Benson could easily earn that starting spot because I don't think
he's a great running back.
Because I don't think James Conner's that good, but we'll see what happens. Got a couple of defensive players, got a couple of offensive linemen. I'm not a fan of the tight end pick because there were better options. Like you had Sanders on the board, you had Stover on the board. So I was surprised. Sanders. I was surprised.
Was Johnson? Was Johnson still on the board too?
I think so.
Theo Johnson.
I'm surprised Sanders fell as low as he did, but obviously there's a big drop off.
Sanders, I think is great. I don't know why he fell so low.
There's obviously a big drop off between Bowers and everybody else, but I think Sanders was the second best tight end in this class.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Arizona. Obviously, start off not so strong with Michael Penix, but we'll just move on from that. You get Rook Ahorana, awful pick. I mean, this guy you passed on Chris Jenkins. I think Newman went to Washington before.
They traded up to get this guy, by the way.
Wow, they did pass on Newman. Wow. So you pass on Newton, you pass on a lot of guys, and let's keep in mind, you still have corners on the board. It says right here, corner is your strongest need. You don't get no corner. Kool-Aid and DeJean are still on the board at this time. So another bad pick here. And then besides that, you do get Berlin Trice, who's a good underrated edge rusher. That's one good pick. Besides that, I don't see anything else too much of value. Just not a good draft at all. Just two missed big opportunities. I'm gonna give them a D. Probably an F. What do you get the Falcons?
F minus. Their only pick I like is Braylon Trice. That's it. You take, like we said before,
Yeah,
whatever went over
him in the third round is solid.
You traded up to get Scooby Doo, and you could have gotten Newton. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, and when they said his name, I was like, huh? Because I've never heard of him
Yeah.
before. Because I looked through prospects and never even seen his name before. I'm like,
He was so low.
Where did you even hear of this dude? Like, I've never heard of him before. Like, this is why the Falcons are cursed. Like, they're just dumb decisions.
All
like
right.
this.
Baltimore Ravens obviously start off strong. Nate Wiggins at pick 30, obviously a huge pickup. And then you go ahead and get offensive lineman, second round, Roger. Comes out of Washington. I don't know too much about him, but he is an offensive lineman. So he looks solid. Obviously, Washington does have good offensive linemen, so that's good. Then you get Isaac, a linebacker. Obviously, I think he's going to fill in the role of linebacker number 2 now that Queen's gone. So this is probably a starter here. He was ranked number 22. You got him at round 3. So another huge pickup here for them. And then you also get Devontae Walker, who was a receiver in for May, and he actually is pretty good. He's a solid receiver, pretty underrated. So I think there's another pickup there because obviously your receivers, besides Zay Flowers, not too much. And then you land on another huge one, TJ Tampa in the 5th round or 4th round. I don't know how he fell so low, but this corner is amazing. Yeah. I mean, he is great pass deflections. He's really smart, really fast. He can follow and read his players really well. Really high IQ corner. He fell. Now they got Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa as their corners. You got Aiden Nanja. You got an offensive lineman starter probably. You probably got a receiver starter too. You got like 5 starters right here. And then you also go ahead and get a couple other guys. These are more depth players, not too much. You do get probably a backup quarterback, Devin Larry. I mean, why not? I mean, I do think they lost Huntry, so you get a backup. You get a backup quarterback. You get maybe a backup running back because you do lose 2 of your running backs. You get 5 starters, and good starters, by the way. This is an A++. I couldn't ask for a better draft here, and I just think the Ravens could potentially win the Super Bowl this season just because of this draft and offseason. So, what do you think about the Ravens did?
A++. Nate Wiggins, great pick. Roger. They get a replacement for Moses at right tackle. That's key. Isaac could potentially be a good replacement for Queen. Tez Walker, I do like. I'm just a little concerned because he's never put up 1,000-yard receiving season in his career.
To be fair, that is very hard to do in college. It's a lot harder than it seems. There's only like 10 games.
He did drop a lot of wide open passes at the Senior Bowl, so that's a bit concerning. But I do think he'll be. I do think he will be a nice number 2 with Zay Flowers because OBJ is probably not coming back. Bateman's already.
Yeah, he's cut.
And Aguilar is pretty much. I think Aguilar's a free agent.
Yeah. So no. They resigned. They resigned Aguilar.
Yeah, but he's not the greatest, so I like it. So this is definitely an A++. You got like 5 stars draft. Like you can't ask for a better draft if you're a Ravens fan. And it was kind of hilarious when they announced one of the picks. They were saying like Steelers suck. Like,
yeah, I know. I was not happy about that. All right, Buffalo Bills. So you obviously, first off, just I had to bring it down a bit, even if it is good, just because how you gave Chiefs the fastest receiver in the draft. Like doing that right there is just ridiculous. But you still do it. Keenan Coleman. Keenan Coleman, a really good receiver. Really good. Kind of fell off on the mock drafts or the rankings. I still think he's a really good receiver. I think he'll be a wide receiver 1 on that team, and I think he'll be a solid receiver for Josh Allen. Obviously, you need a receiver more than anything. You get Keenan Coleman, I think he is better than Ricky Pearsall. You could have taken Adriana Mitchell, but obviously there is personal problems, and you do not want any more of that on the team after Stephon Diggs is gone. This guy, Keenan Coleman, is actually a really positive guy. He looks like a really cool dude, and I think he will bring a lot of light into that in that room, and he's also just a really talented receiver. He was projected up there with Brian Thompson, over Brian Thompson before combine. So I guess his combine wasn't even that bad. It's just, he was projected higher before. So it's still a good pickup in the second round. You also do get Cole Bishop, a safety, a really good safety actually, out of Utah. I do like this guy. Ranked 54, got him in round 3 or round 2. The third best safety in the draft. I think he did pass on Bullard though. I think that's pretty stupid passing on Bullard. You get a couple. I don't know too much about the other guys, but you fill in another position needs. It's solid. It's solid picks. Still giving the Chiefs that Xavier Worthy is just ridiculous. But you still do get Keenan Coleman, Cole Bishop, 2 solid receivers. Obviously, you do use your safeties, and your secondary is just awful. So I'm gonna give it a B. It's all right. I'm probably gonna give it a B minus just for that Chiefs trade. So I'm gonna give it a B minus. But you do feel a lot of needs, some depth, and you do get a wide receiver 1 probably. What do you think about it, World?
B minus. That trade with the Chiefs is just stupid, but you do fill in need at wide receiver, Keon Coleman. I think he's a bit underrated. When the NFL season started and people were first doing mock drafts, he was projected to go in the first round, like he was, on people's top 5 wide receivers, and then his draft stock just plummeted for whatever reason, which I never understood why. But I think the Bills are getting a steal, and Josh Allen's throwing in the ball, so I think he's going to end up being good for them. And
I just hope he throws it to his players on offense.
One of the other picks I like is round 5, Cedric Van Pan, the center. I like that pick because they cut Mitch Morse and they needed a center, and they went out and got one. So I think he could probably start right away because they need a center. But they got a safety as well because they got rid of Poyer, was it? I think it was Jordan Poyer. So I like most of these picks. I just like they would get a higher grade if they just took Worthy at 28 instead of letting Mahomes get another weapon. But it is what it is.
Yeah. All right, Carolina. So you get Xavier Leggett, which is a solid pickup. Probably, like I said, a lot better position. You got a lot better players, but still on the team, still look good. Then you get Jonathan Brooks, which this guy is, I think, is the best running back in this draft. He was supposed to go to the Cowboys, but they took him right before, and he is amazing. Like, he is the best running back in this draft. I know the running back draft is the highest. I think if these running backs were in any other draft besides the stack ones here, this guy would be a first rounder. He is really, really good. Him and Brandon Island in Washington, in Michigan, are 2 really great running backs. I really hope the Giants would have got a running back, even though we do have Singletary. I don't think he will be here that long, but whatever. Jonathan Brooks to them. Obviously, I don't even know who the running back is, but this guy's probably going to be a starter. He's really good. I think he's going to be a steal for them. And then you also get a linebacker in Trayvon Willis. I don't know too much about him, but, you do need a linebacker, that defense. Then you get Tre'Davious Sanders in the 4th round. Great pickup here. Getting a tight end, you need a tight end, and I think you get the best tight end besides Brock Bowers. And a lot of people passed on him, but you got him. He's 6'4", 245 pounds. He's great. Texas, great. You watched the Texas game. I did watch quite a bit of Texas games because obviously I love Quinn Ewers. I like watching his highlights, and he is just a stud. So he's going to be another pickup there. He's also a great blocker. Duke can block. Then you also get a couple other guys, whatever. So you get Jonathan Brooks, Xavier Leggett, and Tre'Davious Sanders. That sounds like a B+ to me. You might even go. I think I might give it an A-. I'm thinking I'm just gonna give it a B+ just because you did pass on quite a good players in your first round pick. Still a great draft here. We'll see if Carolina can switch some things around this season.
I'm going to give this a B+. Could have gotten better players with your first round pick. I would have went defense, but it's not a bad pick. I think it's a solid pick. Jonathan Brooks, I never reached. Yeah, he's the best running back out of everybody, but he had bigger needs at the time. But I think, he'll be better than Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. I think he'll earn that starting spot over them. I mean, they wasted money on Miles Sanders because he was not that good this year, and Chuba Hubbard was all right. But I think Brooks is going to end up being better than both of them. Yeah, he did tear his ACL at the end of the season, which is a bit of a red flag, but I'm sure he'll recover from it, and I think he'll be a
Yeah.
valuable piece to this Panthers team. And then we go to Jatavion Sanders. I love this pick for them. They need an upgrade at tight end badly, and I think he'll be another weapon for Bryce Young to throw to. And I actually think they had a solid draft with what they had to work with. So, good for them. I hope
Yeah.
they be a little bit better. I think they'll still be the worst team in their division, but
I have a question. Who do you think they would take with the first if they didn't trade their pick? Who do you think they would take with the first pick of the draft?
they would have taken Caleb if they had the first pick.
Really?
Yeah, I think they were he was the best quarterback in the draft is what it looks like. I think they would have taken him. If Drake May was in last year's, they probably would have taken him over Bryce Young.
I don't know. Well, the thing is, I think I feel like they might take Marvin Harrison and see what Bryce Young can do, or they might honestly trade down, to get a second round or first round. And take Joe Alt.
They had to trade up to get Bryce Young. So if that trade doesn't happen, they don't have Bryce Young.
Well, I'm talking about just hypothetically, because curious what they would do here.
Talking about hypothetically, I think they would have taken Marvin Harrison because that would have been a perfect guy for Bryce Young to throw to.
Yeah, I don't think you should give up on a rookie on his first year. I probably would have traded down. I probably would have traded down with a quarterback.
I thought you meant if that trade doesn't happen last year.
Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously, if they still have him, Bryce Young. I think if I were them, I would trade down to teams that really needs quarterbacks and get a second round pick, and then take Joe Alt, and then trade 2 second round picks, trade back up in the first round, and get Brian Thomas. Joe Alt and Brian Thomas. That would be a masterclass. All right, but this is the Bears. Obviously, they are ranked to have the best. I mean, you don't have too much picks after the first 2, but the first 2, you get everything you need. You get Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. 2 just amazing picks. I still think the Rome Odunze pick wasn't the best pick at the position, but still not a bad pick. Rome Odunze is a stud. I think he's just as good as Malik and, in the same conversation as Malik and Harrison. He had 1,600 receiving yards, and he was just unstoppable. And obviously, you can also do punt returns. You can play deep a lot. Great player. That's why there's a lot of receiving yards to play deep. Not the best in the red zone, but still a great receiver. And plus, they still have a lot of weapons on offense. And then your third pick, you go ahead and get an offensive lineman. You get this dude. I don't even know who he is, but obviously, you need an offensive lineman. This guy could potentially be a starter. He's from Penn State. No, he's from Yale. You need offensive lineman pretty bad. So you get a player to protect Caleb. Then you get a punter, which people might say, "Oh, a punter," but it's in the 4th round. Who cares? And this guy's not any punter. This guy is amazing punter. And you need good punters in the NFL to. If you have a good punt, that can actually be really impactful for a game. So you get a punter, that's really good. And Caleb says he's not going to punt a lot. Yeah, it's because he's going to turn it over a lot. You also go ahead and get Austin Booker, an edge rusher, help out the defense. Maybe this guy can potentially be a starter one day. So I think a really good draft class for what you had. Obviously, I don't know how you can mess up first 2-9 picks, but you didn't, surprisingly, because you're the Bears. So I'm going to give it an A. It probably would be an A+, but they didn't have too much depth picks, and obviously they're pretty obvious picks here. And I still would have went Dallas Turner here, but it is what it is. So I'm going to give it an
A. I give it an A. Those first 2 picks are good. Kyron won't start right away, but he'll be a developmental piece because he needs a little bit of development. And you already have left tackle and right tackle filled out right now. I do like the Austin Booker one. I think that's a bit of a steal. I think he was pretty good. So I think he'll help out their defense a little bit. But I'll give it an A. But it would be the most Bears thing ever to screw this shit up. It really would.
Yeah. All right. Then we got the Bengals. So the Bengals take Mims first round. Then they get Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. Really underrated defensive tackle. This guy, obviously, Michigan defense was one of the best defenses in one of the best defenses in college history. I mean, he went undefeated and went in the Pac-12, I believe. And Michigan's defense was amazing. He was the center stone of that defense. So Chris Jenkins is a really good pick, really underrated. I think he's just as good as I know Zone really wanted Johnny Newton, but I think he is just as good as Johnny Newton, in my opinion. And then you also get Jeremy Burton. This pick I'm not so hot on. He's a solid receiver, but like you passed on Roman Wilson, who was a great Michigan receiver. Then you pass on
Frank.
Troy Franklin, which I know a lot of teams passed on him, but that doesn't because people there's something saying like he's not passionate about football enough, or whatever people said. But still pass on Roman Wilson
He's
and
not
a lot of other
passionate enough.
receivers.
How the frick is he playing it?
Exactly. You also pass on Malik Muhammad, which actually is a really underrated receiver. You think he was number 2 in receiving yards this season, number 3 in receiving yards this season. People actually don't know that. I know it's a week, but he's like in a week's conferences, but he was still really good. So yeah, obviously, I think the receiver is a good pick, but not this guy. And then you get more defenses. Then you take Eric All, and I think they took him. Did they take him over Sanders here? Is that true, or am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe. So I think Sanders was the first pick in the 4th round. So,
But I will say this: you do get Josh Newton, and I do like Josh Newton. Josh Newton he had a lot of hype around him, and he kind of fell off because he did not have a best combine, and also his last game he played, he was just awful. But I still think the potential is still there, and they need corners, and I think he'll be really good, especially good for a 5th rounder. And then they get 2 tight ends, which I don't know why they get 2 tight ends, honestly, but okay. So the late picks get a bit questionable, but you still get Josh Newton. You get a starting offensive lineman. I still would have taken Troy, and then you also get Chris Jenkins, which is a steal. Obviously, you lose TJ Reader, so I'm gonna give this draft a B plus, because you got 2 great starters, and then you also got a potential starter in Josh Newton who could potentially be a corner 1, because I think that guy has a lot of potential. And you got him in the 5th round, but still some questionable picks, not the best picks later on down, and with Jamie and Burton, but still all right.
Bengals are interesting because of the T. Higgins, TJ Hawkins. Wait, what was his name again? Hendrickson, right? I almost said Hawkins.
Yeah, Trey Hagerson, yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, my fault. So it's interesting how that unfolds because I think they're going to have to trade at least one of them, and I would trade T. Higgins over Hendrickson because defense is important, and he's like one of their best defensive players.
Yeah,
if you
still got Jamar.
Yeah, and your defense is still kind of fucked. And I think Jermaine Burton could actually be a solid replacement for T. Higgins. Yeah, you passed on a couple other better prospects to get him, but still, I think he could be solid for them because Joe Burrow's throwing him the ball. But I love the Josh Newton pick. I think, like it doesn't always have to be a 1st round pick. Like you can hit on guys in the 5th round. And he could end up being a really good steal for them because I do not like their cornerback room before this draft. They lost to Woozy. They don't have a lot of guys to cover, and they're in a ridiculously difficult division. So some of these picks I like Chris,
especially with the Ravens' new secondary. Obviously they have Humphrey, they have TJ Tampa, and then they got Nate Wiggins. I mean, even the Browns, and then they also got Hamilton and the safety, just insane secondary. And then even the Browns, they got Denzel Ward, who was a great corner. Then who else is in that division? Steelers still got Micah Fitzpatrick in there, Joey Porter, who's up and coming. There's a great secondary. You need receivers, and I think this is a big hit and miss. I don't think this guy will be too good, but it is Joe Burrow, so we'll see what they can do.
I think it'll be solid number 2 at best. But
all right, then the Browns, obviously they didn't have too much to work with because obviously the Deshaun Watson trade, but they got Michael Hall in the 2nd round, which is all right. He's a solid defensive tackle. I don't remember who it was. I think there's someone else on the board that was slightly better, but not a bad pick. Still need better. Still need defense. Then they go offensive lineman. You get Zach Zeter, who actually I think is a really good offensive lineman out of Michigan. Game in the third was solid. You go ahead. I don't even know who this guy is, but you get some receivers. I don't even know who the rest of the guys are, honestly. But you fill in some needs. I mean, there's nothing too flashy about this draft. They did the best they could, honestly. I'll just give it like a C plus. It's nothing too much. I mean, Zach Leader is all right. Michael Hall Jr. has potential. That's all I can really say about this draft here.
I'm gonna give this
Got
a
anything to say?
D. I'm gonna give this a D. Now that sounds unfair because they don't have a lot to work with. Well, that's their own fault because they traded for Deshaun Washington. They overpaid
Washington.
way too much for him.
Massage Watson.
And they overpaid way too much for him. And he's dealt with injuries these past 2 seasons. And, Michael Hall pick, I don't love it, but it's not terrible. Zach Zinter, he is a good offensive lineman, but he's most likely going to be their second or third string guard. And his season ended with a pretty bad injury. He got injured at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
But
I remember that.
I do think he is a good depth piece, though. Other than that, I don't love the rest of their picks. I don't hate them either, but I just don't love them. They're all right, I guess. I don't think they're going to be much.
Yeah. Rest in peace to guy taken out of Cincinnati. That sucks for him. All right.
Yeah.
Then we got the Cowboys. So your first pick is Tyler Guyton. We already talked about Guyton, not a bad pick. There are just better players available. Obviously, you need a center more, and there's a best center out there. In was Grant Burton? I think Grant was already taken. We still have Jackson Power Johnson, who's probably even better than Graham. So,
Yep.
kind of a miss there, but Tyler Guyton still will be a starter, still a good player. And then you get Marshawn Keeneland in the second round. Now, this pick I don't understand. This guy he was created overall ranked 39. I don't think he should be that high, honestly. I looked at his stats. It's nothing too much, honestly. And do you really need edge rusher that much? I would have went running back here. You need a running back, even if you don't have even if you are getting Ezekiel Elliott, he's still not that great. He can't run deep, and you need a run game. And there was still Brandon Hall on here. I mean, not Brandon Hall. Brandon Allen out of Washington. I know you did not get out of Wisconsin. I know you didn't get Jonathan Brooks, but you still could have got a running back. And you didn't get a running back at all in this draft. When there's running backs all over on this draft board. You could have got Blake Corum out of Michigan, who was amazing, especially in the championship game. Almost had 200 rushing yards. They just didn't get running back, and that's one of the biggest things they needed, a running back, and they didn't get it. So yeah, Marshawn Keeneland. I don't know too much about him, honestly. I don't think he was that great. I don't think they need one. They get Cooper Beebe in the third round, which I think is actually pretty good in the third round. So that's solid. I mean, you need offensive line, and then they go. This linebacker, I don't know too much about him, but obviously they did lose a linebacker in Van Der. He retired, so they need a new linebacker. They get a corner in Carson. Like I said, don't know much about him. And then they just go on, and they just don't ever get a running back. So not a good draft at all. Not so much for the guys they have, just the guys they missed out on. So I think they needed a lot more players, and they did not get. They needed a running back, they didn't get it. They need a center. They didn't get it. At least a good center. I mean, Cooper Beebe could be a center, but you want a third-round player as your center? I don't think so. I'm just going to give this a – man. I mean, Tyler Guyton's still not a bad pick. I'm going to give it a C-. That's the best I can do here. Because you didn't get a running back. You didn't do too much. You could have traded up. You could have stayed at your pick. You could have done a lot more stuff, but you traded down, you take out Guyton, and you looked like they were drafting scared, like they weren't willing to take any chances on anyone. And that's not a good strategy, especially when you're going all in. So I'm gonna give it a C-.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed with the Cowboys draft because I felt like they played their cards right. They could have fixed a lot of the problems they had. They missed out on Brooks, which I didn't think the Panthers would take him, but they did. You still had some decent running back prospects on the board. You just passed on them and just took a edge player, which isn't that big of a need. Cooper Beebe, I think that's a fine pick. You could probably plug him in at center if you really want to. Kalen Carson, I've heard his name being thrown around there. He's an all right prospect, provides depth at corner, but this draft isn't that good. Sorry, I'm gonna give it a C minus. I'm kind of disappointed with what they did, and they showed footage of their draft room, and Jerry Jones just looked lost in another dimension. So,
Yeah, he looks like Joe Biden.
Yeah, he was
That's
like,
not a good one.
like,
All right, let's get to the Denver Broncos. All right, so obviously first round get Bo Nix. We already gave our opinion on this. It's not a good pick. Just a wasted pick in my opinion. If anything, I think they took this because he didn't want the criticism from the fans of having no quarterback, and he did not want to tank on purpose or he might get fired. So he kind of had to do this pick, but still just a bad pick. He could have got a lot better players. Bo Nix is a 6th quarterback taken. He is not a first-round quarterback. He's only a first-round quarterback because you have no quarterback. Not a good pick there. Then you get Jonah Illis in the 2nd round. He's decent. 3rd round, that's right. You don't have a 2nd round. He's all right for the 3rd round. I don't know too much about him, but yeah, you definitely got to build that defense. But this is a pick I really do like. You do get Troy Franklin in the 4th round. How he fell at the 4th round is beyond me. But this guy is amazing. I think he had 1,000+ receiving yards this season. Or I think last season, actually. But Troy Franklin is amazing. I think that's going to fit in that receiver room really well, which is not really strong. Obviously, you lose Jerry Jeudy. So that's a good pickup there. And then you get a corner. I don't know too much about Chris. You get a running back. And then you also get a couple other guys. I'm not sure much 7th round guys. So besides Troy Franklin and Jonah Illis, not the biggest. Obviously, you could have got Brock Bowers, Dallas Turner, Taron Arnold. Your corner is probably your biggest need, and you don't get any until the 5th round. And also, you didn't get any offensive linemen in this draft, and that's just a big need. So I don't know why you even get Bo Nix if he's going to get murdered under that offensive line. I don't know. I feel like they're just shooting for the stars at this point. So I'm just going to give this like a C+ just because you got Troy Franklin in the 4th round. I love that. But besides that, nothing to be said.
D- for me. 12th pick, you just waste a pick on a backup quarterback. And then Jonah Ellis, whatever. Troy Franklin, I do like that pick. I think you get a steal there. I'm amazed he fell that far. And then Chris Abrams-Draine, I've heard is thrown around a lot. I like him. I think he'll be, solid because he needed corner. But the rest of his draft
Taxed the ball and picked off 7 passes in 3 seasons. 7 interceptions in 3 seasons. Not bad.
But this draft for them was just not very good because
pretty weak.
You screwed yourself with the Russell Wilson trade. And I don't think Russell Wilson was the problem. I think he was actually playing pretty good this year. It's just Sean Payton. It's just a fucking
they could have gotten the playoffs, but they bench him because they just want to save money.
Because they were being cheap and wanted to save money and were scared and shit. I'm like, all you had to do was win your last 3 games, and you probably would have made it in over the Steelers, and you probably could have upset Buffalo. I'm not saying they would have, but I'm saying you had a chance to upset Buffalo.
Yeah, but they did beat them once.
Yeah.
All right, Lions. Obviously, Taron Arnold, pick 24, is just absurd. So that's that. We already talked about that a bit. But then you get Ennis Rakesaw in the 2nd round, which is, I think this guy should have been a 1st-round corner, in my opinion. This guy is really underrated, really good, reads the ball really well. I am reading this off right here. Yes, frick you guys. I know he is good. Rakesaw is really good. I did come on for the Giants. I think him and TJ Tampa are the 2 underrated corners in this draft class, and they got 2 corners. So you already helped the secondary a lot. And then Besides that, you do get some offensive line here. Um, you know, safety. I need a safety. You also get Wingu at LSU, which is also a pretty underrated defensive tackle. He's more of a nose tackle. He's not the most flashiest player, but like those deep tackles where you need like a big guy to get the job done. He gets the job done. So that's a good pick. And then you also get like Christian Montgomery. Sounds like somebody else. All right. But yeah, I feel like David Montgomery. Good draft class from them. Getting 2, I think, starting corners, and then also getting Wingu. It's the only other guy I know here who I think could potential to maybe be a depth starter. Yeah, I'm gonna give this I'm gonna give it an A-.
I'm gonna give him an A. I liked what they did. They're just corner, which is a need for them. They get 2 starting caliber corners, which I did have Ennis Rakestraw as like a first rounder at one point. Like I mocked him to the Niners.
Yeah, I had him going to the Bucks first round.
But very underrated prospect. I think he'll be really good. And their secondary got a lot better. They got Sione Vaki, safety out of Utah. Pretty solid prospect there. And they get a nice offensive lineman and Christian Montgomery, or I don't even know how to say his last name, but you get a depth piece at O-line. So I think they had a pretty good draft.
Yeah. All right, in Green Bay, obviously Jordan Morgan. I'm not the biggest fan of that pick. I think there's a lot better offensive linemen and just positions of needs and better players available. Jordan Morgan is still a great offensive lineman. Underrated, but just not that underrated. But then you get Ananis Cooper in the second round, which is an amazing linebacker, the number 1 ranked linebacker in this draft class. And you need linebacker and you need better defense. And linebacker, you got him, and he is really good. He can strip the ball. He's aggressive. He's strong. He's fast. He's just a great player. Stop the run really well, too. So I like that they got him. Then they go ahead and get Javian Bullard out of Georgia, who was actually just as high as Tyler Nubin. Him and Tyler Nubin were neck and neck of who was going to be the first one taken. Obviously, Giants took Tyler Nubin. Then they get Javian Bullard in the second round. They have 2 second-round picks, and he is going to probably be a starting safety. Him and Xavier McKinney will both be amazing. They have a great secondary now. Obviously, Alexander's still there, too. Then you also get Marshawn Lloyd, a running back at UNC, a pretty underrated running back. And you still have A.J. Dillon, and you still do have
Jacobs.
Which is Jacobs, obviously. So why you need this? Well, A.J. Dillon's probably not going to be there after this year. So you can develop this guy now, and then you're going to have a solid running back, too, because Green Bay likes to switch running backs in and out in their playbook. And A.J. Dillon might not be here after this year. So you do get this guy you can develop this year. It could turn out to be really, really good. So that's good. And then you also get just a lot of depth, you have a lot of picks, and they get a lot of players. They even get Michael Pratt, who actually was a pretty solid quarterback. So you have a backup quarterback to Jordan Love now, because injuries happen a lot. And we saw a lot of backup quarterbacks have to start. So backup quarterbacks are a lot more important than people think it is, especially now. So Michael Pratt was, he was right behind Spencer Rattler, so it's not bad. And you also get one of my favorite players, Kalen King, in the 7th round. I don't know how this guy fell the 7th round. He is an amazing corner. I love him. I've been watching him. Yes, he did kind of fall off this season, but still, the potential is still there. Same with Josh Noonan. The potential is still there. And if they can develop him right, they're going to have one of the best secondaries in the NFL. They already have a great one right now. So I love this guy. Giving the 7th round is amazing. I'm giving this a... if it wasn't for the Jordan Morgan first-round pick, it would be an A+. I'm just going to give it an A because that Jordan Morgan pick was just kind of a miss for me. I'm going to give it an A, though.
Give it a B+. The Jordan Morgan pick is kind of a reach for me. You could have traded down.
Big
they
reach.
got more assets. But love the Cooper pick. Underrated prospect. Really good linebacker. Huge upgrade at defense. Felt like defense was a priority because they let the Panthers score 30 points. I thought that was ridiculous. But
that was rough.
You got Kalen King, which I'm shocked that he fell that far because when the season started, he was projected to be a first rounder. And
Yeah,
his
well,
fell off started when he got torched by Marvin Harrison. But let's be fair, it's Marvin Harrison. Come on, you can't really
yeah.
blame the guy. But their secondary is looking really good right now. They got Bullard, nice safety there. I think they can develop him, turn him into a stud. Kalen King, they developed him well. With Jair Alexander, I think he's going to be pretty good for them. So yeah, I besides the Jordan Morgan pick, I like the rest of the selections they made. So give it B
Yeah.
plus. I think that's
Yeah, and to be fair, Jordan Morgan's still good. It's just at that spot.
yeah. He's not. We're not hating on him. We don't think he's bad. We just
I was saying
picked
Jordan
him
Morgan's the
because,
most underrated offensive lineman in the draft, but like
yeah.
that's the point. He's
I just
underrated. That means
felt
you could have
like-
got him later.
Yeah, like I felt like you could have traded down and got him at better value.
And forgive me, I am laying down right now. It is actually 3 a.m. for me, so
It's
Yeah,
1
but
o'clock
hey.
for me. So
it's Sportville, baby. All right, let's get to our next teams. We have the Texans. Obviously, they were limited, but you get Kaheem Linster, your first round in the second round. Kaheem Linster is another great corner out of Georgia. I love this guy. I think the best thing about him is pass deflections. If the ball's coming that way, he can move his body around. He can get stuff around, and he can just get that ball out of the way. Now, he might not be the best man on man, but like if he can get if the ball's coming like I think he's more of like a zone because he's more of like a player that will be like on long passes. Like he has to cover the players that go deep. And I think he does that very well. And their secondary is already really good. So them adding him is amazing. And who knows, maybe he can become better than what we think. They also get Blake Fisher out of Northern Dame. I think another great offensive lineman. Pretty underrated too. Obviously, Northern Dame is a great offensive lineman place. Some of the great critics on there, Joe Alt, this season. So I think this is another great pick. Offensive lineman was not the strongest this season. Obviously, Hughes got injured for a while. So you get Blake Fisher in the second round. I like this pick here. They also get Keelan Bullock out of UNC, a safety, a really underrated safety here. This guy is a huge hard hitter. I love him, and he is a big part of that UNC defense. He moves all around the field. He's really mobile. I love this guy. Really aggressive. Really hard hitting. Love him. So them getting in the third round is amazing. That guy's going to develop into a star, I believe. And then also you get some other depth here. You get a tight end, Cade Stover, probably going to be a backup. And obviously a linebacker. You get a couple other guys. Nothing too much here. But yeah, your first 3 picks for not even a first round pick, and obviously winning the NFL offseason by far. These 3 picks right here are amazing. Sorry, not that. These 3 picks right here are amazing, and all these guys I believe will be starters at one point. So I love this draft. I'm gonna give this for the position they were in. I'm gonna give it an A plus, but just for what they got, it's probably an A. But I'm still giving it an A plus just because of what they got for what they were in. All right, well, what do you think about the Texans?
I say A minus, and that's pretty good for a team that did not have a first round pick because they traded away to Minnesota. I think Kamari Lazetta is going to be a steal. They needed upgrade at corner. The Singletary dude's pretty good, but could have used more depth there. Blake Fisher played opposite Joe Alt on the right side. I think he'll be a solid starter for them when he's ready to start, obviously. And then Kalen Bullock, really good safety. So I think they nailed their first 3 picks. And then Cade Stover, I think he'll take over when Dalton Schultz is done, but he'll be a nice backup for them. So solid draft for them.
Yep. All right, then we got the Colts. So we're going to talk about the first pick in Latu. Not a bad pick. I just still think Dallas Turner and corners would have been a bigger need there. But still, getting Latu on your defense is not bad at all, and that guy's going to be great. Then you also get Adrian Mitchell in the second round, which is shocking. Obviously, there is I'm not really rumors. He has problems. People say like he's locker room cancer. He just not the greatest guy, but for all the respect, his talent was amazing. Like if you watch him in Texas, he was unstoppable. So I think if they could just put that stuff aside, that could be a great receiver because you already have Michael Pittman, and you also have Josh Downs, who was great this season. So now you get this guy in here. The receiver is looking really good. So game in the second round, despite all the stuff around him, is still really, really, really good. You can also get this is a offensive lineman. Obviously, you want to get offensive lineman because we saw what happened with Anthony Richardson, which that was a little bit more on him, but whatever. And then you a couple of our depth guys. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with like the late round guys. I'm more familiar with like the first 3 rounds. Yeah, offensive lineman. You get an offensive lineman center here. So yeah, Latu and Adrian Mitchell are the 2 picks that really stand out to me. And I think just because of that, I'm gonna give it an A minus.
We're going A minus. I'm shocked that Mitchell fell all the way to 52. I had him as a first rounder. Still disappointed my Patriots didn't take him, but it is what it is. I actually thought the Bills were going to take him with their second round pick, but they ended up taking Coleman instead. So like I was watching the draft and I'm like, is someone going to pick this dude? Like, why is he falling this low? And, you know, it's all because of character concerns and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. But I think the Colts are getting a steal here. Their wide receiver room looks a lot better with Pittman and Mitchell. So you get Richardson, another weapon. You also get him an offensive lineman. In the third round, Matt Goncalves, or Goncalves, I don't know how to say it, but you saw a depth piece for them. Make that offensive line a little stronger, protect Richardson, although he was playing recklessly this year, like he was running.
Yeah.
And so he's a good player. He's just got to be more cautious of what he's doing. But, you know, a solid draft for them. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, then Jacksonville, obviously you can see they fill out all their needs, but so the first round, we're going to talk about Brian Thomas. I do think this guy will turn out to be a star. I just don't think that was the right pick at the time. Your defense, your secondary, you're trash, and you just had so many players better to take. So I still think that was a miss, but with all due respect, still great. Then you get another LSU guy, Mason Smith. Mason Smith, I've been saying a long time, this guy is amazing. The defensive tackle is really underrated. Our defense was not the best, mainly because our secondary, but Mason Smith was a part of it. He is a great defensive tackle, and I think this guy is going to be a starter there. So you get 2 LSU guys. Love it. Besides that, you do get Jermaine Jones. I don't know who this guy is. But, you know, he's overall ranked 235. So game in the first round is probably not the best pick, but whatever. You get Jordan Jefferson, another defensive tackle. They might like guys from LSU. Holy crap. But yeah, I don't know how too familiar with the other guys, but I do say Brian Thomas Jr. and Mason Smith are 2 great guys. But still, passing on the guys with you took a Brian Thomas Jr. is kind of a miss. I'm going to give it a B minus. You do fill out all your needs here. And yes, you still got a stud receiver, but I don't know. I just think you missed out a little bit. And obviously, I do think Mason Smith is a great player.
I guess A minus because I like what they did in the later rounds. Jordan Jefferson's a guy or a player that I like. I also got the other defensive tackle. So they technically did fill out all their needs. They did what they needed to do. I just don't really like the value that they were picked at, and I didn't like who they took Thomas over. I felt like they were, you know, you could have gotten a better corner, you could have gotten a better defensive tackle, better edge rushers, and stuff like that. But I don't think it's a terrible draft. I guess I'll give it an A minus. I think that's fair.
Yeah, because their biggest need was corner, and the only corner they got was in the third round of projected 235. Which, you know,
so
I know some of the projections can be wrong. I don't know. It says right here, this guy, he says he's fast and he blitzes. So I don't know. They want to stop the run more, I guess, which that was a problem, I guess. All right, so Kansas City, obviously the back-to-back Super Bowl champions. You get Xavier Woods first round. This guy's gonna be great, mainly because like how much that speed works in the offense, especially with Mahomes. Obviously, we saw what they did with Tyreek Hill. Not saying it's gonna be Tyreek Hill, but he has the attributes of him. You also get Kingsley, offensive lineman at BYU. This guy's amazing. I thought the Patriots probably should have taken him with their first pick, with their second round pick. This guy I think is really underrated. And offensive lineman was definitely a problem all season. And you get this guy, I think he's gonna be an instant starter. I think he can play center. I'm not sure what position he'll play. I actually they got the Humphrey guy at their center, but this guy will definitely be a starter. I think this guy's amazing. So getting him in the second round is good. You also do get Jared Willie in the fourth round, which is not a terrible. He's definitely a tight end, not that terribly. Obviously, you know, Travis Kelce. Yeah, Kelce is getting older, so you definitely want to start developing some guys, see if you can get somebody. You also want to try to get tight end that can actually block, and this guy can block. So, yeah, we'll see with that. Besides that, nothing too much of things. Obviously, just some depth guys because you really can't. I did not know there's a college called Holy Cross. What the heck? But anyway,
That's in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Oh, that around was that around where you were?
Yeah, it was literally the city right outside of my town.
Oh, do you know J.C. Hansen?
Nope, never heard of him.
Anyway, I like it. Obviously the first two picks are just two studs. I'm gonna give it an A- just because how impactful Xavier Worthy will be to that offense, especially with Mahomes in the playbooks. Obviously, Kingsley is just a stud offensive lineman. He was. Let me look at his rank real quick. He was ranked numbers. Okay, that I think that's a pretty false rating, but whatever. He should be higher than that, but I still love it. I'm giving him an A-. Actually, I'm gonna give him an A just because how they stole that pick from the Bills. I love that.
This gives me this gets an A+ because you fleece the Bills again, and you get fastest receiver in this draft class. You also get
NFL draft.
You also get a great left tackle in Kingsley, who I wanted the Patriots to get because
Kingsley. I got it. I keep saying the names wrong, and then you always correct me. Every time I say the name wrong, Kingsley. I said Kingsley. I don't know why I said that. There's an E and an A. Whatever.
But he's a guy I wanted because he would obviously instantly start at left tackle, and he's a guy we needed. And of course, the Chiefs get him. They get another guy to protect Mahomes' side. So that leaves my team with not many good options. So good pick for them. And they get Jaden Hicks, who I think is going to be a steal for them. As their secondary needed some work because they traded Snead away, so they needed to get somebody on there.
He was positioned ranked number 4, and overall ranked number 59. The guy I'm in the 4th round, so that's pretty solid.
Yeah, good value.
I don't know too much about him. He says he's over up in the slot, playing close to the line of scrimmage. So he's more of like the end zone. So he'll be really good for the end zone safety. They don't really use safeties for the end zone a lot, but I think that, playbook could fit in well. All right, now the Chargers. I want to talk about them. They had a great one. So first off, you get Joe Alt, which is just going to be a stud. I think the best player in this draft. And he's going to make the running game, the passing game, all extremely better. And just going to make the team overall way better. It's not the flashy pick, but it is the right pick. And like Jim Harbaugh said, everyone's going to ask, well, you need weapons. I look at offensive linemen as weapons. And I think that's very, very true. But then you get Matt McConkey in the second round, which, by the way, this pick might have been Matt McConkey went to the 49ers, but he goes to the Chargers. That was a huge finish there. This guy is amazing. He's fast. He has great vision. Great route runner, obviously. He even made that one amazing catch. Probably made a better catch than rookies. So I love this guy. And yeah, you still get a great receiver and a great offensive lineman. So nothing more to be said there. So I think it's a lot. I think Joe Alt McConkey is a lot better than Malik Neighbors and like a second round offensive lineman because Joe Alt's just superior. Get Junior Carson, who was position ranked number 2 in linebacker. You get him in the 3rd round, so that's going to be great. He's coming out of Michigan. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh's used to Michigan players. I'll play 2 back-to-back. Not back-to-back. We'll get to the other ones. So you get a really great linebacker that Jim Harbaugh's already is familiar with, and obviously Michigan defense was elite. That's another great pick there. And then I'm not too much familiar with these other guys, but I want to talk about Cam Hart real quick. Cam Hart is also one of the most underrated corners in this league. I think the only problem with him is his inconsistency. He's not consistent enough, but if he can get developed right, he'll be good. Because I don't know if you know, but he locked up Marvin Harrison. Like Marvin Harrison was getting locked up by Cam Hart. That's what he's mainly known for, is that he had this one game against Ohio State, and he just locked up Marvin Harrison. And so I think that if they can develop Cam Hart right, this guy can be a real stud. And then so yeah, and then also corner was a need here. Then you also get Brandon Rice in the 7th round, which I thought Brandon Rice, obviously he's not as good as Jerry Rice, and he's not going to be as good as the others, but I still thought he was a 3rd round receiver. So him falling to the 7th is a bit strange. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe people just didn't want to deal with like the press of like him being Jerry Rice's son, like the pressure. Maybe like Jerry Rice would pressure a lot, but he goes to the Niners' rival. I don't know if Niner fans are happy about that or Jerry Rice, but whatever. But yeah, I think this is a good pickup there. I think this guy could definitely be a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 3 on the team. We'll see how he goes in there. So yeah, you get a lot of great players, and then obviously another receiver out of Michigan. Jim Harbaugh will be Jim Harbaugh. So you get the 2nd-ranked linebacker in the 3rd round that you're used to. You get Cam Hart, you get Brandon Rice, you get Joe All-Lamaquan. This is an A++ for me. Jim Harbaugh knew what he was doing, and for all the doubts, they prove him wrong. Chargers are back on top. Love this draft class.
A+. Joe Alt, really good pick there. Love it. I think he'll improve the offense a bit, and he's going to make Herbert's life a lot easier. They get Ladd McConkey. They trade up with the Patriots to get him. So good value for them. They get Junior Colson, a guy that Harbaugh coached. So I like that pick there. Good value. And you get Cam Hart, which that pick also came from the Patriots in the trade. Cam Hart's going to be a steal for them. They need to upgrade at corner. They got one, so I think that's really good for them. So they got Brandon Rice in the 7th round, which I thought he'd be a 3rd rounder, but they ended up falling to them. So they upgrade the receiving core. So with Brandon Rice and McConkey, Quentin Johnson is going to be pushed down the depth chart a lot.
Yeah, this is really weird. He averages 17.6 per catch in the Pac-12, and he has 12 touchdowns. I don't know what that makes him a 7th-round pick. I think that's amazing, but whatever. All right, let's get to the Los Angeles Rams. They get Jared Verse in the 1st round. I thought there was better players. Dallas Turner was still on the board, but Jared Verse is still a stud. I love him, but I just don't think that was the best pick. But with all due respect to this, Jared Verse. You get Brandon Frisk, who is I think a really good defensive tackle. Got to get that better. I don't know. I don't think he'll play defensive tackle. I still think that will be Kobe Turner. I think he'll play right end defensive end, but that defense does have a lot of holes on it, so he could potentially be a starter. We'll have to see. You also get Blake Corum, who is a really underrated running back. Well, not really underrated. He is pretty high rated. Obviously, he is mostly known for his amazing game in the championship and just the postseason, and just the way he ended off his college career was just amazing. So he has a lot of potential. Obviously, the Rams do have what's his name again? Williams, is that his name? Yeah, Karen Williams, who was a stud this season. But I love what the Packers do, where they run like a 2 running back style, where they have running backs come in, they switch them around, they both practice in different ways, and they both run in different ways, and they can trick defenses. Because if you have a running back that runs in 2 different ways, and you both put them in your playbook, that could be really hard for the defense. And if you have 2 studs, that's really good. I think people underestimate what 2 good running backs would be. I mean, the Giants back in the 2000s, we had Brandon Jacobs and Bradshaw. It was like the lightning and thunder. Like Brandon Jacobs is a big 7-foot, like huge guy, then Terry Bradshaw is this really short, fast guy, and it would be a great dynamic. That's why we won 2 Super Bowls. Part of the reason. So I think I like how that's coming back in the NFL. These running back duos. I think running back duos are underrated. You need more of that in the NFL. This is why I want the Giants to get a running back. We didn't get a running back, but whatever. Love this pick here. You also get Kaheem Kinchins in this 3rd round. A really great safety. I don't know why this guy's position number 7. This guy was awesome.
He was
So I love
originally
that out of Utah.
projected to go in. He was originally projected to be a late first rounder, early second rounder. So I'm surprised he
I
fell
know.
this
So yeah, just these first 4 picks are just all studs and all potential starters. I mean, Blake Corum won't be a full-time starter, but he will have snaps for sure. And then the other guys I'm not so familiar with. So I mean, decent, but obviously these first four picks are amazing. I'm giving this an A. I'm gonna give it an A. It would be A plus if it took Dallas Turner, Darren Arnold, but Jared Verse is still good. I'm giving this an A. I love what they did here. Rams, I know some people saying they might fall off this season, but I still think that they're are going to be competing this season.
Pretty good draft for them. Give it a B. Jared Verse is good. Could have got somebody better, or could have gotten Arnold instead, or like a corner. But can't be too upset about it because they did fill a position of need. Blake Corum could be a solid backup. They got Kitchens, who is a guy I'm high on. I'm surprised he fell that low.
Yeah.
And they got Braden Frisk. I'm not the biggest fan of that pick, but he does fill a need, so it's solid. So pretty good draft for them.
We got the Raiders. Obviously, Brock Bowers. I love this pick here. I think he's going to be amazing. He can block and do a lot of things. We already talked about him, how dynamic he is. So we'll just move on from that. We already know what that is. Then they get Jackson Power Johnson in the second round. I love that they got this. These first 2 picks right here are just amazing. I mean, offensive lineman, you needed that badly. And you get, I think, the best center in here. This guy is fast. He's strong. He's a run blocker. And he is just an amazing player. So I'm happy they got him. Also, his name is just awesome, Jackson Power Johnson. Why would he not want that in your team? I might buy a Raiders jersey of him. That's how awesome his name is. Well, maybe not a Raiders jersey, but whatever. Other guys, not so much familiar with, but I'm sure there's some solid depth players. I mean, they do fill most of the needs. They don't get a quarterback. I really thought they would maybe get like Spencer Rattler, but I guess they just didn't have any faith in them. But yeah, the first 2 picks, I think, give it an A minus just for these 2 picks right here. Love them.
I'm going to give them an A plus just for their first 2 picks. They get 2 guys who can block. That's huge.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily have to start Jackson Powers Johnson at center. You can start him at guard. Like, he can play the guard position as well. So love what they did. The Raiders look like a playoff team right now.
They do.
I'm sure they'll probably wait until next year to get a quarterback, or we'll probably look into
I think
the trade.
here's the thing. Gardner Minshew, I think he will have he'll have a season like Baker Mayfield did this season, where not a lot of people trusted in him, but he just plays good because he fits the system. I think Gardner Minshew was great in Indianapolis, almost got a playoff spot, and going to a better position. And I think he just fits that system better because it's just like Gardner Minshew's attitude a little bit kind of fits like the Raiders' way of kind of being cocky and aggressive. That's kind of like his attitude. I think that's why they got him. So I think they'll do pretty good there. I don't know if he'll be a long-term option, but I think it'll be I think he has potential of being like a 2-year, 3-year quarterback for them as they figure stuff out, figure offensive lineman out. And when the time is right and he's getting older, they're going to get a quarterback, and I think that quarterback could maybe get him to like that Super Bowl contender team because they have a lot of great pieces around them.
Yeah.
Look at the Miami. Obviously, Chop Robinson is an awful pick. We already talked about that. I mean, not awful, but just like a bad pick. But they did get Patrick Paul in the second round. I like Patrick Paul second round. I think he's also an underrated offensive lineman. So him in the second round is solid. Offensive lineman is what you need. You should have gotten the first round, but whatever. Now you get Jalen Wright, who I think is a good running back, but you just don't need a running back. You have 2 running backs. So why do you take Jalen Wright? It's weird. Unless you're letting one of them go. I know one is getting old, but still Jalen Wright is still I love this guy. I really want him to go to the Giants, but damn Dolphins took us from him. I don't know why you need him. But here's my favorite one. You give Malik Washington. So I was just talking about how he's super underrated. Obviously number 3 in receiving yards in college football this year. Not obviously he's an ACC, not the highest, but as right here, led the FBS and broke the ACC single season record with 110 receptions. He's a slot receiver. He's fast. He can break tackles. And then this guy is going to be like the next Puka Nacua, in my opinion. So I like that they got him, and that receiver will be really good. Obviously, who knows if they get Odell. I thought that's at Patrick Mahomes for a second. But anyway, yeah, so I like Patrick Paul. I like Malik Washington. Besides that, not so much. Just because I think this guy's going to be a steal, I'm going to give it a B+.
I'm gonna give it a C+. Don't like what they did in the first round.
Yeah.
Patrick Paul, another guy the Patriots to get. Of course, he didn't fall to them. Would have been a perfect starting left tackle for them. So I do like that pick. I like the Malik Washington pick. Underrated prospect. A little undersized. He's only 5'9" or 5'11", but he was third in receiving yards.
Hey, will he be the best Malik in the draft? No, he's not, but he might be the second.
But, could get into that, rotation from Miami. Like, Jalen Waddle gets hurt a lot for some reason, so if that's the case, he could probably get some playing time.
And Hill's not going to be around forever either. And I think they're probably going to get Odell. We'll see if they will or not. We don't know.
Yeah, that'll be
if they get Odell, I think that Hill will obviously play the starting role where he just does all the main routes. I think Jalen Waddle will be the middle routes, where he'll run more like in the middle. Like he is good at like breaking around and getting in the middle. I think Odell will play the slot receiver, where he just plays slot, and I think Malik Washington will be a developer receiver, and he might play fourth when they want to do long passes. I think he'll be like a Hail Mary receiver, and then if he starts playing good, he could probably get into a slot receiver. We don't know how good OBJ is really anymore. He's just not consistent enough. He's old and just injury. But yeah, we'll see what Malik Washington can be. I hope he does good. I like that guy. All right, Minnesota. So you get JJ McCarthy.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch to my phone because my laptop.
All right, no problem. You get JJ McCarthy, get Dallas Turner. Now they were supposed to only get JJ McCarthy by trading their 2 first-round picks. But they keep the 2 first-round picks. They still get JJ McCarthy, and then they get Dallas Turner, the best defensive player in the draft. And they got him for what? A bag of chips? This is amazing. Now you do get Kyrie Jackson out of Oregon. I think a solid corner. You definitely corner. I think there's better available, but like with all due respect, Kyrie Jackson is not too bad. And by the way, the name just sounds like a start. The name just sounds like he's gonna be good. Kyrie Jackson sounds like an NFL player. So I think it's gonna be good. I'm not so familiar with Walter Roos, but you get some other guys. I'm not familiar with any of these guys, but yeah, Dallas Turner and JJ McCarthy makes this an A+ for me, and Kyrie Jackson also solid. So I like this guys. I'm giving this an AA. Not A. I'm not gonna get A++. I'm gonna go A+ here. We'll see what World says when he gets on, but I'm gonna go to the Patriots for now. New England Patriots. So you get Drake May, the first round pick. I think that's not too much. I think it's a no-brainer. Now, for me, I would have accepted the trade. Now, I know you want your franchise quarterback now. I think Drake May is great. I think he fits the system well. But if someone's offering you 2 first-round picks and a first-round pick next year, I think you got to pull the trigger. And you still have a second-round pick. You can use that second-round pick to trade back up and get a quarterback. And I just think people want stuff now. If you just got a first-round offensive lineman and a first-round receiver, you could have got Brian Thomas, or you probably could have traded back up and got Roman Dunze, and then you would have got for Graham Burton, Roman Dunze, and a first-round pick next year. That means, let's say you are bad. So let's say you're just a bad team. That means you can get Shadur Sanders and maybe another player. So that means by 2025, your team would consist of Graham Burton, Shadur Sanders, Roman Dunze, and maybe another player I don't know, Emeka Mbuka, another receiver, or another tight end, or another offensive lineman. You could have got so much. Obviously, that depends how bad or good Minnesota is, which they'll probably be good if Drake May, but still, first round pick. So I think that would have been better long term, but I think they're just they've been beaten down these last couple of years. Um, obviously they've been great. They won like a lot of Super Bowls, but the last couple of years it just hasn't been the best for them. And they want their franchise quarterback now. They believe in Drake May, and they're taking him, and I can't blame him for that. So I'm fine with it. I think Drake May will be good if they develop him right. Like I honestly think he has so much talent. Like if you watch his highlights, he has a lot of abilities he can do, a lot of crazy plays he can do. You just got to develop him right. You gotta help that footwork, and I don't think the Patriots. I don't have faith they will. I hope they do, because if they do, this guy could be honestly a top 5 quarterback. Remind you a lot of Justin Herbert, but if he doesn't develop right, he could turn into a bottom 5 quarterback. That's the big part of that development that people understand. You need to understand what it is, and it's really important. So we'll see what they do. I am rooting for them. I'm not a fan of the Patriots, but I do love Drake May, and I hope he does good there. We'll see what they do with that. Okay, World's back. World direction. The Patriots. I'll tell them what I said. Hopefully you agree. I was saying the Patriots. I like that they took Drake May. I think he fits the system. But if I'm GM, I still accept the free first round picks. I think that was a bit of a mistake, because think about it. If you have 2 first round picks and a second round pick, you could easily trade back in and take like Roman Dunze or somebody, and then you could still get a first round offensive lineman. So that means, you got Graham Burton. Let's say you got Graham Burton and you got Roman Dunze. Yes, you're probably going to suck for that year, but if you're gonna sit on Drake May the whole year, would it really matter anyway? That means you can get your guy next year and a first round pick. So think about it this way: if you're sitting Drake May the whole season, why not just get like Cinder? Hold on. Why not just get Cinder Sanders, Roman Dunze, Graham Burton, and another first round pick next year, because you're going to be bad, and the Vikings first round pick that year? I think it just sounds a lot better. But I'm not going to mistake you for doing that, because obviously everything has to go right for that to happen. I mean, you don't know if you can even trade that back up for Roman Dunze, but I still would have accepted that pick, because I think you guys, like I said, I think you guys have just been beaten down the last couple of years, and you want your franchise quarterback now. You want to get your guy now. Drake May, he's a good guy. He fits the system. I just think if you're going to sit him the whole season and you're going to get a first round pick this year, why not take the picks this year and then get your offensive weapon now and your offensive lineman now, and then get your quarterback next year if you're not going to use your quarterback this year. But with all due respect, Drake May is still a great prospect and has great talent, and if you develop him right, he can be a great player. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about what I said? Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it, or do you think it's like you kind of agree with it? Because I'm curious what you think, because you understand what I'm saying. Like if you're gonna sit him out this year, why not just get your offensive weapons now and your quarterback next year, and then have a 2 first round picks or a first round pick next year?
Well, I'm pretty satisfied with the Drake May pick. I'll be honest, I don't really like the quarterbacks in next year's class. I don't think they're that
come
good.
come on now. They are good.
Yeah, I'm still taking Drake May over all of them, but I love what they did in the first round. But the next rounds, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed. Jalen Poole, well, I don't hate it.
Before we get to that, what do you rank Minnesota's draft?
A plus. Love what they did.
All right,
they got their quarterback. Yeah, Miles Turner. Love what they did.
Yes, for New England, obviously Drake May. It all comes to how they develop him. If they develop him right, this guy can be top 5 quarterback. He has talent that written all over him. I mean, his highlights prove for himself. Obviously, his lowlights is sometimes when he's under pressure, he kind of messes up. His footwork is bad, and stuff like that. Obviously, he is young and he's still learning the game, but he still has insane talent. So if he is developed right, this guy can be great. If he's not developed right, he can be awful, because his talents are just as bad as his flaws, or his talents is just as good, is just as huge as his flaws. And if you can just balance that out, he can be so good. If you force it, it could be Drake May. It could be Mac Jones 2.0. So you got to be careful with this. That's why I think it'd be a little safer to just get your offensive weapon now, kind of like what the Giants are doing. But the thing is, you guys would have got a first. You got a guaranteed first round pick next year. That's why I would have accepted that trade. But I don't blame you guys for wanting your quarterback now because this guy is talent. But yeah, Quinn, the quarterback draft class is not bad. You got Shadur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, you got Jalen Merrill, you got Carson Beck, who I think is a little overrated, but you got a lot of good guys. And Merrill might not declare. We'll see. He's actually in Alabama. Reminds me a lot of Jalen Hurts. That's kind of a good or bad thing. Anyway, Polk in the second round. Now Polk isn't necessarily bad, but he's a wide receiver too in Washington. I don't know why you guys took him. This guy, he really plays slot a lot. He didn't get a lot of receiving yards. I just think his receiving yards were held back a little bit because Penix just kind of ball hogged and just threw to roam the whole year. But still, this guy is not better than Adriana Mitchell or Troy Franklin or all the guys he passed on. And honestly, I don't think you guys need a receiver as much as offensive line. You can worry about receiver next year. Just build that offensive lineman now, and because if Drake May does start or he has to start, don't risk him getting injured or messing up his footwork problem. And there's a lot of good offensive linemen still on the board, so I think that's a bad pick here. And then you get Kenneth Willis, which is not a good pick. This guy is not even the right position to play in for what you guys need, and he's not even a good player. Not even ranked that high. Besides that, you guys don't really get no one really up of Stanter. I do like the Joe Milton pick. I know you might not like it, but I do think Joe Milton, yes, he cannot read defense all that good, and he cannot make basic passes. But when it comes to those big, strong, long passes, he is amazing at it. And I think if you don't want Drake May to start so fast, getting Joe Milton out there and having him just shoot the ball out has some potential of being something that could win you a couple of games or, do something a little interesting. So I don't think that's a bad pick for a 6th, 7th round. But yeah, besides Drake May, is nothing really that much here. I'm honestly going to give this a C plus. I think Polk is all right, and I still think pathing on all those trades you got for Vikings might come back to haunt you one day if you don't develop Drake May right. But I'm not going to blame you for taking him. I think he is better than any quarterback next year besides Quinn Ewers. And you guys are probably not going to get him anyway because you won't be as bad as the Broncos and other teams most likely. So yeah, I don't blame you guys for taking him. You don't want to risk it, but you also are risking a lot of other things by not taking that trade. But it's all right. I'm gonna give it a B. I won't go C. I'll give it a B minus. Drake May is looks like it reminds me a lot of Justin Herbert. But what do you give your Patriots?
I'm gonna give it a B minus. Jalen Polk, I don't love it. I don't hate it. I would have taken either Kingsley or A.D. Mitchell because those would have been better options. Caden Wallace, this pick makes no sense. He's a right tackle, although in his interview he said he's confident that he can play left tackle. I don't really it's not something you can do overnight. That transition takes a lot. So I don't really understand why they took a right tackle when they already have a right tackle.
Yeah.
Layden Robinson, decent pick. I think this means Cole Strange is out the building because he's not very good. He has injury problems, doesn't block very well, and doesn't have the best personality.
He has big hands, strong mentality, and can block the run. Okay.
Javon Baker, I actually like that pick. I think he's solid. He's a guy I actually had the Patriots taking in the 3rd round, but he falls to them at round 4. Like his mentality. He said that he told New England fans to bring your popcorn. He makes
Oh yeah, I
people
saw that.
stand up out of wheelchairs. So I like that energy
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
He could be an X
I gotta
receiver,
use
I
that one.
guess. Dial is the only defensive player we took, which I'm surprised we only took one defensive player. He's a bit
Defense.
undersized, but I guess solid depth piece. I don't think he's going to get in a lot of snaps because you have Gonzalez. Joe Milton, this pick makes absolutely no sense. I don't
yeah.
like that you wasted a draft pick on a backup quarterback. I felt like there was bigger needs.
Yeah,
than you
yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
tackle on.
World. What was the last time they wasted a draft pick on a backup quarterback in the 6th round?
I don't even remember, but
Tom Brady, 6th round quarterback. Isn't that
Milton
stupid how they just wasted a?
Joe Milton is not fucking Tom Brady.
I'm just saying. Hey, listen, no. I like this because who else? Because besides Jacoby Brissett, who else is in that
Dude,
quarterback?
now we have four quarterbacks on the roster now. You have May, you have this guy, you have Bailey Crappy, and you have Nathan Rourke.
Okay, so let's say your offensive line is bad. Jacoby Brissett gets injured because he's old. Who do you want to be your starter? You want Bill Zappi to start again?
I mean, I'd be fine with Zappy starting so people see how garbage he is.
Okay, no. I think Joe Milton is good because this guy could just shoot down the field, and since you have fast receivers, if you just want to get a quarterback out there to develop and see how he does, and also I like the idea of just like having another guy, like another rookie quarterback with Drake May, because think about it, as he's getting developed, there's another guy being developed too, and they could maybe bond and relate about that, and maybe they can discuss the stuff they're learning because they're both learning at the same time. So I think them getting 2 rookie quarterbacks, I think that's probably why John Mayo got it. John Mayo, I don't think he's the best coach, but I think he's like a personal coach. Like he tries to get close with the guys, tries to get the personal stuff together. I think that's why they got Joe Milton. Honestly, I think it's just because Joe Milton's a good guy. He has a strong arm. He can throw like 70, 80-yard passes, dimes, but he's just not the best reading defenses. That's why he fell so low. But he's a good project that could just be there with May, and who knows, he can come in for a couple snaps and he can throw a couple 80-yard passes, and maybe he can maybe if receivers are open, he'll get it. He'll get it. So I don't. It's a 6th round pick. I don't think it's that much. You're gonna get a backup anyway. So who really cares? And obviously with all the injuries there is with quarterbacks, and since Bill Zapp is going to be gone next season and Jacoby Brissett, you're going to need a backup quarterback for May next year. So why not take a guy who could be a nice project? I don't see it as a big problem. I see it as a positive more than anything. Honestly, I wanted the Giants to get him to try to see if he could turn something. But yeah,
Fair enough. I like the
Patriots.
Giant.
All right.
I like our 7th round pick, Jayan Bell. Get some depth at tight end. I think he's a solid player. Could turn into something, but I like that pick. But
All right, and we got the
solid
Saints.
draft. I like that we went mostly offense though.
Yeah, the Saints had a monster draft. So first you get Fuga, which, by the way, him falling to the 14th was crazy because both the Titans and the Jets took offensive lineman over, which I thought he was better than both of them. So you get that right there. Love that. And you also get Kool-Aid McMinister in the 2nd round. So now their secondary is now Marshawn Lattimore and Kool-Aid McMinister. So that is just an amazing thing. And then to make it even better, you get Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round, which I know people make fun of him, but let's keep in mind, Spencer Rattler is obviously a project, and he is one of the best high school players of all time. And he came in, was amazing in college. Obviously, injuries happened. He kind of fell off. Lost his job to Caleb Williams in Oklahoma. But he is definitely a project that can happen. And, that quarterback room is trash. So why not get Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round? I think that's a great pickup for them. And who knows if he can. I think we will see him start a couple games, and who knows if he can turn something. And then you just get a couple of depth for the rest. But these first 3 picks are spectacular. I'm giving it an A+.
I'll give it an A+. I like the Fuyalga pick. I think that's a steal. Pairing Kool-Aid with Lattimore is going to be scary, and it's going to feed in with that rivalry Lattimore has with Mike Evans.
Yeah.
And then Rattler, solid pick. If
Rattlesnake.
Derek Carr starts playing like shit, and they're like, all
Or
right,
you're
that's
injured
enough.
again.
Yeah, or if he's
Been
injured,
for a while.
he's like, all right, let's give this Rattler kid a chance, and maybe he ends up being a steal for them. You never know.
He looks like Patrick Mahomes a little bit, but we'll
A
see.
lot of people hit on him because of that reality show he was in. He was
Yeah,
17
where he
years
was a
old at the time.
big douchebag.
Yeah, he was 17 at the time, though.
All right, now we're at my New York Giants. So let's just start with number one, Malik Neighbors. I know some Giants fans will criticize this, saying, "Oh, who's going to throw him the ball?" But like, here's the thing: when you have a bad team like the Giants, not every single thing can be fixed at once. I rather get a receiver and a stud now because let's see, like receivers development is not as important as a quarterback's development. Like it's not even close because a quarterback needs to be a leader, and you can't get a quarterback in a bad situation like the Giants. Like just look at Bryce Young. That would be the exact same outcome if we got JJ McCarthy or even Drake May. Honestly, even though I would like Drake if we got Drake May, um, I just don't think that he deserved to be here because we just wouldn't. I mean, I think Brian Daboll is good at developing quarterbacks. It's just not this place nor the time. So we just couldn't do that. So we just need superstars. Like I said, we need stars, and we got one right here. Malik Neighbors can play everything. Obviously, LSU receiver coming to the Giants. We haven't had a alpha receiver since like a true wide receiver since Odell. And we need superstars. Saquon's gone. We need stars. So this is clearly not going to be as impactful this season because I don't think Daniel Jones is really all that good. Um, but I do think that in the future, this is going to be a great pick, and I think that he is a great receiver. And when we do get a quarterback, that could be a top 5 receiver, in my opinion. And he has potential of being the best receiver in this draft. So, yeah, most receiving yards in LSU all time, 3,000. He is amazing. Um, so I love that pick right there. And then obviously we get Tyler Nubin, which I love this guy. I've been talking about him for 2 years. I love him in Minnesota. He's a safety, a really strong hitting safety. This guy's a ball hog right here. If you watch his highlights, he just goes right after the ball. He's really smart. There's plays where he'll just run and just steal the ball away. Reminds me a lot of Cam Chancellor, where Cam Chancellor would just run for the ball. He'll hit hard. He'll knock it out of your hands. He is just an amazing safety. And obviously, we did lose Xavier McKinney, so this will be a fill-in starter. So we got another starter here. Obviously, he'll play free safety most likely. So this guy, I'm really happy we got him. Then we also get Andrew Phillips, which I'm a little upset that we passed on TJ Tampa, but whatever. This guy is obviously we needed corners. We lost Dory Jackson. We still have Deontay Banks, our rookie, but this guy is a slot corner, so he doesn't have a lot of interceptions. So his stats are not the best, but he is still really fast, really physical, aggressive, and he is just a great slot receiver. He's probably going to play the nickel, be our corner too. So this guy's probably going to be a starter. Still pretty good, so I'm happy we got him. And we also got Theo Johnson, which his stats are not great, but he is more of a project. This guy is really athletic, just really fast, really strong. One of the most athletic tight ends in this draft, besides maybe Brock Bowers. Obviously, Darren Waller might retire. Still have Daniel Bellinger, but he is kind of fallen off this year. So this guy has the potential of being a starter also. So I like that pick there. You also get Tyron Tracy, which this guy right here actually played receiver, and he just played running back this year, and he had 700 rushing yards and like 10 touchdowns. So he is really good. And if you look at his stats, he actually had number 1 ranked most rushing yards attempt. So he was really good if you think about it. And I think this guy can develop to be maybe our starting running back after Singletary, because Singletary is a bit older and we don't have him on a huge deal. So this guy, definitely interesting pick here. So this is another potential starter. And then we also get Darius. Also, this guy, obviously not too much, just a linebacker. But this guy probably will going to be a backup, but we'll see. I love this draft here. We get at least 4 starters. or at least 3 starters, potentially 4. We fill a lot of holes. We get to a lot of needs. We get stars. And I love this thing. I love the stuff we didn't do that we were said we are gonna do, like trading up for a quarterback or trading down or taking JJ McCarthy or all this other stupid stuff, or taking Spencer Rattler for a second pick, all this other dumb stuff. I think we finally have a GM that actually knows what they're doing, and I'm really happy. I'm not gonna give it A+ because we just didn't have the limit too crazy, but I'm giving this an A. I love this draft. Got a lot of starters, and yeah, I'm excited for this year. Sorry for the long yapping. World.
Well, I'm gonna give it an A+ just for their first 2 picks. Love what they did. They made the right decision not taking a quarterback at 6. They took Malik Neighbors. They get a weapon on offense. He's going to be a really good player for them, and I think he's going to make Daniel Jones's job a lot easier because he actually has a guy to throw to now. And love the Tyler Nubin pick. I always had a feeling that he was going to end up on the Giants, and it ended up happening.
Can't believe.
So that was one pick I got right. But perfect replacement for McKinney. Made some good moves for depth. I felt like they should have taken Tampa over the Phillips guy, but it is what it is.
Also, should have got a running back.
I probably would have taken Newton over the Phillips guy, but I like the Theo Johnson pick, especially with the retirement rumors of Darren Waller. And then you got a couple other depth pieces. Obviously, like, this team was looking to win now last year. They made win now moves such as the Darren Waller trade. But you guys got a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, you guys were bad because you wouldn't be in the position to get a guy like Malik Neighbors. So this is huge for your team, your franchise, and your future. So A+.
Appreciate it. All right, then we got a couple teams. We're not going to go fast by these teams. It is getting pretty late, and I still want to talk about the NBA playoffs real quick. So we're going to talk about the Jets real quick. So we got obviously Fishu, offensive line. All right. You get this I do not like. There's a lot. You pass on
Franklin.
I didn't know anything really about this guy, honestly. I mean, I guess past 2 seasons, 1,600 yards. That's not too bad, but we'll see what he turns into. I do like Braylon Island. This is the guy I wanted out of Washington. I think he's actually the best running back in this draft. He's really good. Reminds you a lot of Jonathan Taylor. It says it right there. But yeah, I guess he's going to be like the second to Breece Hall. It was like a Jordan Travis, just like a pretty solid quarterback. He'll have some games where he'll play amazing and some games he'll play bad. But obviously you need that for a backup because you don't have any more backups. And so you never know what can happen. And then, there's a couple other things. I'm going to give this a solid, I'm going to give it like a B+. I thought it was pretty solid.
I'm going to say B+. I like the Olu pick. Corley, solid receiver, but you could have taken Franklin or somebody else instead, but not a bad player. So B+, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Now Philly. Okay. What else is new? They got a draft. All right. So you get Quavion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Obviously, Quavion Mitchell I think is a bit overrated. Still a great corner, and obviously Cooper DeJean is a really great physical man-on-man corner. So they get 2 great corners. They're supposed to be first-round corners. Sucks as this happened, but I still think that Malik Neighbors will cook them up. But yeah, Cooper DeJean and Quavion Mitchell, you fix your secondary problem, which is really, really good. Besides that, you don't get too much great players. I mean, besides Jeremy Tyler Jr., that guy I think is a really good linebacker. That's a good player there. Then also, this actually really pissed me off. Remember I was telling you a long time ago how much I like Johnny Wilson, how underrated he is? Yeah, well, he's on the Eagles now, so that's just great for me. But yeah, he's like a really big physical receiver. Kind of reminds you of like a DK, like 6'6", 241 pounds. He's pretty cool. It sucks he's on the Eagles. That actually sucks. But whatever. I'm giving this an A plus. I mean, I got to be honest, it's just an amazing draft class.
A plus. Somehow they got both Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. If you would have told me that before the draft happened, I would have called you delusional. But somehow it just the dominoes fell in their favor. Love the Jeremiah pick. Jeremiah Trotter. One of my favorite prospects. I think he's a sleeper. I think he'll do well. And they got Johnny Wilson, I think could be a good slot guy for them because right now their wide receiver 3 is Devontae Parker, and he's from experience. I've watched him on the Patriots. He is not a good player at all.
Hey, don't forget Mr. Always Wide Open, Julio Jones.
Yep, they got Julio too.
All right, then we got Steelers. Obviously, you got Troy. They also got Zach Fisher out of West Virginia. Love this guy. I don't know. I don't know how this guy followed this. This guy was just up there as JPP. So they followed the second. You got 2 great offensive linemen, starters. And you also got Roman Wilson. Yes, you did pass on Troy Franklin here, but Roman Wilson is still a really great sleeper. Part of the reason why JJ McCarthy did so good. I love this guy. He's been a winner ever since high school, so I love him. They also get Peyton Wilson in the 4th round. This guy's probably going to be a starting linebacker. He had a great combine. Love this guy. The other guys are not so too much. We also do get Ryan Watts out of Texas. I do like this corner. Pretty solid corner here. This is an A+ draft class. I love it. You fix the offensive lineman problem. You get a solid receiver to pair with George Pickens, and you also probably get a starting linebacker and a couple of decent depth pieces. I love this here. I'm giving it an A+.
This is an A+ for me too. I mean, you fix your offensive line, you pair Roman Wilson with George Pickens, and you pair Peyton Wilson with TJ Watt in the defense. That's going to be fucking scary. I'm not even going to lie. And Patrick Queen. That defense is looking scary.
Yeah. So I love what they're doing there. All right, Seattle, you get Brian Murphy. You already, kind of missed out on Dallas Turner there. Not the greatest pick, but still all right. You get Christian Haynes out of UConn. This guy was pretty solid. So you get another offensive lineman. That's good. I'm not too familiar with the other guys, honestly. DJ James, corner out of Auburn. Pretty underrated. Like how he went there. Another kind of a ball hog kind of guy. So I like this draft. It's nothing too big, nothing too special. Did miss out on Dallas Turner. I'm going to give it a B+, though.
Give it a B+. Byron Murphy, not a bad selection. I still think you should have taken Turner, but it's whatever. The Christian Haynes pick, I like. Good offensive guard there. Tyrus Knight, the linebacker. I've heard his name thrown around a lot. Solid pickup there. And then DJ James, good depth piece at corner, so B+.
Yeah, 5th most tackles in FBS 2023. Solid. All right, then we go to the Niners. So Ricky Pearsall, we already made our opinion about this. It's just not a good pick. It might have been a good pick. They traded down, or you probably didn't have to trade down for him, honestly. Did they have a 3rd round? Yeah, they had a 2nd round. You could have got him right here. So I don't know why they did that, but whatever. And then your 2nd pick, you get Ronaldo Green. I think this is a pretty strange pick. 2nd round pick at 106 overall ranked. Doesn't make too much sense to me. I never even heard of this guy. I guess he just could in the end zone. That's why he's a little higher. Okay. You could, and then you also get you deal with your offensive lineman in the corner in the 2nd and 3rd round on 2 guys that are not even really that good. When you could have dealt with it in the 1st round and not gone a guy you could have got right here. Just bad decisions, honestly. I do like Jacob Cronin. That guy is a solid receiver. Besides that, this is just not that good. Ricky Pearsall, I think he will be pretty good, but just the value they got him out was just awful. I'm giving this a C, just a C.
I'm going C-. I don't think this draft for them was really that good. I get they're contenders. They have win now pieces, but you're not getting anywhere close to an extension with Ayuk, and you were trying to trade one of them. And with Pearsall, he could have fell to you at like the second or third round, and you ended up taking an offensive lineman in the third round who's not as good as what you could have gotten in the first round. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. All right, the Bucks. Graham Barton. I obviously should have went corner here, but still a solid pickup there. Also, I probably took JPP over him, but not going to hurt the team. Chris Barswell, solid edge rusher out of Alabama. I like this here. That's good. Tyreek Smith, don't know too much about him. Jalen McMillan, I like this guy out of Washington. Obviously he's not didn't get a lot of reps in the season, but I still think it's a good prospect. And besides that, I'm not too much familiar with the guys. It's all right, nothing too much. I'm just gonna give it like a C plus. I guess Chris Barswell is pretty good at Barton, but you still missed out on quite a good players. And then I'm not too familiar with the other guys.
I'm gonna go C plus. Graham Barton's good. I just feel like you should have went corner. I like the Braswell pick, underrated edge rusher there. McMillan, depth at wide receiver. Bucky Irving, I've heard his name thrown around. Solid running back depth. It's an okay draft for them, I guess.
Yeah. All right, tight ends. J.C. Latham. Still not the biggest fan of this pick, but he's still a great tackle. I just would definitely not take him at pick 7. But Trevonte Sweat in the second round is a really good pickup. This guy is really good. Obviously, he had some problems, like he had a big DUI, but I don't think that would be too much of a problem. So I like that thing there. I'm not too familiar with Gary, but yeah, not too familiar with the other guys, but I do love the first 2 pick. I'm gonna give this a B plus. I like these 2 first picks. I'll probably give it a B actually because it did pass on quite players here, so I'm gonna give it a B.
I'm gonna give it a C. The Latham pick is not the best in my opinion. It's not terrible. Trevonte Sweat, I think they're getting a steal there. Yeah, he just got arrested for a DUI, and he's got his off the field stuff of them like goofing off and partying and stuff like that. Like that's a bit concerning, but I just think he needs to lock in and focus, and it'll be fine. Cedric Gray, I'm familiar with. He was North Carolina's best defensive player. Really held it down for them. He was carrying that
fourth
defense.
position linebacker. 279 tackles. Yeah, this guy looks pretty good.
Yeah, he was
All right, then we
carrying
got
the defense.
the last one, Washington. Washington had a lot of picks, so let's see if they screwed it up.
Shitload
So-
of picks.
I know. Holy crap. So Jaden Daniels, we already made our opinion on that. Good pick, good prospect. I just don't know if he fits the system, and they just did not draft him at the right time because they just did not fix it offensive lineman. And his playing style is unfortunately going to play in on the offensive lineman, and that could due to him getting injured most likely if they do not fix it soon. So, yeah, they got to be really careful with Jaden Daniels here because I don't know how to mess him up. But you do get Johnny Noonan in the second round. That is a steal. Obviously, your defense has lost a lot of pieces, but you get Johnny Noonan, great pick right there. You get Mike. I'm not too familiar with this guy, honestly. But you get Ben Sinnott in the 4th round. I like this pick here. He's a solid tight end. Obviously, you do have that one guy. I forgot his name, but he's not. He's pretty old. I do like how you got Luke McCaffrey. This is part of the McCaffrey family, Chris McCaffrey's brother. I mean, it's never bad to have a McCaffrey on your team. And yeah, so that was a solid draft class. I'm gonna give this a minus. I thought it was pretty good.
I'm gonna give it an A minus. I like the Daniels pick. I'm just concerned because of his play style and weak offensive lineman. Johnny Newton's a steal. You got Saintsville for corner depth. I like the Coleman pick, solid offensive lineman. Ben Sinnott, I would have went for Sanders instead, but it's not a bad pick.
Oh yeah,
They did sign Zach Ertz to the roster, so you have a veteran tight end, so I guess Ben Sinnott could be like a project. Luke McCaffrey, Christian McCaffrey's brother, solid wide receiver depth, because you lost Curtis Samuel. You still have Scary Terry and Dotson, so you can plug this guy in at like a 2 or 3. Solid
Yep.
picks. So yeah, and they upgrade the defense a little bit, so good for them.
All
Hope
right.
things go well for Daniels. I don't want to see him injured.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's look at this NBA playoff standings real quick, guys. We're going to talk about it. Obviously, it's a bit late, guys. It's been a long sports field, but obviously the draft was a huge thing. A lot of stuff to talk about that. But guys, so Oklahoma leads 3-0 against the Pelicans. This is no surprise here. The Pelicans did show some light in the first match where it was a pretty close game, but the Thunder were kind of shutting them out. And obviously, they still have no Zion, I believe. So I think this will probably be a sweep here. Nothing to do so much here. It's just a playing team that's injured between a number 1 seed that's really competitive. What do you think about this series so far? And what do you think about it?
Feel bad for Pelicans fans because they could never catch a break with Zion being injured most of the time. And, this is the first time they made the playoffs in 2 years. And the one season where Zion's healthy for most of the part, he gets injured right before the playoffs. Really unfortunate situation for them. And speaking of the Thunder, Mark Dagnall is your Coach of the Year winner. He was given the award. So shout out to him.
My gosh.
So shout out to him, much deserved. Nobody thought this Thunder team would be the 1 seed. They were a play-in team last year and the year before. They were like 13th and 14th in the West. Perfect example of how you do a rebuild. Love what they've done with that team. They've played amazing, so good for them. And this will be their first playoff series win since Kevin Durant left.
Yeah. Well, Coach of the Year should have been Chris Finch, but whatever. Let's get to our next series. The Clippers and Thunder. Clippers and Maverick. It's looking like a pretty good series, tied 2-2. James Harden just had an amazing game finally. Luka has been playing good. Kyrie Irving, I still think he's just not clicking with his team yet. But the Clippers are looking pretty good. Okay, well, I did not know that, but still, I don't know. I just don't think that they're in sync enough to go all the way. I do see Clippers winning this one, but I don't see Clippers going any farther after that. Russell Westbrook is an absolute clown starting fights. He has more texts than points that game. That guy should just retire. He's just an embarrassment at this point. But yeah, pretty good series. It's been pretty fun to watch. What do you think about the series so far?
It's the only West series matchup that's not a sweep or like down 0-3. It's actually pretty entertaining. Kind of disappointed with how Kawhi's performed. He didn't play in Game 4 and they still won. Game 2, he only scored 13 points. Game 3, he only scored 9 points, so he's not 100% yet. He hadn't played since March, so a bit concerned with Kawhi, but I hope he bounces back because he is one of my favorite players.
Yep, and I don't really like any of the teams. I like the Clippers a lot more than the Mavericks, but I'll be fine if anyone. I'm fine if any of them losing. Both are fine by me. And guys, here we are. The Timberwolves sweep the Suns, and this has been a very fun series, guys. When we first got here, we were down 0-3 from them this regular season. We got swept by them, and everyone thought we were going to lose. Suns fans were talking a lot of smack. Go to their Instagram, they were like, "Oh my gosh, can we skip this? All this bull crap," and everyone doubted us. And the Suns are supposed to be a super team. They have the depth, and they just cannot clutch. They are not clutch. Devin Booker is not clutch. He spends more time crying than he does making points. Devin Booker was so bad the first 3 games. He did play good this last game, like 40 points, but besides that, he's been awful. And Anthony Edwards just turned into a superstar. I mean, he was a star, but he turned into a superstar in this postseason. He's not like a lot of the other players where they try to be called like cute and cuddly friends with everyone. This guy is out there just like in the 1990s. He's being competitive. He's being aggressive, and he is just being what I think what NBA needs. And he's a great culture guy, and he's just out there to kill. And he doesn't. And the team does not rely on him all the time. We have great defensive players and Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert and so much great players that I really think this team could make it far. And I think that proves it. I mean, we're most likely playing the Nuggets next, and the Nuggets couldn't even sweep the Lakers and couldn't even sweep a play-in team. But we're over here sweeping the 6 seed Suns with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. I don't know why anyone would doubt us that we don't have a chance against the Nuggets. If anything, I think that we have a higher chance than the Nuggets, especially since we beat them, blown them out twice this season. And we're only getting better in the postseason. So I'm not trying to get overconfident or cocky, but I am really proud of this team and where we came from. If anyone had thought we would have swept the Suns and won our first series since 2004, this season everyone would have called us crazy. But here we are, and I just got to give all respect to Coach Flinch, and I hope he does recover soon. And before I even bring this to World, I want to show something real quick. I've been meaning to show this for quite some time. Hold on one second. I just wanted to play something real quick.
I mean, saying it respectfully, I don't know how teams are going to guard us. I mean,
I forgot about that.
Three Scissor got you wiped down, Travis got you wiped down, Savage got you wiped down. Like a label boy, you in a scope right now.
I love it. I love it.
Probably gonna get copyrighted for this, but it's fine.
No, that's fire, dude.
By the way, Drake's diss track and Kendrick Lamar was awesome. But anyway, he is a new Michael Jordan.
You should send it
I
to
don't know.
Talk.
Oh, he's mad. But yeah, he is just bringing that competitive culture back to the NBA. I mean, we see him talking smack to Durant, his own idol. Like, people call it cockiness. I think this is what the NBA needs. We don't need everyone being soft and everyone being friends with each other. We need true competitiveness. We need true mentality. I mean, maybe I could act like the All-Star games, but like when we're in the playoff games, like this is not no time to be friends, and this is times to go out. Like Kobe would be out there to kill, Michael Jordan would be out there to kill, and Ant has that mentality, which I think a lot of players are missing. And I think you see a lot of the older players like Charles Barkley, Shaq, and even Michael Jordan said himself, they all respect this guy because this is what the league needs. And I'm really happy for this Timberwolves team and how far we came from being a laughing stock for a lot of years. Obviously, I wasn't a fan at those times. I didn't suffer through that. But as a Timberwolves fan, I know how much this means to the Timberwolves community and how impactful this is. And I'm excited for the future. Even if we lose in our next series or not, I'm happy with the season, and I'm happy with the team we got and where we came. But World, what do you think about this series, about this Timberwolves team and the Suns? And do you think it's time for the Suns to just blow it up and start over and just, start doing stuff? And do you think that Kevin Durant is going to request a trade for the Timberwolves now that they're winning?
I mean, he joins super teams all the time, so
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
But
I would not.
I don't even think the Timberwolves want him because they have a good team.
You don't really
and
need
they can't
him.
afford
No.
him. And they can't afford him anyway.
Unless we trade Cat.
But I am going to rip the Suns real quick. The Suns, you are a walking L. Like, you have Kevin Durant, you have Devin Booker, you have Bradley Beal, you have a whole ass super team.
Gave him a damn like $1 billion.
You have a super team, and you get fucking swept in the first round. You don't win one fucking playoff game.
By the way, three of them are
playoff win. The Lakers have a playoff game. The Lakers have a playoff win, and they were a play-in team. You weren't even a play-in team, and you got fucking swept.
Yeah, and all that talk too.
And and Bradley Beal, you scored 9 points. You foul out in like the last 2 minutes in an elimination game.
Bradley
At
Beal
home.
can't even freaking hit. That dude can't even hit a layup, dude. I don't know how the hell
For
that
Suns
guy.
fans,
How did that guy
for
get
Suns
so much
fans-
money?
Yeah, and for Suns fans calling like, "Oh, Bradley Beal's such a great addition. Scored 20 points last season." That's because he was on the fucking Wizards. Okay.
I'll say Kevin Durant played his heart out. I'll give him respect.
Yes. He was doing the best he could. Booker was fucking ass in this series. Absolutely
besides
terrible.
This,
He got
besides
exposed.
this game, it was awful.
He got exposed. This game, he almost scored 50 points, and this was a close game. But the Timberwolves, respect for them for getting it done and, just getting it out of the way because they're going to have plenty of rest now.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready for. It's most likely going to play the Nuggets. I'm still hoping for Lakers in 7, please. But I'm getting ready for the Nuggets. I think we have a fair chance. I think we have. Yeah, I just really hope that we could beat them. But all right, so then we have Lakers Nuggets. Obviously, Lakers. What the frick? You guys have 3 20-point leads and you choke all of them. But it's just basketball. I'm sorry, LeBron. Is this your lame ass excuse okay? I'm not gonna be too hard on him because I know he's like 40 years old and he's still playing actually really good. But I'm sick and tired of LeBron making excuses, especially trying to blame the refs when you're like, you really think one bad call it affects a 20-point lead? And yes, they won their last series. They won this. I mean, they won this last game, which is good. But like, I'm sorry, I don't see any way that Denver chokes 3 straight games. But if that does happen, I'll definitely love that. I'll be hilarious. But yeah, LeBron, I think the problem is why you can't be clear of the GOAT is because when you go out on there, we don't fear you. People don't go out there and they fear you. They fear the team you're on. No one feared LeBron. They fear the 2017 Cavs, or they fear the 2020 early 2010 Heat. No one ever feared individually LeBron. Maybe in certain moments, but everyone knows he bump into him, he's gonna flop. Everyone knows if he loses, he's gonna go in the press conference and make excuses and blame it on everyone else. Michael Jordan, when he goes out there, he competes, and when you look in those eyes, you know that guy's the GOAT. You can ask anyone else. I just want to put that out there. LeBron is probably one of the most talented players of all time, but talent is not everything. Same way you can make the argument that Mahomes is the most talented player of all time. That does not mean that he's better than Brady because there's a huge thing when it comes to mentality, the way you're respected, the way you played, the way you clutch, the way you just are. All this plays into the GOAT because it's not the most skilled player of all time; it's the greatest of all time. And sorry, LeBron, your greatness is being a baby and crying and having a losing record in the finals. If I'm correct, so unless you come back from this and win the finals, there's no way you can even be close to Michael Jordan, in my opinion. If you come back and win the finals, then I think you have a strong argument, and I might maybe say they're equal, but you can't be making excuses anymore. And honestly, it's probably best you just retire. I mean, you accomplished enough, but you have not accomplished enough to be a GOAT, and it's not really your accomplishment. It's really more of you and the way you react to things, and it's just almost pathetic the way you handled stuff. But anyway, that's all I want to say about that. I hope they come back, though. I just hate the Nuggets, and their fans are so annoying and cocky, and they just never shut the hell up. So arrogant. Got one ring, and they think they're the freaking 99 Bulls. Anyway, what do you think about this series so far? And yeah.
All right, game 2. I don't know what happened. They were up 20 points, and then they just let the Nuggets go on a huge run. And
Murray with that game-winning shot.
Yeah, Jamal Murray hits that insane game-winning shot. Game 3. D'Angelo Russell, you played 24 minutes and scored 0 fucking points. 0-6 from the field. 0 from.
This is why the Lakers need to move on from everyone. Russell needs to be gone. LeBron needs to be gone.
And I like D'Lo, but this dude had the audacity to separate himself from the team huddle and scroll through his phone.
Yeah, that's right.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
he's
that's
on.
just
He's on the.
disrespectful.
He's on the bench on his phone. Like these people have no competitive. They have no. Like, can you imagine if Kobe was still on that Lakers team? He'd probably smack the hell out of them. Like, this is
Yeah,
supposed to be a
whipping
team.
their ass.
This is supposed to be a Warriors. Like, these are supposed to be brothers. These people need to go to war. This is not. You're on the phone like you just lost. Like, you just don't care about it. Like, you've already lost. I mean, with that mentality, you've basically lost at everything. And I think the Lakers are going to blow it up. Same with the Suns. You just got to LeBron. He's getting old. You need to move on from him right now. I just don't think he brings the mentality right for this team. I think everyone is just trying to hold he just hold at such a high standard on that team where he honestly just causes more distractions than solutions. The only player I think they should keep is damn, I forget his name. The guy with the eyebrow, the eyebrows that like connect. I forget his name. Anthony Davis. Yeah, you got to keep Anthony Davis. That guy is an amazing defensive player. But besides that, and Austin Reeves, he's solid. But everything else, you just need to blow it up. Honestly, try to make them good picks. Honestly, you can maybe send LeBron to the Warriors if he really wants to go there. I don't know if he does, but I don't think LeBron should be here anymore. It's just causing problems, honestly. Even though I still think he is a pretty good player. But yeah, Nuggets.
Yeah,
Nothing to be too proud of. I know they did come back from 2 20-point leads, but at the end of the day, you were down 20 points 3 times against the Lakers, and you lost to them once. So, am I supposed to be scared of these guys? Not really. I am scared that we might choke, and we might, and then Zone will harass me for a year. But that's the only thing I'm scared of. I'm not scared of them. But we'll see what happens. I don't think they're scared of us either because we both accomplished a lot this season. We both have a lot of great players. But like I said, talk is nothing. Suns talked a lot and they got smacked in the face. So I'm gonna try to stay humble. I'm gonna just try to see what happens, and I'll talk my talk when it's done. But for now, Nuggets will be waiting. All right, so let's go over to the East. Boston leads 2-1 against the Celtics. So he started off game 1. Obviously, Jason Tatum had an amazing game. A lot of triple doubles. Game 2. I'm not even gonna say it. You could just talk about this. I don't have nothing to say. I mean, obviously.
All right, so perimeter defense was absolutely putrid, horrible. You were letting the Heat get whatever shot they wanted. Drew Holiday was awful in this game. Porzingis didn't do jack shit.
Can we get him off the All-American team, please? Like, can we just kick him out? Send him to Korea.
Now Tatum and Brown actually played good in this game. Well, Brown was carrying for the most part. Jason Tatum, great first half. However, he had 18 points in the first half. However, second half, he only scored 10 points. Tatum, you got to do better than that. If you're the number one option on this team, you got to prove it.
True.
Game 2 was horrible.
Which I don't think
You let the Heat steal home court on the road.
That is awful, yeah.
Okay. However, got to give them credit for game 3. You came in, you fixed most of your mistakes, you whooped their ass at their home, you won by 20, you take back home court advantage.
Here's the thing.
Now, you need to win the next 2 games. You cannot let Miami get another one.
Yeah, here's the thing for me with the Celtics, and I'll talk about the Heat real quick. Obviously, they have no Jimmy B. I think if Jimmy B was here, it would be tied 2-2. And I think Jimmy B would eventually win it in Game 7, mainly because, it's playoff Jimmy. But the thing is with the Celtics, they are just so inconsistent, especially in the postseason. They could be like one of the best NBA teams, and then they could just freaking blow a lead to the freaking Heat. I don't even know who the hell they really on that team besides Jimmy Butler. But they blow it to them. Yeah, at home. Like, I'm sorry, you can buff them up all you want. I just don't think, and I'm not saying like don't have faith in your team. Like, I think you should. You accomplished a lot this season, and maybe Tatum can change things around. But in my humble opinion, I think if you're so inconsistent in the postseason, that's not going to get you a finals. I think if you just randomly choke leads to a play-in team with no Jimmy Butler at home, that doesn't give me confidence that you guys can take on the Sixers or the Knicks, whoever. Well, Knicks are most likely winning that one. But all these other great players, even the Cavs, who've been dominant, just all these teams that are not inconsistent and are playing their hearts out. Well, you guys are just making these really weird slip ups that makes no sense for the talent you have. I don't know if it's a coaching problem, if it's a clutch problem. But that problem needs to be fixed systematically. You need to figure out what that problem is and get it fixed, because you guys can't just be playing like some NBA Finals team and then just have these random games where you just start choking. And it happens all the time in the season and in the postseason. It's just inconsistency. You guys can never stay on a hot streak, and if you can't do that in the postseason, you're not going to win the finals. And that's just the reality of it is. So you guys need to fix it up now. Maybe you guys did. I don't know, but I just have no faith in this team to win the finals until you can actually fix that problem, which I thought you guys maybe did. But after that game too, I'm like, yeah, you guys still have this problem where you just have these random slip ups out of nowhere. And those random flip ups cannot happen in the postseason, especially when you get to the real teams. So I still think you guys will win the series probably in Game 5, but still, you need to fix that if you want to win the finals.
You have to win the next 2 games. Have to.
All right, so Cavs beat Cavs versus Magic 2. Been a really fun series. Obviously, Magic's offense been really good. I mean, defense. Cavs been looking pretty good. Cavs started off pretty strong. Magic's trying to come back. I still see Cavs winning this in Game 6. I think Cavs are starting to come up strong. I think they're going to finish it up. So, what do you think about the series so far?
This is a weird one because Game 1, Cleveland won like 97 to 80 something. Game 2,
low.
Cleveland only won by 10 points, but they were destroying them throughout the game. Then we moved to Orlando. Game 3. Orlando wins by fucking 40 points.
Yeah.
And then Game 4, they win by 40 again. So this is really weird because these teams have blown each other out. I think
home court is such a important thing.
I could see this series going either way, but I'm still rocking with the Magic. Because if my Celtics get past the first round, I want the Magic in the second round. I think that'd be a fun series.
All right. Then we got Bucks Pacers. Indiana leads 3-1 now. Bucks started off strong with no Giannis. Dame Lillard was playing like a freaking prime Michael Jordan, but they just fell off. And Tyrese, he's been playing his heart out, and they are just been snapping them in the face. And I'm really happy these Pacers team, they come a long way. And yeah, I think they're gonna make a good run. Bucks, they need to fix some problems from their bench. Dame Lillard played good for a while, but he's just been a little inconsistent these last couple of days. I'm not even sure if Giannis has been playing the last couple of games. I'm not sure, but yeah, Pacers have been playing really, really good. Obviously, Tyrese with a game-winning shot in overtime, I believe, which is really good. They've just been playing really good. Even though Tyrese, he had some stinkers, but when it comes to playing clutch and being a good teammate, he's been really good. Even though he did have some bad games this postseason. But what do you think about this series so far? Do you think it's possible Bucks make a comeback? What do you think?
Well, Game 4, both Giannis and Dame did not play. And then Indiana took full advantage of that. Siakam had a solid game. Halliburton stepped up. And in the games that Halliburton didn't play so good, and, Game 3, Siakam only had like 15 points. Miles Turner has been stepping up. Game 4, he had 29 points. And Miles Turner is a player that I always thought was pretty good, pretty underrated, good perimeter defender. He can shoot threes, he can rebound, he can block shots, he can do a lot. Very impactful player, and I'm glad they've kept him around this long. If the Bucks do not have Giannis back soon, they're losing this series because he's a big part of their defense, and their defense has struggled since his absence.
Yeah, the only way they win is if Giannis comes back, and we need 2021 Giannis back. We don't need Giannis who's having mood swings all the time. We need a real Giannis, disciplined Giannis, can be out there, play defense, play rebound, And Dame Lillard just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Obviously, he didn't play this game, but Dame Lillard was playing terrific in the beginning of the series. I don't know if they can make a comeback, but you never know. Pacers, obviously, I don't think they've won a series for a while.
3-1 comebacks are not impossible, but they're really difficult.
Yeah,
and
because
if
one bad
Dame's-
game, it's over.
And if Dame's not playing in Game 5, Pacers are winning.
All right. Okay, I have a lot to say about this series because I've been following this pretty close. Because hope you know, New York Knicks are my second favorite team. You know, I like New York sports. I like Jalen Brunson. All right, obviously, I'm gonna get to obviously I know Game 4 is a lot different, but I'm just gonna talk about now. Before Game 4, Jalen Brunson's been so ass this season. I mean, this postseason, like he has awful. Like he can't shoot freeze. He can't put the team on his back. I mean, Josh Hart's been playing his heart out, and he still almost lost. The only reason they have won because Josh Hart and that secondary have been playing so good. Well, Jalen Brunson has been awful, and all Knicks fans wanted was just half his regular season to come back. And Game 4, Jalen freaking Brunson goes absolutely off, and if he can keep playing like this, I think these teams could be an NBA finalist. I think they could definitely get up there. This team is playing really disciplined, really motivated. And the Sixers, I'm sorry, Joel Embiid, you are a scumbag. First off, you are kicking people, you're flopping all around. First off, this guy is just a pussy. He always just starts flopping around. He's honestly a disrespect to this sport. I hate when people do that. He's stomping on people. He's playing dirty. And after he loses game 2 and they're down 0-2, he's sitting in the locker room with his head down, like almost about to cry. Like, bro, you need to be there for your team. You're not playing that good. You're playing like a little baby. I'm sorry. Joel Embiid has just been awful. He has been awful. He has been playing really, really good. Like he's averaging like 30 points, but this is not what this is not what a leader needs to do. Like, you need to go out there and you gotta stop flopping, stop whining, and go out there and do something. And well, you are doing something, but like, it's just not what a leader needs to do. And the whole Sixers offense and defense have not been great. I mean, Jalen Brunson's been awful the first 2 games, even the first 3 games, you could say, and they still played amazing. Obviously, the last game was a bit rough for the Knicks. I'm pretty sure it's still a close game, but this game they came back, and Jalen Brunson looks like he's back, and I think this is going to be done in Game 5. New York Knicks has came a long way this season, and I'm happy the Sixers are out of here. And Embiid, you can go cry and go flop somewhere else because you're not going to make it past the first round. And I'm happy for Jalen Brunson. Obviously, came over here from the Mavericks. He was not the best he was decent in the Mavericks. Comes over here to the Knicks, and he is just playing out of his world. And I think if he keeps, and obviously postseason has been rough. He put up 48 points, 11, not that much. He had a couple rebounds, but he had just a great game this game. He's got to stay consistent, and they could definitely win because they almost swept the Sixers with him playing absolutely atrocious. That's how it proves how Josh Hart is. And I'm pretty sure who was their player, like Tyrese, is that his name? Or what's the guy got injured?
Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, Tyrese Maxey. He's still injured. So this team is a lot good than people give them credit. So I love this series so far. Knicks been playing real basketball. They haven't been doing all these weird flop and cheap things like the Sixers have. Yeah, I like them. They're doing good, and it looks like Brunson is back. Got anything to say about the Knicks?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed in the Sixers because I thought this would go to I thought this had potential to go to 7 games, and the Sixers had many opportunities to be the ones with the 3-1 lead. Because I felt like the first 2 games were very competitive, and Game 3, Sixers very well could have gone 3-0, and Joel Embiid, you're a walking L, my guy. I understand you're dealing with eye policy or whatever it's called, something he's dealing with something that it's like a disease that causes random muscles to twitch, so it's causing his eye to randomly clothes for some reason. It's kind of bothering him. I don't know what it is. I can't remember what it is, but he's dealing with some sort of disease or something that's like affecting his eye or whatever. But obviously he had a great game 3, 50 points, crazy. But like he's just flopping all over the place. He's not a good leader. He's just whining like a little bitch. He's just like,
Yep.
like this is why I do not like Embiid at all. Like this, I
Yep,
I
I
don't
agree.
like this guy. Like this dude is not a good leader. He's not there for his team, and whenever he loses, he just cries. He did the same thing in 2019 when Kawhi hit that game-winning shot over his ass and won the Raptors the series. He just
Oh, yeah.
walked off the court crying like a baby. Marc Gasol gave him a hug, and then after that, you just see him walking to the locker room crying like a little bitch. I'm like, dude, be a man and accept your loss. Like, dude,
Yep.
like this is ridiculous. Like, and he's never made it to he's never been to a conference finals. It's either been a second round loss or a first round loss. You're flopping all over the place, starting fights, and then you're acting like you're playing victim, dude. Grow the fuck up, for Christ's sake.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, here's the thing. This is a prime example of why your personality and your leaderness matters just as much as your skill. Because Embiid been playing his heart out and playing amazing. Like he is a talent. He's a top 3 player. He has like 50 points. He averages like 30 points. So much rebounds. But when you're a captain and the best player on this team, and you can't motivate your teams, and you're making them look bad by just sitting there crying, making excuses, and you're flopping and you're starting stuff and all this and doing all this stuff, that just puts a bad morale on your whole team. And that's what brings them down. That's why they can't play at the skill you are playing at. And this is another reason why I can't consider LeBron the GOAT, because, he doesn't have that mentality. He doesn't have that leadership. That leadership matters just as much as skill, because if it didn't matter, well, then they would be whooping the Knicks, because he's averaging like 50 points, 30 points, 40 points. He's playing amazing. But when you do stuff like this, all that's going to amount to nothing. This is why this stuff matters just as much as your skill. And if he can't figure that out, well, then you're shooting yourself in your own foot. And I'm happy for this. Hate the Sixers. I hate Philly. I'm happy they're losing. Embiid, you can cry and flap your way somewhere else. Get your stuff together, because you are a really talented player. Like, we can all agree with that. You just got to get your stuff together. And I think the NBA should make a rule: if anyone flops, they should be ejected from the game immediately. I'm sorry, it's just disrespectful to this sport. It makes the whole sport look like a bunch of cowards. So stop doing this stuff. It's embarrassing. It's annoying. It's unfair, and it's just ridiculous. And it's part of the reason why a lot of people don't watch NBA anymore. So stop this crap, please. Anyway, So I still have my Timberwolves making it all the way. Maybe I will admit it's a bit biasness. Even though I still think we do have a fair shot. I mean, the Thunder are good, but we did beat them quite a bit. And then the only other team that would be competing with us is the Nuggets, and we did pretty good against them too. So I don't think it's crazy to think that we can make it that far. Maybe us winning it is a bit biased, and then for the East, Celtics been a little inconsistent for me. If they can get together, they could definitely make it. Heat are lost clause. Cavaliers are possible. Magic are possible. Bucks, no. Pacers, I don't see them making it all the way. Knicks, I do see him having a shot. So, yeah, I could see Timberwolves, Knicks, Timberwolves, Celtics, Timberwolves, Magic, Cavs. I could see the Nuggets or Thunder getting in. I don't see the Mavericks or Clippers making it. I don't see any of those guys making it. They both choke a lot, so I don't see him making it past the big 3 of the East. But we'll see. It's playoffs. You never know what happens. Who would have expected the Timberwolves would have swept them? Actually, it was rumored they were going to sweep us, but how tables turn there. But yeah. Well, there's this very long sportsville. This might be our longest sportsville. I don't know, but there's a lot to cover because we went a whole week with the NFL. We had the NFL draft. We had a lot of postseason NBA. I'm sure we still missed out on some stuff. But, yeah, guys, after free agency is completely done, we're going to do an NFL power ranking, rank all the teams from worst to best. We're not going to do it yet because, obviously, there still is some free agents like We don't know where Brandon Ayuk's going to go. T. Higgins, a couple of the Bengals players like Hendrickson's might go. Xavier Howard, Simmons has not been picked up. Yeah, who else? Odell's still out there, and
More.
a lot of players. Yeah, so we're gonna wait till like everything's set in stone, and yeah, guys. But fun NFL draft. We did a live watch party. If you guys haven't checked it out, check it out. I put timestamps for every single pick, so you can see our reaction. Just go in the description, click on the timestamps. If any of you guys want to see our reaction to some of the picks, yeah, it was pretty fun. And we did watch the second round. We just didn't live stream it. Second round was also really fun. A lot of great players happened there. But yeah, thanks for watching Sportsville, guys. We're gonna see you guys next time. Sorry, it's a Sunday, more like a Monday morning. It's 5 a.m. for me, but you only live once. Who really cares? Yeah, who cares? We're still breathing. We'll see you guys next time. Always remember, keep grabbing those balls. Let's go, Quinn Ewers.